Hola, hola. Hola. ¿Bien? Más alto, más bajo, más arriba. Acá. Sí. Listo.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Buenos días. Buenos días. Buenos días. Hello, hello. Buenos días. Hello, hello. Buenos días. ¿Se oye mejor ahí? ¿Mejor? Up next, we got Joe Bowman. Joe Bowman, co-founder of Quicksilver. Joe Bowman. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis.
There's a lot of seats over here, guys. A lot of seats. And please text your buddies. We're about to start.
Hello.
All right. I'm going to invite Basil up to the stage. He's got some important announcements. So, Basil.
Hello. All right, this thing works. So for all those people that are not here and on the live stream, I mean, you guys are missing out on a lot of things that are going on at Cosmoverse. I guess everybody also had a really good time last night, but they're going to come in. Staking, it's the staking of the whole, like the first half of the day is going to be staking. Everything that has to do about staking. We got all the different projects here. The other thing is what I want to talk about. Yesterday we got too excited when we got on stage, or we didn't know how to explain to everybody how the venue is. So I want everybody to know that we have workshops all day today. So we have workshops that will be in the main lobby upstairs. And then we also have a Juno Hacker Lounge for people to go downstairs, which is right next to these booths. And you go downstairs, and everybody who's a dev who wants to go and hack away and do whatever they want to do, don't hack into my wallet, please. But you can go down there, you can hack. If you want to do a presentation, there's an open mic. So anybody who has the balls, do it. Grab the mic, share your projects. So get some feedback. Upstairs, we got the Persistence Networking Lounge. So go up there, get some brewed coffee. And then also, tomorrow, we have a Cosmoverse Awards. So we're going to be giving out awards to all of the best projects, I guess, best so forth that you guys are going to vote for. So we're going to have the QR code on the live stream. We're going to have the QR codes around. So look for the banners that says Cosmoverse Awards. Have your people vote and enjoy. That's about it. Let's start the day.
Okay, good morning again. So, do you guys know already how to say good morning in Spanish? Buenos días. So, buenos días, everyone.
Buenos días. Buenos días.
Ah, good. Buenos días. Okay, so we're going to start the day too, but before we want to know what happened last night, because there's a lot of empty chairs.
Where's everybody at?
Yeah, like what happened? And what happened with you guys? You didn't go to the party. How was that? I mean, I went to the Osmosis one, and it was great. So thank you to Osmosis and to Mars for that. And you went to?
I went to the Flick Fest. That was freaking lit. I mean, Sisla was out there dancing. It was awesome. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Before that, I did go to the Quicksilver party, and that was nice. Nice little chill vibe. A lot of food. I was just like eating my plate, and then after another, and after another, I just kept getting fed. Oh my gosh, my gosh.
No, like I missed those ones because the Osmosis one was a little bit far, but it seems that it was great. So welcome everyone, and let's start this. So let's keep some energy and the timer then. Woo! Okay, so our first speaker is Joe Bowman, co-founder of Quicksilver. So please, Joe, the stage is yours. And buenos días.
Buenos dias, Medellin. That's the limit of my Spanish. That's all you're getting, I'm afraid. I could have chosen a better photo, I think. Sorry, I've skipped through it already. So, yeah, my name is Joe Bowman. I'm the co-founder of Quicksilver, the CEO of Ingenuity, and I wanted to come here today, and obviously thanks to the team for inviting me, to speak to you about liquid staking in the Cosmos, and specifically some of the features that liquid staking in the Cosmos brings to the fore that haven't necessarily needed to be considered previously. So before we start, what is liquid staking? I mean, this is a term that has been bandied around in the Cosmos quite a lot recently. A year ago, it was something that wasn't really considered so much. Before, I think, Cosmoverse last year, it wasn't really spoken about much at all. And so liquid staking, for those of you that don't know, which I suspect would be very few of you, and thank you for the guys that have turned up this morning, and those that are nursing hangovers, double thanks for that. But liquid staking is essentially the ability for a user who holds staking tokens, who's invested in a proof-of-stake network, to be able to, in addition to staking, utilize the rest of their assets as well. So essentially, what's at stake? So there's a concept called the staker's dilemma that I mentioned in a previous talk back in Prague earlier this year. And the staker's dilemma is the one of a staking token holder has invested in the network, and they have two choices. And presently, they have to make this choice. They have to either choose to stake their staking token, earn their APR on their staking token rewards, and in doing so, they secure the network. So it's quite altruistic in its nature. But obviously they don't, they're not able to otherwise use those tokens. They're locked and they're staked, and they can't do anything with it. The second side to this decision is that they can take their tokens off-chain. They can take it to their favorite DEX or DeFi protocol, and they can earn their juicy DeFi yields on those tokens. And those APRs, especially as the DeFi economy proliferates, those APRs are quite exciting to users. They're quite high, and they're competing with each other, so they're only going to grow. Now, that obviously is a difficult decision for some people. Some people will choose to carry on and stake their tokens, and some people will choose to chase rewards. The second problem that we face is one of capital efficiency. So staking, by its very nature, is capital inefficient. You have your tokens locked up, and those tokens, by the nature of the protocol, those tokens can be slashed in the event of your validator misbehaving. The downside to this, of course, is that those staking tokens can be slashed, but only up to a maximum of 5% in most networks. So 95% of that capital is sat there, and it's not utilized. It's completely untouchable, it's locked up, and you can't use it. But liquid staking kind of solves this problem. Liquid staking solves the problem of the staker's dilemma, because you can both stake and you can take your tokenized assets off-chain and use them in DeFi, use them in DEXs, use them in liquidity pools, whatever. So you can earn your staking rewards and also your LP rewards, your DeFi rewards at the same time. And it also solves the problem of capital efficiency, because by virtue of the fact you can utilize these tokens in addition to staking, you can unlock that 95% of capital that's not at risk and not being utilized, and you can take those tokens off-chain and use them. Now, the upshot to this and kind of side effect of liquid staking is that the current bonded ratio of Cosmos networks is around 60% on average. You've got about $5.3 billion of staked tokens across Cosmos networks currently. About $5 billion of that is locked and not usable. Now, that gets unlocked by liquid staking. But the flip side of this is that liquid staking allows for the bonded ratio, which is currently around 60%, to actually converge on 100%. So by virtue of liquid staking protocols existing and being used, we're actually able to better secure the networks going forwards, because we're able to essentially put more capital staked on networks rather than being held liquid, waiting for users to use them in DeFi. So what do we want to achieve at Quicksilver? Well, Quicksilver obviously wants to satisfy these problems that we mentioned previously, so high yields for stakers, That's a given. Increased liquidity for supporting the Cosmos DeFi ecosystem. As we said, we can unlock up to $5 billion at today's conservative prices of capital that's currently locked and staked. And as a byproduct, we increase security for Cosmos chains. But actually, at Quicksilver, we want to do this without compromising sovereignty. So what does this mean? What does compromising sovereignty mean? Well, in my mind, there are three facets to respecting this sovereignty. The first one is validator selection. So as a validator staking on as a delegator staking on a Cosmos chain, you can, staking natively, you can select any validator you want. Quicksilver validator selection works on the principle that the user must be equipped to make choices over validator selection, and everything else we do comes second to this principle. It is a strong belief of ours at Quicksilver that the protocol must not be opinionated around what users can and can't do. They shouldn't be opinionated around what validators should be selectable, and we should try and mirror, insofar as possible, the user's native choices on the Quicksilver chain. So this means allowing users to essentially choose any validator that they otherwise could choose natively. There is one small caveat to this, that for reasons of whether it's security or for economic reasons, Quicksilver token holders are able to essentially deny or vote to deny validators, certain validators, access to be delegated to, but the default position should be that the protocol doesn't have an opinion. The second of these concepts of respecting sovereignty is that the protocol should also not have an opinion and not dictate how this locked capital is distributed amongst the validators. So, as it stands, you kind of have three different ways that this can go. Some protocols would choose to split stake equally across the validators that they've chosen. Some protocols will choose to weight certain validators differently to others. And the way Quicksilver wants to handle it is delegators should be able to choose what portion of their capital gets delegated to which validators. So the way we do this at Quicksilver is what we call intent signaling. Intent signaling is essentially allowing a user for any given chain to say, I want to vote, or I want my proportion of the voting power, controlled by Quicksilver, to go 50% to one validator, 20% to one validator, 30% to one validator. And they're able to do this either explicitly by sending a message signal intent transaction, or alternatively, it's done implicitly at the time of delegation. You select which validators and which proportions you want to delegate to. At the end of every epoch, these intents across the network are weighted by the delegators' voting power, by the Q atoms they hold, whether that's on-chain or off-chain, and we use off-chain proofs to be able to determine what atoms or what Q assets are held off-chain. And these weighted intents are then aggregated, and we use that as the kind of the plan to dictate how we distribute future delegations or how we distribute redelegations amongst the protocol. And the third and most important facet of these respecting sovereignty argument is governance. So governance in Cosmos is the absolute backbone of the ecosystem. It's what sets Cosmos apart, I think, more than anything else from many of the other chains and ecosystems. So it does it really well, and I think the participation rates we see, especially on the chains like Juno and Osmosis, and the Cosmos Hub as well to a certain degree, shows how highly regarded governance is amongst cosmonauts. And cosmonauts genuinely do use this facility to make the most of it. Now, it's critical that any liquid staking provider doesn't negate this governance process. It's incredibly powerful in its design, and we need to be careful that no steps are taken by staking providers that essentially counteracts the strength of this, or indeed subverts it. So governance by proxy was coined by us in our white paper in February, and it's going to be one of the key features of Quicksilver. So why is it critical then that users are able to vote with their Q assets? Well, in Cosmos governance, when you choose not to vote, your validator assumes your voting power for that proposal. And that situation is fine and dandy when you're able to choose that validator. Now, the problem comes, and it's a twofold problem. The problem comes when, firstly, you're not able to make that choice. Now, at the moment, you can choose to either vote or you can choose not to vote. And if you choose not to vote, you know that your validator will vote on your behalf. And generally, you may have chosen that validator because of their voting record, because you know what they stand for, because you know what they believe in. If you choose not to vote, you're happy that your validator will vote on your behalf. However, if that choice is taken away from you, i.e. you cannot vote through protocol to choose to vote or not to vote, then you de facto surrender that vote to the validator that your voting power is allocated to. Now, as we said in the previous slides, you may not have choice over who that validator is or what proportion of your voting power goes to that validator. So you, by onboarding to a protocol that doesn't support proxying your governance rights to you via protocol, you essentially surrender your voting power to what may be a handful of already very disproportionately powered validators who have a lot of power in the ecosystem. And that somewhat subverts the power of governance. So that for us is why governance by proxy is such a massively important feature of Quicksilver, and one that will be on the on the mainnet very, very soon, one would hope, without giving anything away at all. And then the final point I wanted to speak to you about today is airdrops and liquid staking. It's one of the biggest questions we've been asked, or most frequent questions we're asked currently, is how does Quicksilver support airdrops on onboarded chains? So this can be broken down into two separate sections. We have standard airdrops, and standard airdrops, by which I mean the airdrop drops an airdrop of tokens into a user's account. Now, these are reasonably trivially handled by protocols, and this isn't a Quicksilver specific thing. This is liquid staking in general. But when there is no action to be taken by the user, the distribution of those tokens to the main delegate account, that can be handled by the protocol reasonably easily. The problem comes when you come to what we call gamified airdrops. And gamified airdrops is, by which I mean airdrops like Osmosis and Stargaze, and the ones that Quicksilver will undertake, whereby you have to complete some action, some task, some transaction to be able to unlock the tokens that you've been airdropped. Now, when it comes to this, each of the solutions, there is no standard solution. Osmosis had their own module, Stargaze had their own module, we have our own module. I don't believe there is a standard one. And therefore, for the protocol to support gamified airdrops, there would have to be some form of custom logic for every airdrop, or a standardized solution. One of those two would work. The simple solution to this, and the one that I believe will become the de facto standard, is that actually zones wanting to perform airdrops, zones wanting to perform an airdrop to atom holders, for example, will not only consider atom holders. They will disregard the sort of delegate accounts from liquid staking protocols, and they will distribute tokens in addition to atom holders to Q atom holders, to ST atom holders, to staked atom holders, that any of the liquid staking atom holder token holders will essentially be airdropped to in addition. I think this is the simplest and most elegant method of handling these gamified airdrops, and it's something that absolutely we will work with development teams to support their airdrops going forwards. So, in a nutshell, and I appreciate I've raced through this super fast, but we've covered today why liquid staking is important, and these are the three facets of the staker's dilemma. So, do we stake or do we DeFi? Why not both? And it's the problem of capital efficiency. So, how do we unlock that 95%, that $5 billion, so that the DeFi ecosystem can have a massive deluge of liquidity? We've covered why respecting sovereignty is important, and how we go about it. So, liquid staking providers have an obligation to empower users and give them options, give them choice, and not take their choice away. And specifically around validator selection and voting distribution, how Quicksilver will allow users to delegate to any validator and not just a predefined subset defined by governance, defined by core dev teams, whoever. And again, the voting power distribution with signaling intent, how, again, the user is given the absolute choice to determine where their voting power goes rather than have that option taken away from them. We've covered why liquid staking must facilitate true representation in governance. That is, the user should have, again, the absolute same options, rights, and power that they have natively. And we've discussed how liquid staking protocols might approach handling airdrops. So that is it for my presentation. Thank you very much for having me, and enjoy Cosmoverse. Enjoy Marine.
Well, buenos dias for the people that are arriving. Welcome. Our next speaker is Jeroen from Persistence. Welcome, Jeroen.
Is this loud? Okay, here we are. Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Jeroen de Welter and I'm responsible for ecosystem development at Persistence. Before I start talking about the liquid staking hub that we are building with Persistence, I want to give a huge shout out to the organizers of the Cosmoverse event. It's been an incredible event, everyone is enjoying it massively. Come on, let's put our hands together for the Cosmoverse team. Nice. You know, believe it or not, but last year's Cosmoverse in Lisbon was actually my very first day with Persistence. It was my very first day in crypto, and I was overwhelmed. Who here is new in the industry? Can I see some hands? Who's new into the industry or into the Cosmos ecosystem? All right. Are you feeling overwhelmed? Yes. I must admit, I was super overwhelmed on my first day. First presentation I saw was Zaki, talking about the future of interchain composability. Then there was Sunny, talking about superfluid staking. And then there was my colleague Abhitesh, talking about liquid staking. And I was like, what is all of this? I was so confused. Now, that was less than 1 year ago. So now, 1 year later, I'm standing here in front of you. And it feels like I'm talking to a group of friends. That's the power of the Cosmos ecosystem. And I'm incredibly grateful to be a part of it. So, if you're new to the Cosmos ecosystem and you feel overwhelmed, don't be. It's all going to be fine. The ecosystem is super welcoming, and we're all here to help and contribute. Now, I bet you guys are here to learn more about persistence and p-stake. Maybe you want to learn some more about liquid staking. Maybe you want to hear the latest alpha on STK Atom. Or maybe you're here for the drama and the liquid staking war. Now, I'll have to disappoint you, because that's exactly what I'm not going to talk about today. If you want to listen about, or you want to hear about these things, you can look it up, website, Twitter, YouTube interviews we've done, it's all there, or most of it at least. Today, I'm going to talk about something completely different. It's something we haven't talked about before. It's what makes us different at Persistence. It's what motivates us. It's what drives us. It's what wakes us up in the morning and what keeps us awake at night. I'll bring you the story of humility, integrity, patience, and persistence. Do you know what all big successful companies in the world have in common? There's 3 things. They're very good at 3 things. Firstly, community. Second, technology. And third, execution. Think about it. Any big successful company in the world is good at these 3 things: community, technology, and execution. Think about Apple without community. Think about Tesla or Google without technology. Think about Amazon without execution. These companies wouldn't be there where they are today if it wasn't for this. They know that if you build a team that knows community, technology, and execution, you can do everything you want. And that's exactly what we've been doing at Persistence. We've been building a team, 35 people strong now, spread across the world, different in locations, all building towards understanding these 3 things. And we do it with 4 core values in mind: humility, integrity, patience, and persistence. I say humility because sometimes we fail, often we fail, but it's never the goal, but we love to fail actually. We love to fail because it makes us learn. We learn from these things because we improve. We can build a stronger community. We can build better technology, and we can get more flawless at execution. I say integrity because sometimes we make the wrong decisions, but we own up to them, and we promise to do better, and we fulfill on those promises. I say patience because we are in this for the long run. The long run, because that's what matters. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the power of compound interest, and it's the exact same thing when it comes to building an ecosystem. Small things we do today can have a huge impact down the line. And lastly, persistence, because that's what we do. We wake up in the morning, we go to work, day in, day out. We build, we ship, we iterate with persistence, keeping in mind that we're working towards 3 things: community, technology, and execution. Now, have we figured it all out yet? No, of course not. But we've learned a lot. We've come a long way. On the technology side, we're very grateful to be early in proof of stake and in the Cosmos ecosystem. With our validator and research arm, Audit One, we were one of the genesis validators of the Cosmos Hub, and we learned a lot. We also participated in plenty of testnets, and we helped to launch a couple of chains. On the community side, we launched Cosmos India. We hosted plenty of events. We've shared our knowledge, and we contributed to user education. But we wanted more. We wanted to bring real-world assets on-chain, which is why we launched the Persistence Chain, to facilitate that. Now, this wasn't all smooth sailings, no. We ran into a lot of difficulties, and we actually even ended up pivoting. But we've learned so much. One of the main important learnings that we got was the stake drop campaign. As far as I know, it was the first airdrop targeted to stakers. We learned a lot from that, and we built a community of stakers along the way. Stakers who are now at the center of the Persistence ecosystem. It's one of the reasons Persistence has one of the highest staking ratios in the industry, standing about 80%, because we built a community of people who know staking. Another learning we had is that those stakers, they were looking for more yield. Who wouldn't? And that's how we thought of liquid staking. To make sure that you could stake your assets and get additional yield from using them in DeFi. That's how the idea of liquid staking came to us, and we knew we wanted to build something in that. But at that time, there was no IBC. There was no DEX. There was no DeFi in the Cosmos ecosystem. But we are Persistence, so no problem. We did bring a solution, and instead, because there was no DeFi on the Cosmos, we brought liquid staking to an ecosystem where DeFi already existed, Ethereum. And you can say one of your core values is persistence, so why didn't you wait? Why didn't you wait until these DeFi things were there? It's because we don't want to use patience as an excuse not to try, not to experiment with things. We want to keep on trying and learning, because that's how we progress. So with persistence, we continued, and we built liquid staking on Ethereum with a bridge, and it worked. We brought interchain liquid staking about a year ago, but we faced a lot of critique for doing so. People said it was too expensive. People said it was too complicated. People said it was insecure. And with a lot of humility, we accepted those critiques, and we worked towards solutions. We provided Biconomy gasless, so you could trade gases on Ethereum for free. It was complicated, but we spent hours and hours, days, on user education, guiding them through the complicated processes we created. And on the security side, we made sure things were secure. We had multiple audits, because that's something we'll never compromise on. With that, we managed to build up to 40 million in TVL. We brought more than 6,000 users into liquid staking for the first time, and we didn't get hacked. Now, don't want to dwell too much on the past, but we learned so much from this. We learned how to build TVL, we learned how to attract users, we learned about security, we even learned how to integrate. At peak times, we were integrated with one of the bigger protocols in the space at that time, Anchor and Terra. But there again, we faced some issues, some adversity. But we learned from it, and we continued. Now, don't want to dwell on the past too much, and let's look at the future. Now that so many chains have IBC enabled, with all the beautiful things that are coming out of the Cosmos Hub, such as interchain accounts, interchain queries, what do you think a team that knows community, technology, and execution can achieve? I'll tell you, we can continue to build on our vision towards becoming a true liquid staking hub and making liquid staking the backbone of a fixed income market that we are creating in crypto. How do we do this? For starters, we'll bring SDK Atom home to the persistence chain, where together with SDK XPRT, our native token in a liquid form, we'll make it the core building block of more DeFi use cases. Later on, pStake will also bring other assets. SDK Osmo, SDK Geno, things like that can easily be brought with pStake. And we wouldn't be a true liquid staking hub if we were not looking at other big proof-of-stake networks. It's why we've built SDK ETH, SDK BNB. Both of these products are live. And we have SDK Sol and SDK AVAX in the pipeline. Now, these assets are maybe not our core, because our true core, that's the Cosmos side. But we started to learn these assets, and we're patient. We're patient. We're learning these assets in their ecosystems. And when the time is right, and when the technology is there, we'll connect the ecosystems to the one we are working in, the Cosmos. To do so, we already partnered with Axelar, and we're starting to explore a lot of cross-chain opportunities. With Axelar, cross-chain messaging becomes possible. Sending assets or staked assets cross-chain, possible. Think about executing a transaction on the persistence chain initiated from an EVM chain, possible. All of these things will allow us to build things with such a smooth user experience that the user will not even have to know which chain he is using. He wouldn't even have to know he is using a chain. That's how easy it should be. And all of these things are made possible with that first partnership with Axelar. We also recently enabled Cosmosm so that we can have developers come in and build on top of the persistence chain. With Cosmosm, developers can now deploy smart contracts on top of persistence, and you can call the liquid staking functions from pStake. Think about this, it's incredibly powerful what you can do with that. We know that our documentation is not top-notch yet, but we are working on that. And we are incredibly grateful to work together with the Cosmosm team on things like this. We also recently enabled Cosmovisor to facilitate the upgrade process for further chain upgrades. Now, the last chain upgrade, we had a bit of an issue, and we failed. There was an issue, and we had to halt the chain for a bit. But we had the humility to reach out to our validators to come and help us to solve the problem. We had the persistence to stay awake and to find the issue. We didn't go to sleep until we found a bug and we fixed it. That's the persistence that we have. We also have a test networking. So we cleaned up our repos as well to make it easier, to make a better developer experience possible. We have DevNets available for devs who want to come in and try and build things in the persistence ecosystem. All these things, we're really trying to enhance developer experience and documentation. Documentation is one of these things that we'll be working on. Lastly, we also have taken further steps towards further decentralization. We have increased our validator set from 75 to 100. We've put in place a new foundation delegation program aiming to help smaller validators to get into the active set. We're also committed to spinning down our foundation nodes, and we started thinking about creating DAOs and sub-DAOs to put more power in the hands of our community. Now, with all these building blocks, I'm confident that with persistence, we're truly set up to do amazing things and build the liquid staking hub that we want to build. All these building blocks are there. The technology is there. The community is here. And the execution, we started on it already. With some very promising teams, we started to build on an interchain DEX focused on liquid staked assets. There's another team that started building on money markets on top of persistence. Money markets focused around liquid staked assets so you can use them as collateral. These things are just the beginning, because once you have those, you can start thinking a lot about so many other DeFi primitives. You can think about leveraged liquid staking, liquid yield farming, and there's plenty of other things to be built. Options, perpetuals, yield strategies, and so on. As you can see, there are many things to be built, but we can't all build it alone. We don't want to build it alone. We want to build it with you. We have bounties, we have grants, and we have delegations to support. if you're interested, if you're passionate about DeFi, if you're passionate about fixed income like we are, and you want to build it on top of crypto, on the backing, with the backing of liquid staked assets, come join us. Come find us. We'll be at the Persistence Lounge most of the day. It's just upstairs. We have great coffee. Tonight we'll have a happy hour with some beers. Come find us. Come talk to us. And come join us. All you need are 4 core values: humility, integrity, patience, and persistence. Thank you very much.
The liquid staking talks continue, and up next, we will learn about Stride. Speaking, Vishal, co-founder of Stride. Welcome to the stage.
Hey everyone, I'm unfortunately not Aiden, but I will be here today. I'm Vishal, one of the co-founders of Stride. Let's go. So I'm here to tell you today about the minimal, secure, liquid staking zone that is the Stride blockchain. Now, you've already heard from some other liquid staking providers about why liquid staking is important, how it works at a high level, and some other details about the nitty-gritty of liquid staking chains. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how Stride differentiates ourselves today, but before we get into that, let's just cover a little bit of the similarities between Stride and most of the other liquid staking blockchains. For simplicity, we're going to talk about Quicksilver here, just because they're pretty close to launch, but the similarities are pretty similar across all of the chains. So for one, Stride and most other liquid staking zones operate as a sovereign blockchain, and they get all of the security properties that you'd expect by being your own sovereign zone. Next, Stride and most of the other liquid staking providers use ICA, interchain accounts, and ICQ, interchain queries, in order to operate liquid staking effectively for consumers. Next, for Stride and most other liquid staking providers like Quicksilver, all validators are eligible to be in the validator set. So let's take Atom as an example. All 150 Atom validators are eligible to be delegated to from Stride or Quicksilver. Next, the community is ultimately the one that is going to decide the set of weights for validators for both Stride and Quicksilver, and likely most other liquid staking providers, albeit through slightly different mechanisms, but at the end of the day, it's the community. Next, governance by proxy. This is a really highly anticipated feature, and one that most liquid staking zones are going to enable shortly after launch, Stride and Quicksilver included. So what this means is you can take your liquid staking derivatives like ST Atom and use them to go vote on governance proposals on Atom, on the hub. Next, what is ultimately controlling your delegations? When you call liquid stake, how is your Atom going and being staked on the hub? And ultimately, it's through interchain accounts. This is true for pretty much all liquid staking zones that you can think of. Lastly, do you have to unbond your tokens to liquid stake? Unfortunately, for now, with all liquid staking providers, the answer is yes, until the liquid staking module, built and designed by Zaki, is integrated into these chains. For the hub, this is going to happen in January, but for other chains, it might be slightly before or slightly after. So now that we've covered a little bit of the similarities, what distinguishes Stride? What unique value does Stride bring to the vibrant Cosmos ecosystem? So we think there are two things we really want to focus on and want you to think about when you think of Stride. First is that we're a minimal blockchain. That means is that we do one thing and we do it very well. Second is security. We spent a lot of time focusing on security to try to make our chain as safe as possible. Let's talk about minimalism first. So when you think about minimalism on Stride, what this means is that we're a true app chain, and we do one thing, we do that really well. That's liquid staking. We don't have a lot of these other bells and whistles. We're mostly are trying to use other DeFi protocols to integrate Stride into them. So 3 key benefits. You get neutrality in that you can trust that Stride is actually neutral, doesn't have a dog in the fight. Second is integration. We focused a lot on making it really easy to integrate Stride into other DeFi protocols. And lastly, security. When you have a smaller set of features, we think it's easier to be more secure. Let's get into all of these. So first, on neutrality. Because Stride does one thing, liquid staking, and does it well, and doesn't have competing products like DEXs or money markets or stablecoins, you can trust that it is credibly neutral like the Cosmos Hub. There's no other incentives here. That's not to say that this model is always the best, but there's trade-offs, and this is the niche that we're trying to occupy. We think it brings a lot of value to the table. So because Stride is a true app chain, you can really be confident that we've spent a lot of time working on the core liquid staking functionality. But more importantly, when we talk to other app chains like Osmosis or Crescent or whatever it may be, they can trust that we ultimately have what's best for both protocols at heart. As a result, also, we don't view Stride as being kind of zero sum. Rather, Stride wins when the DeFi protocols that we're able to integrate into, when those protocols do well, Stride does well. And so we're really focused on growing the pie all throughout Cosmos DeFi. The second really big thing that we care about when we think about minimalism, though, is integrations. So because Stride is its own app chain, we can operate in this collaborative and not competitive environment. When we think about all the really innovative DeFi happening, we're really, all throughout Cosmos, we're super excited to bring Stride to integrate into all of these amazing protocols, like Osmosis. So since we've launched 3 weeks ago, we've already talked to dozens of teams about potentially integrating Stride. We're excited to announce we've already locked down 4 really key partnerships. So the teams from Membrane, Margent, Silk, and Composite have already worked on starting to integrate ST Atom and the other ST tokens into their protocol. And we're only going to see more protocols come in and hopefully integrate with Stride. If anyone in the audience is interested in integrating with Stride, please reach out to us. We'd love to talk to you. So the last thing I really want to focus on minimalism is security. So when your protocol does a few set of things, and only those set of things, it makes the potential attack surface, or the set of kind of ways attackers can penetrate your system, it makes those fewer and farther in between. So when you think of a potential hacker trying to attack Stride, there's very few things they can do on our blockchain, and it makes it hard to think of really kind of critical vulnerabilities. For example, Stride doesn't enable Cosmosm on our chain. Cosmosm is a really cool, innovative technology, but given that we're really dedicated to being a liquid staking app chain, we don't need this kind of functionality it provides. And as a result, there's fewer kind of entry points for attackers. The next thing that we really care about, though, on minimalism and security is that there's fewer moving parts. So let's say we work on a code update to liquid staking, and we're thinking about how we can test that. We don't have to think about how that interacts with Stride's DEX and Stride's stablecoin and Stride's other XYZ product. Rather, we only have to think about how that change interacts with liquid staking. This makes it easier to think about deploying future product releases or roadmap items because there's fewer ways things can go wrong. But not only do we think we get a lot of security from being a minimal blockchain, but security is honestly one of the things we focused on the most at Stride. Something since day one that we've given as our true top priority. And I want to talk to you a little bit about what steps we've taken to make Stride as secure as possible. So 4 things let's get into today. First is testing. We've done a lot of really rigorous, robust testing of our code base. We're excited to tell you about it. Second is rate limiting. So we've worked on this kind of novel set of features on Stride where we check these core variables and make sure they don't move too much to try to reduce the potential attack surface that Stride offers. Third, I'm really excited to unveil today that we're partnering with ImmuneFi to launch one of the biggest bug bounties in all of Cosmos for the Stride blockchain. Super excited about this. Last, and I know you're all excited about this, is that Stride is going to use ICS in order to secure its chain to further secure the Cosmos. Let's talk about more of these, all of these a little bit more in depth. First, testing. So we've done a lot of work to try to test our entire code base before rolling out into production. This starts off with unit test. So Stride is one of the heaviest users of ICA today, and we built out one of the first really full-featured ICA unit test cases. So anytime you make a code update, these tests will automatically run through the entire suite of Stride functionality to make sure everything is okay. But it doesn't just stop there. After Stride, when we want to go deploy to new chain, let's take Osmosis as an example. When we think about deploying to Osmosis, we have a very standardized and rigorous process for how Stride is going to deploy onto this chain. So this starts off with first, we spin up an internal testnet for Stride and an internal testnet for Osmosis. We then run through the full suite of Stride tests on this connection. After that's done, we spin up another Stride internal testnet and connect that to the Osmosis main testnet. Then, again, we run through the full suite of Stride tests here to make sure everything's functioning as expected. After that passes, then we connect Stride mainnet to Osmosis mainnet, and again, run through a full suite of integration tests to make sure every core piece of functionality is working properly. Only after all of those things pass do we then count the product as launched and unveil it to the Cosmos ecosystem. But it doesn't just stop with integration tests. We care a lot about how our chain will function under stress tests. So what happens if you have hundreds or thousands of users interacting with Stride in kind of unpredictable ways? To unravel this problem, we've built this custom testing framework called Firehose. And what Firehose does is connect to 2 testnets and simulate thousands of users running through all the standard functionality on the chain. So this lets us, for example, we're trying to deploy to Osmosis, simulate thousands of users on both the Stride and Osmosis chains and have them all liquid stake, IBC transfer around, redeem, etc., and make sure that everything's functioning exactly like we expect, no money is unaccounted for, etc. So it gives us a lot of confidence on our chain. But our testing doesn't just stop there either. We've also finished 2 audits before launching from Certic and Oak Security. And both of those audits included really heavy-duty testing of the Stride protocol. We also just kicked off a 3rd audit from Informal Systems that's going to further help us test Stride. It doesn't just stop there. Our plan is to keep ongoing audits for Stride to make sure our chain remains secure as we scale all throughout the Cosmos. Lastly, we're currently on the market for a full-time security researcher. We're looking for someone who's really qualified and interested in security, focused full-time on just testing the Stride chain, focused on thinking about more innovative security measures that we can implement. So if you or anyone you know is interested, please reach out to us. We're really excited to hire for this role. So beyond testing, we've done some other pretty interesting things, I think, on the Stride chain. So the first one to talk about is rate limiting. And what this is basically we have this philosophy at Stride that we care more about safety than liveness. What this means is if there's anything that might go wrong where the chain is potentially unsafe or there's potential bug, we always err on the side of stopping our chain until we can make sure nothing goes wrong and then resume the chain. Instead of favoring liveness where we care about the chain persisting always, even when some things might go wrong. So this philosophy kind of guides a lot of Stride. And the idea here is that liquid staking is can grow to be a really meaningful part, have custody of a really meaningful amount of assets. We really care about the security considerations here. We want to minimize any potential kind of attacks that occur. So what do? We run these suite of what we call invariant checks, not every 6 hours, not every hour, but rather every single block. So the start of every single block on the Stride chain, we check a bunch of variables on Stride to make sure they are what we expect. And if any of them seem a little bit funny, it either means that there's a bug or an attack. And so we immediately halt our chain, and all chain functionality is paused. The idea being that then developers can come in and take a look and see what's wrong, and either fix the bug if there is one, or kick out the attacker if there is one. And only after everything is safe do we then resume chain functionality. The idea being that in case of an attack, we want to really minimize any funds being lost at all. We don't just check this every block though. Even when core chain functionality like staking or redeeming is called, we run through a subset of these checks as well to make sure everything looks normal and all right, and only after those checks pass do we allow the stake or redeem call to go through. But the kind of suite of threat detection that we have right now isn't done. We're always adding more tests to this suite so we can increase the kind of coverage that Stride provides to help detect if we're ever under attack. This is only going to keep getting better as Stride continues to grow. Next thing that we're really excited to announce is we've been talking to MuneFi and we want to unveil our partnership with them. So Stride is launching one of the largest bug bounties in all of Cosmos, a $500,000 bug bounty to try to find and fix any critical flaws with the Stride chain. We just kicked off this onboarding process last week and we expect to be done in the next few weeks. We can be fully onboarded onto MuneFi's platform. As a quick reminder, MuneFi is the leading bug bounty platform all throughout crypto and has thousands of security researchers who are on it actively looking for bugs on any of the chains. So we welcome all of you to take a look at Stride's codebase and try to find any bugs so we can collectively help make Stride the most secure chain in all of Cosmos. But want to keep in mind, this $500,000 bug bounty doesn't just stop there. As Stride grows and the total value unlocked on Stride continues to grow, this bug bounty is going to grow as well. The idea being, as Stride gets more and more total value unlocked, the value of fixing any bugs also keeps going up. So next, I know you're all pretty excited about this. Stride is going to consume interchain security when it's live. Really excited to announce this. I think it's going to help secure Stride and help secure the Cosmos overall. Yeah. So we're currently onboarding onto the interchain security testnet, and I'm really excited to be there from testnet all the way to mainnet to help collaborate any way and contribute any way that we can. We're hoping that as Stride's total value unlocked grows, that we continue to use ICS to leverage the over $3 billion of economic security that the Cosmos Hub offers. And through this, we can make sure that the funds on Stride remain safe. Moreover, we're really excited about mesh security, and we think that this ultimately could be the future of Stride and what we hope is going to happen. We hope that as Stride grows, every chain that we onboard, we provide security to that chain, and we also rent security from that chain. The idea being, as we start growing to more and more chains, we can keep continually increasing the amount of security on the Stride chain. Really excited about this. So, told you a little bit about what we think differentiates Stride. So right now we're running into right around 3 weeks after the Stride mainnet has launched. Around September 5th, Stride first launched ST Atom, allows you to liquid stake your Atom on Stride. So since then, we've unlocked $5 million of value. This means that users have liquid staked $5 million with Stride and now have unlocked that liquidity to go use all throughout the Cosmos, wherever their favorite DeFi protocol lives. We have $10 million of liquidity on Strides on the DEXs that support ST tokens. So if you have ST Atom or ST Stars, you can go very quickly sell it in this AMM and receive your staking yield while also remaining liquid. Really excited about this. We're already one of the #5 most liquid AMMs in Osmosis and hoping to keep continuing to add liquidity to the Stride chain. We've onboarded not just one chain, but 2 chains in the last 3 weeks. So we started with ST Atom, and now we also have support for ST Stars. We have 5,000 users who have already interacted with the Stride platform, and it continues to grow. So we want you all to start using Stride and see what we built. Lastly, we've had dozens of projects reach out to us about potentially integrating, and we're really excited to unveil these over the next few weeks as they start coming out. But we're just in the beginning. We're not done yet. We're just at the very start of Stride's journey. Here's just a little bit of upcoming alpha we want to share with you about where the future of Stride could grow. First, we're really excited to announce integration with Kujira and their upcoming USK stablecoin. So the Kujira team was really excited about what we built at Stride and the technology and the security stack that we have, and we were really excited about everything Kujira is building. And we're excited to say that SE tokens will be able to be used as collateral on the USK stablecoin. This means that you can now go continue to collect your staking yield, but also go mint stablecoins, so you can help contribute to decentralization of fiat. This is really exciting. We think makes the opportunity cost of contributing to a over-collateralized stablecoin much less severe because you can continue to collect your staking yield. Next, we're going to start onboarding ICS when it rolls out to V3 onto our chain. We've already started our testing process for this and are really excited about potentially being one of the first chains to use ICS on mainnet. Third, we've started developing to integrate the liquid staking module onto Stride. So this means is when we start onboarding chains like the Hub that have the LSM enabled, we can allow you to liquid stake on Stride without unbonding your assets. Lastly, really excited to announce a bunch of upcoming integrations where we are going to deploy Stride on different chains. We've already deployed on Atom and Stars, and the community has told us really positive things and is really excited about Juno, Osmosis, Secret, Evmos, and Injective. If there's any other chain that you're excited to bring liquid staking to, please reach out to us and we'll add it to this roadmap. So if you get just one or two takeaways from this talk, I want you to think about Stride and think about how it is the minimal and secure liquid staking blockchain. We're a true app chain that we only want to do one thing, liquid staking, and do that very, very well. We focus on that quite a bit. And then we also have focused a ton on security, on trying to make our chain as secure as possible. So liquid staking, we're really excited. We think it's going to ultimately unlock a lot of the value in DeFi. Users no longer have this trade-off between DeFi yields and liquid staking, or in staking yields. You can participate in both. And lastly, we're really excited to announce that we're going to use ICS to secure our chain as we continue to scale throughout the Cosmos. Lastly, I just want to thank all of our partners who have helped us get here. Really excited to see where the future of Stride grows, and want all of you to come partner with us as well. Thank you so much for listening to our talk.
Yep, how do the next slide, back slide, and like magnifying glass. Yep, sure. Previous slide, I took us.
Okay, so now, as we told you before, we're going to have the Cosmoverse Awards tomorrow. So we're going to give you the QR code here so that you can scan it and you can start voting from now. There you go. Choose wisely, please. Okay, so now our next speakers are going to be Sergey and Kay from P2P. Welcome, guys.
So yeah, hi. Hi everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you these days on the Cosmoverse. Today our talk is about liquid staking that is so hot right now, right? And in the Cosmos ecosystem, you can hear like this term again and again on all of the talks and like panels and stuff like that. And today, basically, we are not going to talk about like any specific liquid staking implementation, but we want to address the question of what is like actually make the liquid staking good or bad solution for the like ecosystem, right? And I want to talk to you that we want to raise a discussion, right? So we don't want to give you an answers. We just want to raise a discussion because who we are to give actually the answers for the whole ecosystem. Basically, who we are. So my name is Kai Turin. This is my photo before the Terra crash. I'm pretty different these days.
Yeah, and my name is Sergey, and that's my photo when 72 proposal passed.
So yeah, and we are from the P2P. P2P is a long-term Cosmos partner. We are validating Cosmos Hub since the very genesis. We are the winners of like previous Game of Zones, and we made like several other contributions in the different part of the ecosystem. So very bullish on Cosmos. We're really interested in its success, and I think we really understand what Cosmos is all about. And besides that, we are a big contributor to LiDAR. So P2P right now maintains the LiDAR on Solana maintain solution. We previously maintained the LiDAR on Terra solution. That was like pretty huge DeFi protocol on the Cosmos chain. So I think that we actually have a pretty good experience in liquid staking, and that is why we are talking about that. But before switching to the liquid staking topic, let's take a look on the state of the vanilla native staking in the Cosmos. Let's take a look at the example of the Cosmos Hub. If we will take a look of how the stake is distributed on the Cosmos Hub, we will see like the 51% of stake is actually distributed among the 12 validators. That might be not perfect, right? But like the most important problem that we have actually is, and that is what actually makes the Cosmos kind of unique, is that Cosmos is not, in Cosmos validation is not only about like the sign-in block, it's not like only about producing, right? It's about governance, right? Because in Cosmos we have like representative democracy, and validators have the voting power to like actually develop the ecosystem. And if we will take a look at the like distribution of those 51% of stake, we will see that 17% of voting power is actually never used. So we kind of have a room for improvement. The question is why, right? Because why we came up like with this kind of situation. The thing here is that vanilla native staking it actually tends towards the centralization. And when we're talking about centralization, first of all, we are talking about centralized solutions. Why centralized solutions are so attractive for users? Because they have a perfect UX for users, right? So you buy your tokens, you stake them, enjoy your APR. And actually, on centralized solution, you have like your tokens, basically, your staked tokens basically liquid, because like centralized solutions often like use the buffer to like make the withdrawals available. That slightly reduce the APR, but provides a very good user experience. And with a like vanilla native staking, you should do like the whole process of like installing your wallet, creating your seed phrase, backing it up, and stuff like that. And the most important point here is pick. So you should pick a validator. You should do a research. You should like understand basically which validator you should delegate your assets to, right? And a lot of users obviously don't want to make it like this choice. They just want their APR to be high. So they either choose like one of the top validators, or they choose like the validators with a zero commission. Hello, proposal 76. So yeah, what we can do about it? We see that liquid staking as an alternative here, right? Because for the users, it's still the kind of attractive user experience, right? Because you can stake your assets, like the DeFi possibilities, like are open for you. Like it's pretty straightforward. You don't need to choose validators or stuff like this. And it's actually pretty important for the ecosystem because liquid staking has an ability to manage the validator set, right? And what we think about is that while liquid staking actually have an ability to manage the validator set and kind of fix the problem of native staking, we think that liquid staking solution must solve this problem because liquid staking is not like one more DeFi protocol on the ecosystem, right? It's pretty close to the heart of the ecosystem, to the staking, to the things that make blockchain secure, and security is what it's all about, right? So when we're building the liquid staking solution, we actually face two main problems because liquid staking is a two-sided thing. And the first side is for the users, right? So we need to provide the good liquidity for users so they could actually unstake their assets instantly by selling it on the DEXs and stuff like that. And the other side is to the ecosystem where we are doing actual validator management. And for now, because we're talking about like the ecosystem health, we will focus on the second part. So there are like different approaches to handle the validator set management, like unopinionated one, based on the on-chain data only, and like fully created by the protocol sets. Let's go for them one by one. First approach is unopinionated management. It's basically when we allow for users to choose the validators that they want their assets to be staked to. This approach has benefits, right? Because it's still liquid staking, it still pushes the DeFi ecosystem forward, it still makes your token liquids, but it has nothing to do with the centralization issue, right? Because we still like really the same issue that we have in the vanilla staking. And this is like what we faced when we developed the ladder on thing. So the ability to choose the validator leads like our stake to be hugely imbalanced. So we fixed it in the first versions, but like we have a real experience of what is it all about. So at best, like this approach can be neutral to the ecosystem, so it just doesn't make it worse, right? And the second approach, on-chain data only. So this approach is when we, like, our protocol just gathers the data from the chain that is available, chain that is trustless, and manage the validator set based on this data. So, like, first of all, it manages the actual list of validator, right? So it can like add validators there or remove there, and it actually make the distribution of stake based on this data. This approach is like looks pretty, right? Because code is king here, right? So it's very trustless and so on. But it has like really huge drawbacks. And those drawbacks are that not everything that we want to measure can be measured in a quantitative way. Like the pretty obvious example is governance once again, because we cannot make a metric for validator if like it's good in governance or not. We can like understand that it's like bad in governance, if it just doesn't vote at all. But we cannot understand if like validator makes wise choices and stuff like this in only quantitative manner, right? And also, the on-chain data that we have is very limited. We have no information about like how the monitoring works, how the key management works, where is it like validators are allocated, and stuff like that. So, at the end of the day, this approach tends to centralization once again, but not in centralization in terms of like using the centralized solutions, but in terms of optimizing for the performance. Because when validators are trying to optimize for the performance, they tend to use like the pretty same like cloud providers and stuff like that, and it actually like increases the performance, but it makes a huge risk for blockchain to be halted because of like the censorship risk and stuff like that, and also it addresses like the risk of the like Sybil attacks, because based on the on-chain data we cannot understand like for those two validators to be the same entity or not. So yeah, this approach has pretty obvious drawbacks. And I said enough about the problems, and Sergey will try to tell you about like what we can do better here.
So, what is a good validator set? So the approach is pretty intuitive. The stake should be distributed well, so we don't have disbalance. Validators should perform well and be active in governance. But if we look at the drawbacks of naive approach, we can see that that's not as easy as it is. So let's say we have all validators hosted on one particular cloud hosting, and what if it goes down? Or even if we kind of okay with white label validators, what if solution provider just decide that they don't like Cosmos anymore. Or even if we have all the validators hosted on the same jurisdiction and they got regulated. So that is really complex. We can utilize like curated set solution. So it may give us a better picture of network. So because it uses off-chain data, but to retrieve off-chain data, you need people, and that's really expensive. Because if we talk about especially interchain liquid staking, you have to analyze all the networks, all the validator sets, and retrieve this data. So more networks, more data, more people. How we can improve it? We can mix, we can use blended sets which combine benefits from some approach, and we can learn from other solutions and make Cosmos liquid staking even better. So, what is blended sets? It's just mix of approaches. So we can use permissionless list and curated set on top of each other. Like we have a permissionless application, so any validator can apply, and if it fits some defined criteria, he goes to the list. So when a particular validator performs well, it goes to the curated list by governance decision. So also there is a scoring system for validators. So we can analyze on-chain data and combine this data into one particular score or number, and this way we can like onboard more validators without like doing this manually. This way also network security preserved because we have scoring system which distributes stakes only to well-performed validators. Yeah, even if we have really performant validator, it can have like very weird decision on governance. So in vanilla staking, it's really easy. So user can redefine validators vote, and that's it. In liquid staking, in Cosmos liquid staking model, it's not directly possible. So particular liquid staking protocol can do it by its own. So but the solution would be really complex or even doesn't exist anymore. So it's really important to have this feature in Cosmos SDK. Usually in Cosmos, staking and governance tokens are the same. And that's an issue, because low liquidity and market cap can cause possible attacks. So you can just capture governance, redelegate the stake, and redelegate stake to some entity, and then hold the system, because governance tokens are the same as staking.
So yeah, and talking about the this model of separating the security token and the governance token, we already have the approach that is really natural for that. And this is the smart contracts approach. We truly believe that smart contracts, liquid staking based on smart contracts, could be very good here. First of all, because this separation token model. For smart contracts, it's much easier to fork the solution, because any solution might become malicious at the end of the day, right? Because any DAO can decide that it can destroy Cosmos or whatever like that. And it's really hard to fork the zone, actually, because you need a new validator set, you need to be approved by interchain security or something like that. But for the smart contracts, you can just deploy your own solution based on the same smart contracts, and with a liquid staking module, the whole stake can be transferred overnight, right? And basically, smart contracts also give us a possibility to not be worried a lot about governance minimization, because we cannot be scared about locking some parameters of the protocol, because actually we want for underlying level to cover our back, right? And when we make it with a separate zone, the only thing we have is the social consensus. But if we make our solution based on smart contracts, the underlying level is the zone with its own governance, and it can cover our back, can take a look at us, and can be sure that we are not malicious, right? So we need the secure platform for that, and God bless, we have Neutron, right? The Neutron, from one side, is as secure as Cosmos Hub is, right? So we believe that it's a very good idea to secure the liquid staking solutions with a Cosmos validator set. And on the other side, Neutron has all of those IBC features that we need to make an interchain liquid staking solution, right? So if you're interested in Neutron, go and check it. And we truly believe that the approach that we have is very aligned with LiDAR vision of how to deal with this kind of stuff. So we made a lot of research, and we made the proposal to the LiDAR DAO to launch the LiDAR on Cosmos thing. It's still in the proposal stage, and we want to make it good. We want to make it healthy for the ecosystem, right? So that we need your opinion. So that if you agree with us or if you disagree with us, please go and leave your opinion on the LiDAR forum, where our proposal is placed, and it also has the recap of our vision. So if you have any questions, you can try to catch us at the conference, or you can leave your questions on the forum, and we'll try to answer it basically. So thank you, everyone. See you around.
Welcome to the Monastery exclusive community. Members will get access to Monastery Festival in Cartagena. Eligibility to own a part of Monastery. Elevate your networking at the Monastery Convention in Medellin and receive unique clothes from this collection, both physical and for the metaverse. How to enter? The key will be the Gyatso NFT collection from Monastery and RMA, an NFT based on the Ethereum blockchain technology. See you in Cartagena and inside the Monasteryverse. Go to monasterynft.com now.
Up next, we have a DeFi on Cosmos panel. Let's make some noise. Let's go. Your moderator, Zaki. Welcome, Zaki. And speakers, Sunny. We got Euron. And we got Young. Sorry, one more speaker. Vishal.
Okay, so sorry. Just trying to find the right messages. All right. Okay. Has everyone spoken already, or do we need to do intros? I think you spoke. Did you speak?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spoke, I think, yeah.
Yeah, so, okay. I don't think we need to do intros. Everybody can see who we are. So let's just like get into the meat of it. All right. So I'll just, a little bit of the theme is, I think we want to talk more about how like DeFi projects in Cosmos are collaborating together and like building things collectively rather than like, which DeFi project is the best. So there's this, why don't we start out with, Sunny, you want to talk about the Ion 3.0 proposal and building a basket asset for Cosmos? And like maybe why it's even needed.
Yeah, sure. I don't know if people saw, there was a proposal that just went up on the Ion Commonwealth. It's called Ion 3.0. Basically, it's an idea to build two pretty independent products for the Ion DAO. One is called the Interchain Basket of Coins. Ticker is IBC. Name is pending, community approval. But the point is to have a interchain basket where, if people want to, part of the problem today with Cosmos is like, if you want to invest in Cosmos, you're a newcomer to this space, what do you buy, right? Like, I guess there's Atom, but like that's very, specific to one product, right? What you want to do is have like some sort of exposure to the entire Cosmos ecosystem. So the point of the interchain basket is supposed to be a index token that, it follows some sort of cap weighting of all the Cosmos ecosystem coins. And, this solves a bunch of problems. It shows people, it's a new way of like directing newcomers to the space, and it's just like an easy thing to, just buy this one asset and you're exposed to the entire Cosmos ecosystem. The second product, the other benefit of the IBC or the interchain basket of coins would be that it is a much better diversified asset than any one asset in the Cosmos ecosystem. And that kind of leads into the second product, which is to build a stable coin called IOU, following a Maker or Reflexor style model, but using the interchain index as the primary collateral in the system. So it's basically IOU would be a IBC-backed stablecoin.
So I think that touches on what I think maybe many people perceive as like one of the pain points of interacting with DeFi in Cosmos, which is there is no sort of basket or index or fat protocol asset that you can invest in. What are the other pain points that I think you as builders and trying to build DeFi in Cosmos are facing, and what hurts the most?
Yeah, I think the volatility of assets is one of the pain points, especially if you're talking about borrowing lending protocols where you use the assets as collateral. High volatility has the risk of triggering liquidations when you don't want them to happen. And I think a product like this can solve this, and we've thought about this as well, looking at doing something very similar but with a basket of staked assets. So something like that could be very interesting, where you have a basket of staked assets and you use those assets then together as collateral. So yeah, that's one of the things I guess a solution like this can definitely solve.
more boring answer, but I think the infra around developing IBC applications really trails where it should be in other ecosystems, and it's getting much better. There's tons of really good work being done here, but right now, if you want to prototype an IBC or ICA application and test it locally, there's no good testing framework. I would say it takes something order of like 3 to 5 times as long to do it right now on Cosmos as it does on ETH, for example. And there's tons of really amazing work being done by lots of teams to make this better. Right now, it's a pretty meaningful slowdown on DeFi progress.
Yeah, on the infrastructure, I think the one piece of vital infrastructure that's missing right now, but it's being developed by Strangelove and Osmosis and the IBC team is this idea of atomic multi-hop IBC routing. So, as an example, and this is a big blocker for a lot of use cases. So, as an example, take something like Quasar, right? So Quasar is a vaults product. If you send Juno from the Juno chain to the Quasar chain, you put it in a vault, and then it wants to start LPing on Osmosis. The Quasar contracts can't just IBC that Juno directly to Osmosis because that would be double hopped, right? It'll be Quasar wrapped Juno, right? And that's not how IBC works right now. But Quasar needs a way of atomically sending tokens back to Juno and then to its account on Osmosis in one click. It doesn't have, or not even a click, right? It's not even. It is a contract that's doing it, right? And that's the real challenge. And so, we're working on building this out with the Strangelove team. So hopefully that'll be ready pretty soon.
Yeah. So also one of the pain point for this index fund idea is that when you want to deposit or withdraw from that fund, you need to bring all of these assets into it, so that your same assets can be invested, so you can mint some index token from it. And some of the assets are not quite available. That is possible. Some of the assets will be lose any of liquidity pool there, that there will be no liquidity at all. Then it is very difficult to mint those tokens. Or so I think there should be smarter way to avoid this kind of pain points.
Yeah, so what we do, what would happen is it would, if you bring one asset, it will auto swap it to the right portfolio on the Osmosis DEX and then put it into the index. Is there an edge case of there's not enough liquidity for one of the assets on Osmosis, but I don't know, any asset that's probably should be in the interchain index will have decent enough liquidity on Osmosis, I imagine.
So, I guess when you so my bigger question is maybe okay, let's talk about this. What is the core objective that we are all trying to accomplish with DeFi on Cosmos? What is the DeFi experience that we're trying to build? What is the thing that DeFi and Cosmos should be anchored in people's minds as what it is, and then what is the barrier to building that?
Yeah, so I believe that there are different environments in different blockchains and ecosystem, and in Ethereum or other smart contract platform, they have one of the biggest advantage, which is synchronization. In the interchain world, it is quite tricky because every chain has its own consensus and is synchronized each other. So all these DeFi should be connected each other, so we have all this connected economy in this interchain. But this asynchronous prevent us from build this very connected service with this atomic transaction accomplishment. So I kind of imagine something collaboration with all these different blockchains, having different consensus, but having frequent occasional collaborated block created all together with validation from all these validator set, so that we can create this multi-chain block, one block, single block connected each other, so that this IBC can be expanded as a feature, so that we can allow multiple messages cross all this multi-chain at once, atomically happening within a block. So this is kind of a step points of each block, so that we can connect every block in every blockchain in one block. So we can accomplish part of this synchronization issue so that we can do all this kind of multi-chain MEV or multi-chain liquidation, multi-chain message transaction. Such kind of thing can be happened with this kind of technology.
Yeah, and I really like that, and I think from my end, like one of the pain points in DeFi that I really like to think about, and one of the things we can potentially solve with the things you mentioned, is really the UX experience at this stage, or the user experience at this stage within DeFi. It has been quite tricky to build because there's so many different app chains, build a different chain for every app, but so now a user has to go and use those different apps on different chains, and it's very confusing because at some stage you just lost which chain am I using at this stage. And I guess they're like interchain accounts, interchain security, interchain queries, these things start to help solving a lot of these UX problems that we like to solve. But I think it's only the beginning, and I think the things you mentioned can really work towards further progress on that stage.
I actually think that the whole synchronicity is a little bit overrated. You know, you look at all of web development, literally all of web development happens via asynchronous programming. You know, the entire internet doesn't run on one server. All of finance is not going to run on one synchronous state machine. I think Cosmos is just the farthest ahead in designing systems to be built for asynchronous designs, and I think we're exploring a lot of new models of how to do this. So I know the Mars team is going to be talking pretty soon. The way that they do their outpost system is, I think, probably one of the most interesting ways of how cross-chain DeFi is going to work. And we're going to be applying a outpost model to Osmosis as well, where deploy, let's call it Osmo swap, right? We deploy a contract on Juno or Neutron or Archway, where if you want to do a swap, you send it to the contract. The contract will IBC it to Osmosis, do the swap, and then IBC it back, and have the same UX as a DEX on that chain, but still actually be routing through Osmosis liquidity. And so I think this outpost model is one of the most interesting ways of how interchain DeFi is going to sort of grow.
Maybe one way of saying what you're saying is that moving away from token transfers as the main primitive of Cosmos DeFi and towards interchain accounts is the future?
Towards interchain accounts, as well as just custom interchain standards, right? The nice thing about CosmWasm is we get a lot of flexibility to just build bespoke IBC protocols really quickly and have them start talking to each other.
I think there's also an element here where IBC transfers are good, and I think ICA is going to make them better. But there's a lot of things that are underexplored with IBC. So for example, when I want to deposit on Osmosis, I have IBC over and then deposit as two separate authorizations. You could easily imagine sort of IBC middleware that kind of intercepts the packets and routes them to the right function call. It doesn't necessarily be one. I could route through 6 different app chains, much the same way a lot of server calls are done today. And I think we're moving towards a sort of future where the users are mostly abstracted away from the fact that I'm moving across chains. I just hit stake on Osmosis or Crescent, whatever it is, and then 4 different hops are happening in the back end, invisible to me.
Yeah, the IBC team right now is working on ICS 20V, I don't know what V it is, but it basically includes a metadata field to an ICS 20 transfer. So when you send the tokens, you can include metadata of the action you wanted to do as well.
Yeah, I think you can do this right now with middleware, but it's a little bit hacky, but it's getting more productionalized.
Yeah, I think IBC middleware is getting, developing a lot. So we added a new piece of middleware to the Osmosis chain. It'll not be in this upgrade this week, but in the next one, which is IBC rate limiting, and it's the idea of hey, we can cap it. We can say hey, more than 20% of a channel's IBC channel's TVL shouldn't be leaving in a 6-hour period, right? If let's have circuit breakers and stuff to in case there's ever hacks and stuff. So yeah, I think and then we're working with the Strangelove team to build this into a generalized IBC middleware stack. So I think that's going to open up a lot of new use cases.
So on this context, I think also Oracle is one of the core issue for all this DeFi protocol, and I think IBC can expand its feature to serve that purpose, on one permissionless transaction, which can be verified by all these host chain, so that this data from any index in the KV store can be verified by validator, can be sent over to destination chain, and then this destination chain, if they believe this IBC, then they can believe this data also. So this Oracle can be like more like on-chain than like off-chain in other blockchain ecosystems. So I think that will be a great expansion point for IBC features.
Yeah, like so on Osmosis today, you can pay your transaction fees in any token you want, right? And I think that's like one of the most important UX features. But we want to make sure this functionality gets like given to all Cosmos chains. I think that, I don't know, I personally find that to actually be a big blocker in like a lot of cross-chain UX, is that like, oh, when I send something to Juno, oh, I need to have some Juno to make the transaction fee. Then I go to Stargaze, oh, I need some stars to make my transaction. So we are going to be like exporting our Osmosis TWAP oracles over IBC so that other chains can use them as the way to accept fees in any token they want.
Cool. All right. Let's kind of go to like staking derivatives and like this, we made it a big part of Atom 2.0 that we want to see staking derivatives sort of, become pervasive throughout the Cosmos DeFi ecosystem. The question is, like, how do you expect that to play out? Like, you have B Crescent, already out there. You would Stride's staked Atom is out there. Huh?
And Stars.
And Stargaze. How do you imagine that this is going to, how do you avoid liquidity fragmentation? How is this going to play out in different DEX models? How is this going to play out as collateral? What are your guys' various thoughts on this?
Yeah, so all great questions. So one on liquidity fragmentation. I think this is slightly more of an issue in Cosmos and other ecosystems because there's more different places to move the tokens. But what we've seen so far is I think there are a sufficient number of arbitrators who kind of arb different dexes. And you mostly, I think, will not see too much liquidity fragmentation on one ST token. So ST Atom, for example, on Crescent and Osmosis, as long as there's one sufficiently motivated person running the relay, you're not really fragmenting liquidity that much. The more important liquidity fragmentation is probably like you have ST Atom, Q Atom, like a bunch of different atoms. That is a harder problem to solve. Although I think there's like two ends of this. There's one where you just have one player dominate the market. That's also not very desirable. We have lots of centralization on this one chain. Even the chain is decentralized, it might not be like what you really want in optimal end state. And then there's another thing where you really want enough liquidity on these assets where it's actually usable. I think there's probably two futures we're going to see. Might be more. What I'm thinking right now. One is when you see more stable swaps, for example, on Crescent, like pervade the ecosystem, you get much deeper liquidity for much less assets. So something like $10 million of liquidity will give you like $400 million or $10 million in the pool. If you have stable swaps, gives you something like $400 million liquidity, which gives you a lot of like slippage that you're able to do. And as long as you have arbitrators who come in, and it's not like ETH right now where you can actually unbond. So the chance of depegging is less pervasive. I think you might also potentially see someone wrap all the staked Atom into one different like super staked Atom, and that's what's going to be used as collateral. TBD, like who actually does that and what the weights on that is. But I think this is a solvable problem. You see this with like ETFs, for example. There's like 100 different like S&P 500 ETFs and various different flavors, but you don't see that much liquidity fragmentation. Each of these are liquid enough for their purpose.
Yeah, and then I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think the true way out of here is collaboration in a sense, and I think we've seen this on Ethereum now as well, where they have this liquid staking collective. I think that's trying to solve the same problem. We have our STK BNB product, and there we have one of the solutions you mentioned is those stable swap pools, where we actually combine all the liquid staking derivatives into one pool with the base asset, which makes the swaps a lot more efficient and capital efficient in a way. So yeah, I think those are things that can be used. Then maybe also like things like flash loans, for example, could make arbitrage a lot more efficient. So yeah, looking forward to seeing that, and that way we'll have maybe quicker arbitrage and things like that. So we need less liquidity maybe in a way.
I'm going to offer a third world end game, which is maybe staking derivatives balkanized even further. And I don't know if this is what's going to play out, but a third worldview is that every DeFi protocol becomes its own staking derivatives protocol. So you look at okay, who did this correctly? say what you will about it, but I think Anchor actually did this correctly, where in Anchor, you didn't deposit B Luna, right? You deposited Luna, and then the Anchor system would stake the Luna and collect that staking yield and decide what to do with it, right? They used it to subsidize a 20% fake yield, okay, whatever. But like, the idea was correct, right? And so what will happen is DeFi protocols will accept, so I mean, we talked about this, it was mentioned in the ION 3.0 thing, where it's like, hey, this ETF is gonna have all these Cosmos assets, but then the ION DAO will stake the assets itself and collect that staking rewards as revenue for, and it can choose what it wants to do with it. It can give it to ION holders, it can, give it to the index holders, it could use it for, incentives for liquidity mining of the index. There's a lot of different things it can do with it. But the point is that, like, the DeFi protocols are going to be the ones who want to control those cash flows. And so I think that what will happen is DeFi protocols will start to like partner with like staking derivatives protocols to provide like white labeled staking derivative functionality.
So I see these problems and issue as a more like an ecosystem perspective and like culture perspective. I think all this like problem is in this like DeFi composability issue. I think like in this asynchronous world, it is trickier than other ecosystem. So we believe that there should be a quite strong culture that all these assets like locked in different kinds of DeFi should be well tokenized so that it can be transferred through IBC so that it can be reused in other DeFi. So this is like interchain DeFi composability, and this should be well supported by any chain so that this like DeFi shouldn't be like improve and grow within one platform, but like entire ecosystem. And this kind of new DeFi coming into Cosmos, they need to have this chance to touch these assets so that they can utilize this for improving DeFi and more utilities to come. So I think like this connectivity and composability, tokenization, this is the issue in our DeFi world. And I think like liquidify anything, like liquid staking, but like in Crescent we are doing liquid farming, which is like liquidify your farming position so they can be used in Umee or Kava or any other lending protocol. So this is like where we should go because this allows all the composability within other DeFi protocols.
Cool. So my question is really, okay, so the question is sort of, what's the best way to think about this? I mean, I think that the kind of the narrative that we're trying to say here is, the narrative around Cosmos has historically just been like, come and stake, right? Come and stake, get your airdrops. Then there was like kind of a little bit of the, we had the osmosis farming craze, but now we're asking everyone to use different DeFi applications. So do you view that as, like, how do you think we're going to negotiate like that whole like use case, right? Like that fact that like we have to change, that we're sort of changing the default onboarding experience from, okay, like, stake your Atom to stake your Atom, put it in a staking derivative protocol, put that in a lending pool, right? How do you think that's going to evolve across like the whole stack of applications? How hard do you think it's going to be to onboard users onto that?
Yeah, good question. I think it's as what was mentioned before, maybe it should be easier for the end user to just start with a base asset and say, look, this is the asset I want to take exposure in, and all the rest should actually happen in the background, even the liquid staking, the usage of different DeFi protocols, and you basically choose, look, I want to have exposure to Atom, I'm fine with that because I'm long Atom, and I see with this strategy I can generate whatever percentage of yield it is, and I know these are the risks that I'm exposed to because I'm using this in this protocol. And as a user, you basically come in, you have some Atom, you deposit that, and the strategy runs like on itself. And as a user, you don't have to interact with all these DeFi protocols. And I think we can really make this possible in the long term by really opening up and everything that we develop with keeping in mind the composability effects of this, like really building SDKs and APIs that allow protocols to interact with each other. So yeah, I think that's, to me, it's like the end goal for the users itself.
Do we want to talk about oracles for the last few minutes? What do we think interchain queries are going to change the game on oracles, or is there more to be done in order to enable sort of all of the DeFi applications that need oracles in the Cosmos and not require you to set up your own validator oracle network?
Yeah, I think, I mentioned this earlier, but I think that interchain queries will be able to provide at least the price oracles that are on Osmosis. It'll be able to send those everywhere. I think there's some development to be done. I think there's 3 or 4 parallelly being developed interchain query systems.
What are interchain queries?
What are interchain queries? Interchain queries are, a way of proving something about the state of one blockchain to another. So, today you query a blockchain, you oh, what is my balance, or what is the price of this asset on Osmosis? You get back you get back the result, but you can also get back a light client proof saying showing you that that's correct. You can take that light client proof and show that to another blockchain. So yeah. And one of my big concerns about some of the interchain query designs, however, is that they're letting people prove anything in the KV store of the counterparty blockchain. That's actually kind of dangerous, because then we need to have more strict boundaries on what as we continue development, we might want to change how some data is structured in our blockchain, and we don't want interchain queries to make it oh, everything in all of our entire database is now has to be versioned and everything. That's kind of not what we want. And so we need to have better guidelines of oh, which parts of state are supposed to be queryable and which parts are not.
Is Stride using interchain queries yet?
Yeah, absolutely. We use it in 2 places. So mainly we use ICA callbacks to handle most record keeping, but slashing events you can't query through ICA callbacks because they're not done through an ICA call generally. And then second, if anything, for whatever reason goes wrong, we also can issue an ICQ to revert back to regular state.
Is Stride the first interchain controller and interchain query user in production?
As far as I know, but I'm not aware of all the projects out there, so it's possible or not.
Yeah, but how has that been bringing these very experimental Cosmos technologies into your stack?
It was a very painful development process. It took us a lot of sleepless months, but we're getting there, and the stack is getting much better. We're working with Strangelove, a bunch of other teams to really start building up the IBC tech stack. It's gotten better. It used to be that my MacBook would crash 3 times a day, and now it's down to once a day. So everything's getting more stable. But yeah, in general, it's hard. An example of flavor, something that's difficult. If you're an application that wants to serve other blockchains, you need to spin up 2 blockchains at minimum. And you want to test some consensus failures in those chains. You want to have 3 to 4 nodes per blockchain. Then you might want to also test oh, what if I have 2 chains I'm serving? Because there's edge case I don't get with just 1 chain. I'm up to running 12 nodes on 1 machine, and there's no good framework to do that right now. You have to kind of build this all up from the ground up. I think it's getting more productionalized, but it's very early.
Can I ask a question to you? How do you think Sommelier fits into the whole interchain DeFi stack?
Oh, absolutely. Okay, so thank you for letting me talk about
You're
SOM.
itching for it, I think.
Okay, so what is SOM? SOM is sort of interchain queries plus, or not interchain queries because we do the computation off-chain, but essentially interchain accounts for Ethereum. It's essentially been the base model of what we've built for Sommelier, which is you want to have a contract, you want to have a vault on Ethereum, which is controllable by an off-chain strategist. We think that this model is incredibly valuable, is the right model for so one of the things that I really worry about, which I've kind of been poking at in these questions, is accessibility of all of this DeFi stuff is going to be a challenge, right? If users are not, most users are not really capable or qualified or on board with the idea of wanting to hold a really complex financial position, even if it really expresses their intent, just because the inner workings of that financial and our job as software engineers is to abstract over that complexity. The reason why DeFi is interesting is because we could plausibly build meaningful abstractions over the complexity of like the underlying financial positions. So that's what we're trying to do with Sommelier, is we're trying to build these sellers that the seller expresses like some sort of user intent, which requires like active management and active trading, but like they are able to delegate that to the off-chain strategist, to the validator set of Sommelier to like execute that intent, and then they don't have to be sitting there going, oh, I have to like manually click through like getting the staking derivative, sticking the staking derivative in this liquidity pool, taking that liquidity pool token and sticking it in this thing. Like plugging all of those things together and then rebalancing them and changing them dynamically as markets is the problem that Sommelier is trying to solve.
Yeah, I'm fully on board with your saying about aggregating everything. So like all these like layer one DeFis are too complex and too efficient. So this is like decision making for retail investors too hard. And all this like aggregator for DEX, aggregator for DeFi, all this kind of front-end service should be provided, even like connected to all this DeFi, so that the service can be decentralized one. So I think like in Cosmos, this is also very necessary because users will find more difficulties finding this new opportunity in DeFi space.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of tools in Cosmos that like you don't have on Ethereum to deal with. We have Auth0, which like allows you to delegate accounts to like parts of your account functionality to specific users. We have interchain accounts that allow chains to like control funds on behalf of users. So we do have a lot of tools here that I think like one of the things that like we can do is like we can both build these complex DeFi primitives in Cosmos and then use the Cosmos technology to also make them accessible. So, absolutely. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you guys back here again at 11:10 a.m. We have Sifchain up next. Please check out the Persistence Networking Lounge upstairs. You guys head out to these doors, you'll see a sign that points you in the right direction. They got some really good cold brew. Man, really good cold brew up there. All right, are we fueled up? Got enough caffeine in you? Up next, we got Jazir from Sifchain, CEO. Put your hands up for Jazir.
Awesome. All right, thank you. Excited to see everybody. This has been an epic Cosmoverse. I'm here to talk a bit about Sifchain. As always, please be careful. We've got a nice legal disclaimer here. I'm not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice. Do your own research. I always have to give the reminder there. So Sifchain is a decentralized AMM built on Cosmos, and it lets you trade between Cosmos and Ethereum tokens. But soon we will add support for a bunch of other EVM chains. We were one of the first to do Ethereum transactions, one of the first Cosmos chains to connect to IBC, so I'm really proud of that lineage and look forward to bringing tokens from the entire EVM ecosystem into the Cosmos ecosystem and vice versa. So the general problem we have here is, moving assets from one ecosystem to another can be slow or complex. Users may need to rely on centralized tools or vulnerable bridges, which is obviously very rough. We've seen a lot of bridge hacks. We've seen a lot of people pushing against centralized institutions. So we built Sifchain, which has really solid validator architecture, again, from Cosmos, highly scalable, again, because it's on Cosmos, substantially faster and cheaper than EVM chains, of course, Ethereum, but a lot of other ones as well. Connecting to a whole bunch of chains, starting with a bunch of EVMs with Peggy 2 soon, which I'll talk more about in our slides, but definitely other chains beyond that. And then we sort of added these cool monetary tools like margin trading or novel monetary policies, which I'll also get into more, but these things have really been great. Our crypto economists have led in a way that I don't think that many other DEXs or chains work on. There's a lot of stuff in distributed systems and protocol design, which is great, but we also really like to lead on the econ side as well. And then a really great developer and trading community as well. I think no project is important without its community, and we have one of the strongest ones, probably because we started so early and built on such passionate bases already. So just for context here, across all of our platforms, we're in about 100 different countries, pretty big on Telegram and Discord, and 30,000 people globally, not to mention we have roughly maybe the same or double the amount of addresses that are active as well. So really good to see how Sifchain's left its footprint on the crypto ecosystem, and also has been featured a lot in the news recently. With Entrepreneur, Cointelegraph, or the Bitcoinist, these getting these really major publications, I think, is a sign that the industry is recognizing Sifchain's power and importance in the ecosystem, and we look forward to kind of continuing to be at the cutting edge of marketing and communications. But I bring these things up basically to show the footprint we've left. At the same time, it's really sort of done based on a roadmap. So for those of you who are not super familiar, we started around early 2021, ended up launching Sifchain in Q2. Then we're one of the first, as I mentioned, IBC chains to connect to Sentinel, Cosmos, Hub, Regen, and so forth. Then we ended up moving down to getting decentralized front-end providers, which I think is extremely important. I know I've had tips inside of the Cosmos community and outside of it for supporting front ends through the community hosting as opposed to a core team. And so I'm proud to say that there are a bunch of front end hosts for the Sifchain web application, none of which are hosted by Sifcore. And we definitely want to lead there. Probably we'll end up having referral systems or something in the future for these front end providers to earn revenue. And we've sort of iterated on rewards, had a great SIFS expansion, SIFS ascension, these awesome liquidity mining rewards, providing, I would say, some of the highest yield in the Cosmos ecosystem. Then moving on to things like protocol monetary trade policy, additional sort of councils that we've created between ambassadors and the PMTP Council. We've got a validator council, a token listing council, these other groups that have taken on decentralized control of the way that the project works. I'm really happy to see that. Margin coming up very, very soon. I had some good news on Slack earlier today, hoping to launch that. We were hoping to launch that sort of last week, but after additional polish, I'd say fingers crossed maybe this week, but stay tuned for official announcements for an actual date there. And then PEGI 2 coming out soon after, current ETA is still October. And then in the future, we want to do even more, right? Things like liquid staking, maybe an additional update for PEGI beyond just EVM chains, borrowing and lending or limit orders, and of course, Cosmwasm support so we can connect to all the other amazing chains in Cosmos, not just through IBC, but also through composable cross-chain smart contracts. But I think our big sort of to-do at this point is margin, which we're calling DeFi with real revenue. So most projects inside of Cosmos on the DEX side, and most projects, frankly, in the community in general and across crypto, are actually focused on inflationary yield. And the Kujira guys asked a really important question recently, like, what are we going to do when we can't keep printing tokens? Like, how does liquidity mining work? I've been really, really vocal about the idea that this DeFi summer era that was kicked off by Compound and YFI and others kind of distributing tokens en masse, it's unclear sort of how sustainable that is. I know Cosmos people love their airdrops and so on, and all that stuff is great, but at some point you really do want yield that comes from a financial sort of product generating value, not to necessarily the distribution of tokens through inflation. And so we are proud to be one of the first to release margin with interest, and I'm sure you guys may be familiar with the interest models for margin platforms. We're going to have Atom, ETH, Frax, and USDC starting to, as like our first pools, but we'll continue to add additional pools over time. We are starting with sort of just longs on these Rowan TCAN or TCAN Rowan pairs, but we'll definitely support additional pairs like token 1 and token 2 or shorts or these other like really novel things down the line. But the first sort of MVP, which may actually come out as soon as this week, will support longs for Rowan or longs for the other assets that I mentioned here. Yeah, as I mentioned, then the next round after that will be margin on any token. Higher leverage will start, I think, with like 5x, but our models sort of work up to 100x if we can get Oracle support. So we'll be able to do that. And then I think a reputation system is super important. If we really did offer really high leverage, if the community voted for that, then it would make sense to make sure that people using that high leverage had actually built up a reputation for succeeding in their trades by starting at much lower leverage. So the thing about these policies here, I can't go back. Here we go. The thing about margin here is that, broadly speaking, margin allows a trader with high conviction to place a trade, expressing that bet or that belief, and they end up getting a higher payout than they would if they didn't use leverage. But it still sort of leaves traders. I mean, we've seen sort of the vast majority of the Sifchain community, let alone a lot of other DeFi trading arbitrage type communities. Very few of them actually understand margin, or they're not sophisticated in complex analysis on these models. And if you've seen maybe something like GMX recently, there was a tweet that showed that the overwhelming majority of money that was placed by traders ended up in losing positions on the GMX margin platform, like 95%. It was really sad to see that like so many people putting capital towards positions only to lose their collateral. And there's no such thing as a perfect system. You can't necessarily ensure that everyone who margin trades is going to win. But separate to our margin platform, we realized at some point, I think around maybe late last year, and then we implemented something in April of this year, that the problems with inflationary liquidity mining could actually be resolved with like novel other alternative monetary policies. And so we ended up building this feature, ratio shifting, which we used to call protocol monetary trade policy, where essentially the liquidity on Sifchain could be used to support the sort of purchasing power of, in this case, Rowan, but it could really be any other asset. So instead of using inflationary liquidity mining, we basically were able to drive value to our token, in this case Rowan, at least on the Sifchain exchange as per the wishes of the traders and the DAO, and yet still provide some sort of alternative to just pure product development, right? The monetary policy, similar to inflation, it's not an engine in and of itself. It's more sort of a change to the way the monetary policy, that money flows in the ecosystem. And this is really impactful. We ended up having, I think, 70% price rise for Rowan over 2 weeks. But this was sort of a beta or an early version. What we realized is, hey, if you release something like this, if there's a crash, we actually had a market crash sort of in late April, early May or so, that wiped out a lot of these gains. But nonetheless, 70% in 2 weeks, pretty nice to see. And we ended up doing this other, we ended up having this this other sort of version of the policy that we call a liquidity provider distribution, where with ratio shifting, you're essentially shifting the ratio of assets you're essentially making it so that a pool that was 50-50 becomes, say, 51-49, 52-48, and so on. And the extra value for the token actually comes from the increased weight, so it's a bit like levering the token inside the pool. And what we found is that people were thinking, hey, this is cool, but as a pooler, now I'm pooling into a pool that's not balanced. If the pool becomes too unbalanced, that's potentially like kind of awkward. And so we kind of reworked the concept so that instead of maybe shifting the weights of the pool, we simply take some of one token out. So here you can see the idea is you can actually take out some Rowan while keeping, say, USDC in this case inside of the pools. And then for the swap, the actual liquidity pool, the value of the two assets will now change according to the swap formula, but the pools actually keep their 50-50 ratio. And so we ended up releasing this feature maybe a week or two ago, and ended up going, like, as it says on the next slide, 88% in, say, 3 days. But I think one thing that's really important for both of these, for DEX liquidity, for ratio shifting, and for liquidity provider distribution, is if there is this extra glut of value, either because the Rowan token has got an increased weight on the Sifchain DEX, or because there's additional Rowan floating in people's wallets in 50-50 pools through liquidity provider distribution, it's pretty important that we make sure that no kind of dumping occurs from a market crash. We definitely learned a very serious lesson in May. And so this DEX liquidity protection idea here is something where, hey, people know as they're watching trading activity occur, there's a threshold at the bottom for how much people can dump in any given day. And when we released LPD, I think the policy was set to something like 7.5% per day, but we ended up getting an 88% sort of boost over 3 days of the policy running. And I think that maybe a decent amount of that came from people feeling more comfortable that this is a sustainable growth and activity for Sifchain. And so going back to something like margin here, this is extremely valuable if you can, say, long a token where the monetary policies are set to support that token. Obviously, this is still sort of a free market. People can buy and sell and trade and unpool and pool as they choose. They can also trade Rowan on any other exchange that doesn't necessarily have these monetary policies in place. But what we found with our run of LPD and our run of ratio shifting is that because Sifchain has the most Rowan liquidity and the biggest pool of Rowan traders, the value of the asset on other exchanges mirrors the value of the assets on Sifchain, which does have these monetary policies. So we actually think this can be extremely impactful for margin traders, because if they have some signal through these monetary policies, they may be substantially more interested in executing trades with us and maybe getting a particular token that they have a little bit more confidence in for their trades. And in turn, that actually should lead to a substantial amount of interest that they're willing to pay if their positions actually are more likely to close successfully, which means we could have hundreds of percents of interest or so, or even more in liquidity pools, but again, without inflation. So we think this is extremely important and interesting. It's kind of one of those things, if you're not a math head, you want to see to believe. So stay tuned for the first version of margin with these monetary policies, liquidity provider distribution, and DEX liquidity protection up, and then maybe ratio shifting in the future again. So I want to say that, like, these concepts really, I think, are at the infancy of what we've been calling smart markets, which broadly speaking are DEXs with embedded intelligence to improve cryptocurrency market outcomes. So an inflationary liquidity mining program is a way of saying, hey, yes, this project exists, but how do we distribute the tokens in a way that builds us a really solid community? ratio shifting, DEX liquidity protection. These are other things that DAOs can use to appeal to communities and have communities collectively express their will and their desire. AI has been pretty big recently for things like Stable Diffusion, GPT-3, and so on. And yet there's been a substantial amount of research for years about how complex systems, AIs or otherwise, can help manage markets. We certainly use them for some tools already, but embedding the intelligence directly in an exchange that has some bias as for whatever the DAOs want, that's not really something that's been tried substantially before, and we see a lot of opportunities beyond what we've already discussed. A lot of the thinking here comes from the decentralized autonomous marketplaces thesis from Andreessen Horowitz. There's also DeepMind that shared something called human-centric mechanism design, in which they actually got a human or a set of human capital allocators, and also like referees, let's say, you can imagine as like a government, and also non-AI based allocation systems, and also allowed individuals to allocate their own capital, all in sort of a public welfare scheme where you can give some money to a public system, and then the public system gives money out to all the constituents. And what they found is that the best allocator of capital actually came from an AI that they built, and it was a relatively simple AI, but that AI was able to outperform allocations from the market unaided by an AI or any human referee. So this definitely leads to the a thesis, I'd say, that it's possible to have complex systems analysis used to support, say, real-time dynamic changes to any monetary policy, whether it's inflationary liquidity mining or ratio shifting or LPD or anything else. And so we can really see, panics or all sort of market anomalies be resolved through some sort of a base level intelligence. And then we could even make it so that market participants who are more informed, say analysts who do their deep fundamental research, can potentially profit through, say, prediction markets or something else that are attached to these markets in a way that, say, your average sort of degen who's just looking at a tweet and deciding to ape in might not be able to. So getting more fundamentals to support the market as opposed to memetics or short-term thinking could be really powerful. I also want to obviously give a shout out again to Umee EVM. We've been constantly going through testing for that. The Peggy engineers are working really hard, but the expectation is we'll connect to a substantial number of EVM chains relatively quickly. We're in talks with quite a few of these teams. I know Polygon, I know Avalanche, Ethereum obviously will be one of the first, Cardano, Near. I mean, there's quite a few of these guys, although we might go through Near through IBC. But my point is there's been a lot of these projects. Metis are big fans of those guys, and then more that are not even on this slide. Connecting the two ecosystems could be extremely powerful. So the idea is, the EVM sort of ecosystem, I'd say, is collectively the largest by market cap, and Ethereum obviously the biggest sort of individual chain by market cap. They're really the only, or the main, I'd say, alternatives to Cosmos in terms of having this Internet of Blockchains thesis, although the EVM ecosystem was kind of created incidentally, not necessarily as through intention, whereas Cosmos obviously looked to do it from the start. But either way, bringing those two ecosystems together would be extremely powerful, especially since so many chains are choosing to deploy EVM side chains or VMs of some kind. So yeah, extremely excited for that. And yeah, so that's essentially it for Sifchain. You can always learn more by contacting us on Twitter or Telegram. We have a Discord as well. I guess the last thing I would say here in 30 seconds or so that we've got is, we're really, I'd say, appreciative of the community support we've gotten over the past, say, several months during the market crash. But we've also had, I'd say, a lot of anticipation for these novel features. And so I definitely appreciate people kind of being perseverant and sticking with us. And I expect that once these new features come out, Sifchain will be able to execute on these novel missions like smart markets or these novel monetary policies, connecting to more chains, being sort of leaders. I've talked to a few people about IBC over EVM, which I think will be extremely extremely cool once we're able to release that in the coming maybe years or so. And yeah, all in all, definitely thank you for having us here, and we'll talk to you more. We have a booth if you want to learn more. Cheers.
Warning.
How was that? Good? Hey, remember that exercise we did yesterday to get people back in the auditorium? Let's do that again. So I'm gonna count to 3. On 3, we're gonna make a lot of noise, all right? Just whatever you can, just make a ton of noise. 1, 2, 3. Woo! There we go. One more time, one more time. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Woo! All right, all right. Awesome, awesome. Up next, we're going to learn about Ignite. Speaking, we have Dennis Fadiv, creator of Ignite. Welcome to the stage.
Hey, Cosmoverse. So, yeah, my name is Dennis. I am a core contributor to Ignite. What is Ignite? Basically, Ignite is a team that built Ignite CLI, which is the go-to developer tool for building Cosmos blockchains. And we also have an accelerator program, so if you're interested in that, please visit our booth. Ignite CLI has been around for over 2 years now and has been used by dozens of projects in production and hundreds, maybe even thousands of projects when developers just experimented with Cosmos SDK. The initial mission, and we still have this mission, was to lower the barrier to entry for developers, make it as easy as possible to build Cosmos blockchains. So Ignite is very featureful. It's a simple binary, single binary that you install on your machine. It can scaffold code. It can add functionality to your blockchain. It has hot reloading, so it can serve your blockchain locally. It can generate clients, TypeScript clients, Go clients for your chain. And it's built with Cosmos SDK, and it's built for Cosmos SDK. So once we built Ignite and we got very positive feedback and we got developers to use it to build blockchains, we realized what would be the next problem to solve. What is the next interesting challenge? And we realized that after making it easier for building blockchains, the next step is making it easier to launch chains. And that's exactly what we focused on. Launching chains is difficult. First, finding validators is challenging. Many chains have launched over the years, but all chain launches share the similar challenges. You need to convince validators, you need to find them, you need to explain them the process of how to launch your chain. And sovereign chains, we believe in sovereign chains. We think it's crucially important for Cosmos to be the main platform for dApp developers who want their chain to be a sovereign chain, right? But right now it's still very, very difficult. The next problem is coordinating the genesis. So those of you who launched chains before know that this process is very tedious, very error prone. If you're an experienced developer, you might go through it without any issues, but many validators are not experienced developers, they make mistakes. And we realized that. We tried launching chains for development purposes many times, and it's very difficult. And the process is not automated, it's always ad hoc. So we worked on that for a while and figured out the best experience for this. And distributing supply is difficult as well, right? You want your chain, you don't want your chain to belong to like 3 entities, right? You want to make sure that you have a lot of users, the distribution is roughly equal, and there are many validators, there are many users, so that's what we're focusing on as well. So to fix all of these problems, we built a solution, and we're going to announce it here for the first time. And it's called an Ignite chain. It's awesome, and I'm really happy to announce it to the public after more than a year of working on it. Thank you. Ignite Chain is a blockchain built with Ignite technologies for launching blockchains. It's incredibly cool. It is very simple to use. It's very powerful under the hood. And in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to go through the process with you very quickly because it's just so simple and so powerful. So how chains are launching in Cosmos right now? Well, you typically have, when you want to launch a chain, what you do is you create a repo on GitHub, for example, and you put your initial Genesis file there. You tell validators to create pull requests and with their GenTX files. And this process sort of works, but it's very ad hoc, and it's not pleasant. It's not something you would do just to quickly launch a chain and see it live. You might not want to do this for your first testnet right away, right? So it's a very tedious, ad hoc, error-prone process. With Ignite, we automated all of this, and we put all of this on chain, which first of all makes the process trustless and easy to build on top of. And the second thing, it allows things that this ad hoc GitHub process didn't allow before, and I'm going to go into this later on. So let's see how it works. So with Ignite, or with the regular process, like the process is very similar, right? You have coordinator. It's a team of developers, for example, who would want to launch a chain, and you have validators. So entities that run servers that are absolutely necessary for proof-of-stake blockchains. So with Ignite, you have just a single command to publish your chain to Ignite. So you run Ignite network chain publish, then you pass a GitHub URL to your source code, and this announces the chain to the world. That's all you need to do as a coordinator. You need to install the binary, which takes one command, and you need to run this command, and that's it. Now validators know that your chain is available for them to apply for. So they can query the Ignite chain for a list of chains that are launching, and if they see something they like, they can run a command in it. This will initialize their machine to be used as a validator. You just need the ID of the chain that you're launching, that you want to apply for. And the next command is join, which sends your application to the coordinator. So it's a simple request approval process, right? Validators request to join the chain, and coordinators approve their requests. Coordinators see these requests. They see the tokens that validators want to get for participating. They see the name of the validators. They see their descriptions and everything, right? And they just approve, right? It doesn't have to be more complex than that. So once the validator set has been assembled, and it just takes just a couple of commands, right? A coordinator can run a launch command, which essentially freezes the information about the chain on Ignite, right? So let's say you're launching a food chain, and you assemble the validator set. You created the genesis. The genesis of this food chain is stored on Ignite. Not the whole genesis, but information about it. So it's very transparent. Once the coordinator runs the launch command, the genesis file is finalized, and validators can download this genesis to their nodes. And to do that, you just need one command. Since this process has been codified in the Ignite chain, it's not an ad hoc process. Like, this all works very reliably. You just run one command. Ignite CLI knows where to go for the chain information. It fetches the data, fetches the final genesis with all the GenTXs, with everything. It adds peers to your configuration file. It does everything for you. Of course, you can customize all of this, right? You don't. You can provide special flags. You can download the genesis yourself. That's also possible if you have a very customized setup. And that's it. Validators run their binaries, and the chain is live. It's that simple. Thank you. I share the pain of launching chains manually. Like that's exactly what we tried to fix and succeeded. So with Ignite, you can easily launch your chain. Like there is no reason why you wouldn't launch a couple of chains today. It just takes several commands, like literally. With Ignite, we also understand the process of launching chains, right? We've worked on this for quite a while, and we know it's never about a single mainnet, right? Chain launch is always a sequence of testnets before you get to the mainnet. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's a dozen. And Ignite is built from the grounds up to support exactly that. So one of the first cool features we've added already to the Ignite chain is tokenization of mainnet tokens. So we call them vouchers. Basically, what you have is a mainnet in the future, and this mainnet has tokens. But before you launch your mainnet, you probably want to have these tokens. You want to use them for something. Maybe you want to reward validators. Maybe you want to sell these future tokens, but you can't sell them because they're in the future. They don't exist yet. So since Ignite is a blockchain, what we can do and what we've done is we've tokenized these future tokens. And so they're like vouchers. You can give them to people, you can sell them, you can reward developers with them, you can do whatever you want. And you can do this for every single testnet that you have. So that's how the process looks like from a very high level. So basically, initially you can launch a testnet that is not incentivized. The next testnet might be you can incentivize a testnet with existing tokens like atoms. This makes it easier for validators to trust your project, right? So the first testnet was not incentivized. It was just a devnet to see if everything's working for like the core believers in the project. Then you incentivize with real tokens. And the more you spend, probably the more validators will believe that you have a serious project, right? And you can have multiple testnets like this. So as a coordinator, you spend your own money investing into this trust and rewarding early validators of your chain. And you can go through many testnets like this, and at some point maybe you want to use your future mainnet tokens, and you can do that very, very easily, again, with just one command by setting the rewards in vouchers. So maybe you want to dedicate 1% of your total supply of the mainnet for validators for this specific testnet. And you announce that 30 validators will be participating, and validators can estimate their gains from validating this testnet. So that has been a very big problem in the past, and it's been a very hard thing to do. You had to organize and incentivize testnets manually, right? It was very, again, error-prone process that was made by humans. Now it's all on chain. You don't have to, as a validator, you don't have to trust someone. If a coordinator announces an incentivized testnet and submits tokens, they will be distributed. We are actively using IBC for that, so the chain, the testnet, after it's done, it reports back to the Ignite chain the information about which validators validated for this testnet. So you don't have to trust a coordinator. If they submitted the tokens, you will get them if you validated the chain. And this, of course, allows this voucher system that was only possible to do because Ignite is now a blockchain, can be used for other things like fundraisers. So you can fund your project before it's live. You can use it to reward developers. You can send the tokens to your investors. It's up to you really what you do with vouchers, but the point is that you have access to the mainnet tokens even months before your mainnet is live, which is incredibly useful, and it can lead to a bunch of different interesting applications that we haven't even thought of. And the next thing I want to announce is Ignite Launchpad. So Ignite Launchpad is essentially an easy way for developers, validators, token holders, anyone basically to explore what chains are launching from Ignite. They can participate in chain launches. It's going to be announced, it's going to be available later, but Ignite functionality that I've demoed earlier is available today. Thank you. So please join our community. Now that we've announced it publicly, you can see the source code of the Ignite blockchain, of Ignite CLI. It all works seamlessly together. You can visit us on GitHub and explore the source code. If you find issues, please create issues. You can join us on Discord. We're very happy to chat with you about the CLI, of course, about the Ignite blockchain. And we want to get feedback, as much feedback as possible from the community to make this blockchain together with you and make it useful, make it the easiest way to launch blockchains. It already is, but we want to make it even better. So all the functionality that I showed is available in the Ignite CLI right now. And later today at 12:30, we will have a workshop. I invite all of you to join. We will be launching a chain together, and you can see for yourself how easy it is, and it's no longer a tedious process. It's actually very fun. And the first time you see your blockchain live in like 15 minutes, it's unbelievable. Like you scaffold the chain with Ignite, you then use it as the project, then you launch it together with your friends, and you have a chain running in 15 minutes in production. It's so cool. So I invite all of you to our workshop later today. Thank you so much, and yeah.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Up next, we got Umee. And speaking, we have founder Brent Shu. Please welcome Brent Shu to the stage, everybody.
Testing. You good? Awesome. Really great to be here. Thanks for having me. Dennis, really awesome presentation. So, welcome to the Cosmoverse. My name is Brent. I'll be presenting Umee, and we are crossing the DeFi waves. So, the overall vision and mission of Umee is to bring the bond markets or the debt capital markets to crypto. And we'll be doing many different types of use cases and tools for bringing these types of assets into IBC, because IBC, think of it this way, back in the early internet days, we saw TCP/IP and OSI fighting a war. Eventually TCP/IP won. IBC is going to do the same, and we are fully behind this protocol and how it's going to support the adoption of crypto. So Umee is going to be focusing on 3 main avenues for bringing the overall debt capital markets to crypto. First off is the Umee blockchain. This is the borrowing and lending hub. The Umee blockchain is an omni-debt hub that allows IBC assets to be borrowed and lent and be used as leverage for different types of interchain DeFi protocols and cross-chain composability. We're also focusing on a native yield curve or a term structure of interest rates. So a term structure of interest rates is arguably the most important concept in finance. Because what it does, it's used to produce your opportunity cost or the time value of money. So in Cosmos, we have a very powerful proof of stake rate. And proof of stake is the ultimate hedge against inflation, and it's the ultimate risk-free rate that can be applied to different protocols. We intend to use these base rates to build out a yield curve to price all of the rest of the crypto ecosystem. And third, we're working on this interoperable bond market. So connecting the bond markets to IBC, basically allowing different types of debt capital market primitives to interact with the IBC protocol and connect with the interchain. First off, big shout out to our core engineers, our product engineers, as well as infrastructure engineers. They're hard at work on a mainnet upgrade, and we will be bringing the flagship product from the Umee blockchain onto the network. Throughout our many test nets, we've had various great interactions. We've had significant support from the ecosystem. On our Umee Mania testnet, we saw close to 30 billion TVL, 20 million monthly transactions, as well as 120,000 unique addresses. Through this mainnet upgrade, we're adding SDK 046. We're one of the first teams to implement 046. We're also adding the latest version of IBC. By building out this leverage module, we want to connect all of the IBC assets in the borrowing and lending ecosystem and allow them to interact with the multi-chain universe. A note on oracles. So right now, there's not a major oracle in the Cosmos ecosystem, and that's a problem. We know that oracles are one of the most important parts of crypto. Look at the March 12th, 2020 crypto crash, where oracles went out of whack because of precipitating price decreases, and we saw lots of DeFi get liquidated with precipitous losses in the ecosystem. Through Umee, we're building an oracle on top of the blockchain. Validators in the Umee network will need to run an oracle module, and they'll also run an off-chain price feeder that's taking time-weighted average prices from centralized exchanges and creating different types of price feeds for the broader Cosmos ecosystem. We want to utilize this oracle to provide the best types of data for all of Cosmos and IBC assets. We want to use IBC queries to query information directly from the oracle and just allow an ultimate cross-chain DeFi protocol for onboarding more assets. You can think of our approach to the oracle as a way to produce not just price feeds, but information feeds, interest rate feeds, collateral value feeds, as well as many types of data that can apply to cross-chain DeFi. Custody is also a major piece of the Cosmos ecosystem and a major piece of crypto. In order to get institutional adoption, in order to bring more value into the broader capital markets, you need a strong custody provider to understand Cosmos assets. We're working with custody providers to help them understand proof-of-stake consensus, to understand how to manage validators, and to understand how to be part of this Cosmos ecosystem as we see more and more growth. Overall, we want to support institutional custody adoption because we think that this will catalyze the next adoption of this multi-billion-dollar network and just bring us to the next level. We're grateful for our partners such as Coinbase, who have been working with us on the custody side, as well as Pine Tree Labs, creating their universal API, as well as CoinList, who's been with us since day one in building out this protocol. We're building out middleware, universal APIs, we're building out MPC management systems, and just overall helping the development of the Cosmos ecosystem. So staking derivatives. Earlier I said proof of stake is the perfect hedge for inflation, and there's many ways you can think about this. Proof of stake is the preeminent way to understand opportunity costs in all of crypto. For example, let's take a proof of stake rate for the Cosmos Atom for 1 month. Apply it to 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 30 years, and you effectively have priced the value of time using proof of stake consensus. This is very important because for financial economics to work, there needs to be an understanding of time value and how different assets are valued and applied in different discounted cash flow models. And by using staking derivatives as a way to price this time value, you will see the adoption of multi-tier assets into this space, and you will see more advanced borrowing and lending protocols being built as the ecosystem evolves. We're going to be allowing leverage staking as well as proof-of-stake assets for borrowing and lending on the Umee blockchain. And through this, we want to catalyze the adoption of proof-of-stake consensus to allow it to be known as a universal protocol that all blockchains should adopt. So, a note and an anecdote from traditional finance. The mortgage-backed security crisis happened in 2008. We saw a tremendous destruction of value. $50 trillion of value just disappeared. And the truth of the matter is that this was actually happening for 30 years since the first issuance of the mortgage-backed security in 1984. This was due to bad debt. This was due to rehypothecation of the collateral. And this was just due to an overall broken traditional finance system. One thing to note about the recent crypto crash with different lending protocols like BlockFi, Celsius, Nexo, Babel Finance, and others is that there's a major silver lining. Even though these protocols or these teams had bad debt, everything was on a public blockchain. Everything was open source. And so it only took about 2 months for this whole crisis to unwind, and everyone realized what was going on. As with the mortgage crisis, it took 30 years. This is a major improvement to how blockchain is changing our world. And based on this, we want to provide good analytics platforms. So we're building Astrolabe inside of Umee. Astrolabe has been used to monitor different forms of supply volume, borrow volume, and just understand the overall health and monitoring of these different loans. And through building out these monitoring and analytics platforms, we want to bring better transparency and just overall superior auditability of this financial data. Additionally, we're partnering with Forta. Forta has done a great job on Ethereum smart contracts. They're also looking at cross-chain interactions between bridges and ensuring that there is sufficient monitoring and acknowledgement of different transactions between these chains. These protocols will be the key to making sure that our future financial ecosystem is safe, transparent, and well-structured to produce more value and add more forms of TVL into the overall blockchain ecosystem. So stablecoins, one of the biggest parts of the equation as it relates to fixed income and bringing the debt markets to crypto. So Web3 infrastructure that can include scalability, interoperability, and privacy, along with different debt primitives in the credit markets and capital market space, can be combined to form the future of the fixed income ecosystem and bring the $1 trillion value directly into crypto. We're grateful for support from our partners such as MakerDAO and bringing DAI into the Cosmos ecosystem. We're also looking to support the USDCs and Tethers of the world as they bring more of their stablecoin market share into Cosmos. And we're also really grateful for all of the developments from the Kujiras of the world, the Harbors, as well as Agoric, and building out stablecoins with the Cosmos ecosystem. And we want to see these stablecoins persist and develop as Cosmos is further developed, further acknowledged by the overall blockchain ecosystem. So the markets are always asking, what is the next billion-dollar idea? The answer to that is generally either a new chain or a new protocol, to a point where we see sort of this arms race. If Ethereum is not fast enough, try Solana. If Solana is not scalable enough, try Aptos. If Aptos is not usable enough, try rollups. If rollups are not self-sovereign enough, try Cosmos. To the point where we see just so many blockchains out there. And so the real question becomes, what is the solution to connect them all together? The answer, IBC. IBC is the TCP IP of crypto. It's the only true layer 0 protocol, and it's low level enough that it can connect with Solana clusters, Avalanche subnets. It can connect with rollups. It can connect with ETH 2.0 shards. It can connect with any Cosmos SDK chain. It can connect with the BNB beacon chain. It can even connect with Polygon. We actually connected Umee with the Polygon Heimdall consensus layer using IBC because Polygon uses Peppermint, which is a fork of Tendermint consensus, making that connection very easy. The point is there's 50, 60 plus IBC chains out there, and they're all contributing to the interchain Just saw a great presentation from Dennis earlier about Ignite CLI. More IBC chains will launch, and we will see a further interconnected world. But we think that there's going to be 1,000 chains in 2024. And what is going to be the catalyst to produce these 1,000 chains? What is going to onboard all of these 1,000 chains in the Cosmos ecosystem? For the first time, we're announcing UDX. UDX is the lending DAO of the Umee blockchain, and UDX is going to focus on bringing the broader debt capital markets, the trillion-dollar markets, into crypto, loan by loan. So what's special about UDX? For UDX, every loan issued through the platform will be a blockchain in and of itself. Enter the loan-specific blockchain. By creating a blockchain for every loan, you can have 3 major components. One is TVL, affiliated with the blockchain, can be used as collateral. As a blockchain gets more TVL, it will increase the collateralization of the loan. As the blockchain gets more IBC transactions in and out of the chain, it will increase cash flow activity of the loan, boosting the collateralization that you can affiliate with the loan itself. Second, the blockchain can act as a financial ledger, like a cash flow statement or a quarterly statement, something that showcases the health of the loan. You can use a block explorer to basically understand all the information entering the blockchain and anything needed to facilitate a better loan platform. And third is the blockchain itself is a special purpose vehicle for underwriting the loan, creating a new way to onboard new loans into the IBC ecosystem. Through this platform, we want to bring 1,000 loans in the ecosystem, as well as 1,000 new chains that connect with IBC. IBC is the new standard for value transfer. And by rebuilding different parts of the loan market using this protocol, we want to see further adoption of IBC, and we want to see the development and evolution of the IBC network. A note on Atom 2.0. So this was one of the biggest announcements in the space. This will also catalyze the adoption of Cosmos, as well as the adoption of interchain security. Interchain security is also a major piece of the debt capital markets, a major piece of the loan ecosystem, because for the first time, you can have cross-chain collateralization. All of the loan-specific chains will be consumer chains of the Umee network, and these chains can be used as collateral for other types of borrowing and lending that happen throughout Umee. Through allowing interchain security through Cosmos, we want to create new cross-chain collateral and new uses of chain protocols as they help with the building of different debt foundations. Additionally, UDX will catalyze the adoption of the Umee token. The Umee token will be used as a collateralization factor and will help improve overall collateral as you stake Umee tokens. Additionally, Umee tokens will be used as an insurance by being used as a backstop for different types of debt primitives. We want to create different insurance backstops to prevent further defaults and better catalyze the efficacy of these loans. Furthermore, Umee tokens will receive airdrops directly from the loan-specific chains, as well as value accrual directly from the protocol of the borrowing and lending that's happening. UDX will catalyze further developments of Umee and build out this network to further allow more forms of assets to join the IBC ecosystem. When you think of IBC and beyond, I want you to think about IBC being able to rebuild the cash flow piece by piece. We want to think about loans being rebuilt as specific chains to further develop how we view this ecosystem and further develop how the financial market should be viewed from a holistic capacity. So I always talk about this vision, bringing the bond markets, bringing the debt capital markets to crypto. But what does this mean? We all know the bond markets are the biggest, one of the biggest, if not the biggest market in the world, and we want to catalyze this adoption piece by piece, starting from the leverage module, allowing different forms of borrowing and lending between IBC assets, allowing leverage of IBC tokens in the broader Cosmoverse, as well as combining this with staking curves, combining this with proof-of-stake consensus, allowing proof-of-stake to be this new benchmark for how value should be accrued in the network. This will catalyze further interactions between IBC networks as well as proof-of-stake protocols. And by adding the concept of the bond market directly into this protocol, you see an overlay of technology for how we should be viewing the future of financial development. Ultimately, we want to rebuild the bond markets, but eventually we actually want to be bigger than the bond market because, you know, those markets are one of the most opaque, non-transparent ecosystems in the world. But by bringing everything open source, by bringing everything on a public blockchain, and by connecting everything with IBC, we will build a better market for the future generations to come. And we will be evolving as a universal capital market debt hub, and we will be providing a broader Omni debt hub perspective to how folks should be viewing the development of cross-chain DeFi. I'm Brent Xu. Thank you so much for your time.
That was exciting. Thank you so much for the good vibes. Well, our next speaker is ready? Is he ready? Let's see. Almost there. A little bit more noise, please. Yeah. Suspense, you know. Okay, so Jose Maria Macedo from Delphi Labs. Welcome.
Thank you.
So I got to click to get the presentation going. Yeah, there we go. Oh, cool. So before we start, just a quick intro. I'm Jose from Delphi Labs. Some of you might know us from, so Delphi has 3 different divisions. We have research, where we do research on the space, and then we have venture fund, which is prop capital, and we have labs, where we build stuff. So labs started off actually as doing mechanism design for a bunch of different protocols that you might have heard of, like Aave and Compound, Synthetics, Axie Infinity, and that's kind of how we learned the ropes. And at some point, we realized we'd built a really good team. We had a lot of views about how DeFi should be built, and we wanted to actually go and build stuff from scratch. So we kind of started becoming more like a protocol R&D lab. Yeah, there's a legal disclaimer before we start. These are ideas for things that we might build. There's no guarantee that we will build them like this or they'll work exactly as expected, and it's not an offer to buy or sell tokens. And also, Mars is not trading, so please do not ape the random Mars token, because that's not us. And yeah, so cool. So Delphi Labs, there we go. So we started off building and contributing to protocols on Terra, most rest in peace, most notably Mars and Astroport. And so obviously after the collapse, we had a big sort of period of reflection where we went back to first principles and thought through, why does crypto matter? Like, why are we all here? Why are we building? What does the end game UX look like? And how can we contribute towards it, right? So in this talk, I want to kind of take you through that process for us. It's going to start with why we think crypto matters, and then what we think the end game UX looks like, how we think Mars can contribute towards it, and why we chose Cosmos. All right. So to start with, why crypto matters. So from our perspective, crypto is freedom tech disguised as a get-rich-quick scheme, right? And for most people, even some people in crypto, they don't see past the get-rich-quick part.
But in our perspective, crypto exists to empower individuals against corporations and nation states and give them back control of their finances and eventually of their data, of their identity, of their social graph, right? And I think as globalization unwinds, not to get too much into the politics of it, but as globalization unwinds and states get more PvP, that will become increasingly important, and we're all going to be glad that we contributed to help build this. Yeah, and so, yeah, but the killer app, though, of crypto is undeniably speculation, right? And we have a complex about that in crypto, but I think there's nothing wrong with that for kind of two reasons. The first one is speculation is how all new tech gets funded, right? From canals to the railways to the internet, there's always speculative bubbles. If you read Carlota Perez's book, it's excellent on this. That's how it starts. And if it takes a few dog tokens to rebuild the global financial infrastructure, I'm okay with it. The second reason is that speculation is a much bigger use case than people normally give it credit for, right? We believe in a future where every asset will be tokenized, every single person is going to be an investor, and every asset is going to be tokenized, every single person is going to be an investor, and speculation is the way that we sort of allocate capital and attention to the narratives that we think are most important, right? And they're going to make the most difference. And from our perspective, like the trend is one way. We've already seen a proliferation of crypto tokens, right? From tokens representing governance rights to smart contracts, to JPEGs, dog tokens, membership tokens, you know, real world asset linked tokens, all sorts, and we're just scratching the surface of that. So, and DeFi for us is the global, open, permissionless rails that this new financial system is going to run on. And from my perspective, it's a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity, and it's the core narrative and the core differentiating factor for me for crypto. All of the narratives, NFTs, Web3, feed into DeFi, and I think require DeFi to succeed for them to really succeed as well. So that's kind of why we focused on DeFi. And now going into what we think the end game DeFi UX looks like. So right now, DeFi is a fragmented experience, right? If you want to trade spot, you go to Uniswap or SushiSwap or something like that to use Ethereum examples or Osmosis. If you want to do lending and borrowing, you have to go to Aave and Compound. Then if you want to margin trade, maybe you're on GMX or on Perp. But all of these are fragmented experiences, fragmented LTVs, and this is not just like a front-end and UX aggregation issue. It's actually deeper than that. Because the big thing that centralized exchanges do, in addition to bringing together all these different DeFi jobs to be done the users want to do under one UX, is also provide this cross-margin primitive, right? Where you can have all your different positions cross-margined in one account. Whereas in crypto right now, you have to manage liquidation and margin thresholds across all your different positions, if you're doing leveraged yield farming, if you're doing perps, and it's not only a hassle, it's also very capital inefficient, right? So what do we think the solution to this is, and what does it look like? So if you rebundle DeFi, so if you create a UX for people to have like all their jobs to be done in DeFi, what are those jobs to be done? So obviously spot trading, which includes the large caps like Bitcoin and ETH, but also new tokens that people want to ape, right? Token distribution primitives like LBPs, so the equivalent of Binance Launchpad. That's important. Then there's obviously lending, there's margin trading, there's derivatives, especially perps, and which are arguably the crypto finance product with the most product market fit. But also, where this gets interesting is where you can integrate yield opportunities that actually aren't accessible in centralized exchanges, right? Because a rebundled DeFi experience can integrate all DeFi primitives, including LP tokens, including vaults, including staking, and include all of that into one sort of account, right? Or into one experience. So how does Mars facilitate this? So Mars introduces basically what we're calling a credit account, or a DeFi credit account, which we're calling the rover. And how this works is a user creates a rover, and then they can fund it, similar to how you would fund an account on a centralized exchange. From there, they're able to interact with a bunch of different DeFi protocols on leverage. And crucially, so that they'll be able to buy, like go long and short tokens, go long and short different yield opportunities, do leverage staking, leveraged LPing, all in sort of all with one margin threshold on the account. So what does this look like? So what you end up kind of having is this rebundled DeFi experience, right? Where from a simple UX, users can go in and interact with different whitelisted strategies and tokens. They can trade them on leverage while having the margin threshold on their account. Now, each of these sub-accounts is represented by an NFT, and users can have multiple sub-accounts. So they could have one with a different risk profile, one with a more degen risk profile. But the crucial thing is you only have to manage one margin threshold on this credit account, and you can interact with all of DeFi from it. And like the really important thing to sort of understand here is, provided the chain is sufficiently fast, and there are chains on Cosmos, and with improvements to Tendermint, you can get it to that level. This can provide an experience that feels similar to a centralized exchange on all the key dimensions, in terms of speed, in terms of the leverage available, in terms of not getting wrecked on liquidations, all those key dimensions, while being non-custodial, decentralized, permissionless, and integrating with anything that exists in DeFi, right? So it's very powerful. And then the other cool thing is these credit accounts these rovers are represented as NFTs, which I think I'm curious to see what the community does with those. I think they could be an interesting identity primitive, right? Like these NFTs are going to expose an on-chain net worth, an on-chain P&L. You could do social trading based on this. You could fractionalize it and have asset management based on this. And they could also just represent kind of these on-chain artifacts, right? If you think of a legendary credit account that, a massive liquidation or something like that, or someone that held their ETH from ICO days and never sold it, these credit accounts will have they'll represent a piece of on-chain history, and they'll have, I think, artifact value as well. So now the platform choice. So we kind of decided, we knew what the end game was, what we thought that the DeFi experience should be, and then we kind of went through and figured out where should we build this. And in order to understand kind of what went into that, it's important to understand our views on cross-chain. So I don't need to shill Cosmos to all of you, but basically there's kind of two views of the world as I see it. One is the monolithic view, that every single dApp is going to exist on a generalized execution environment like Solana or ETH. And then the other view is the multi-chain view, where effectively we're going to have more and more specialized app chains that like connect asynchronously, right? And we very much believe in the latter, obviously, but we think it's a trade-off of basically composability versus specialization, right? And the benefits of specialization, the benefits of having your own app chain, I'm not going to go into it too much because everyone here understands it, but you get to control your own block space, so you don't get things like an NFT mint causing your costs to spike and your app to become unusable. And also, you get to customize consensus and do all the interesting things that we've heard from all the different dApps presenting here, right? Whether it's Osmosis' threshold encryption, whether it's Sayer Injective's on-chain order book, all the different things you can do when you can kind of customize your chain from the ground up. And what you give up is that synchronous native composability that you have on something like a Solana, right? And from our perspective, what we kind of realized is that composability is actually not that important for the majority of apps. When you look at Solana's state, the majority doesn't touch each other, with the exception being DeFi, right? DeFi, you actually need that native synchronous composability, whether it's for rehypothecation, right? Leveraging up on tokens, whether it's yield farming, or just having a solid leverage trading experience. You can't really be waiting for relayers for when you're trying to like top up your position and not get liquidated, right? And so these kind of beliefs lead us to this world of, I really like Sunny's sort of view on this of mesh security, right? Where you effectively have, you can see the app chains, like specialized app chains as sort of suburbs, and then you have main DeFi hubs that their economies will run on. So it's kind of like you deploy your app chain in the suburbs where you control your costs, living costs are low, and then there's high-speed rails that connect you to the DeFi hub, Osmosis being kind of the primary one, and your economies run on there. So in terms of what this looks like, so how should an app build if this is our view of the world, right? That there's going to be these DeFi hubs and then all these specialized app chains. And for us, the key thing is you want to have standalone deployments on each chain because you want to have that on each DeFi hub, because you want to have that synchronous composability, right? You want to be able to liquidate, to pay down your debt, to do leverage fast without having to wait for cross-chain contract calls. But also, you don't want to have fragmented liquidity, right? And that's really the key of kind of the Mars cross-chain design, is the idea that we want to be present on a bunch of these, like Mars should be present wherever there's demand for leverage, right? And it should be present there natively because leverage requires that. And so we need to do that while trying to not fragment liquidity. And so this is kind of the design that we came up with. So effectively, you can think of Mars as the first outpost will be deployed on Osmosis, that's already been announced. And the outpost is sort of a native super app experience, right? So a native, the UX you saw before is a teaser to that. It's a native synchronous super app experience where you can deploy the credit account, have leverage trading, leveraged LPing, all of that. But it's connected to this hub, which effectively the Mars hub will, you can think of it, one metaphor I use is sort of headquarters and branches, right? Banks or supermarkets, you have your branches where the stuff actually happens, and then you have your headquarters, which coordinates all the different branches, right? You wouldn't go to like Tesco headquarters and try and buy groceries. And that's the same thing with Mars. Nothing happens, no lending and borrowing happens on Mars Hub. What happens is Mars Hub governs all the outposts via interchain accounts, and shout out Larry who's pioneering that. It receives fees from all the outposts, so the fees flow up and get distributed to stakers. And then the last one, which is really cool, is this communication portion, where the Mars Hub acts as a coordination hub between outposts to ensure that liquidity acts as one. And what this basically means is just, if there's more demand for leverage on outpost B than on outpost A, Mars Hub will move liquidity from outpost B to outpost A, right? And so what you end up with is this really cool sort of liquidity network where Mars is present on all these outposts natively, and then the hub is like shuffling liquidity around dynamically to satisfy wherever the highest demand for leverage is. Yeah. So that's kind of the main kind of principles behind Mars. And now we have a little video to show you, to tease. Oh, one sec. Damn. Yeah, that's kind of the main, yeah, that goes through kind of the Mars architecture and how it works. And I hope that was clear. I'll be around to answer questions as well if anyone needs them. And then we have a video of the UX, which will hopefully get people pumped, just a little teaser video. All right. Cheers, everyone. Thanks for listening.
Now, let's welcome our next speaker, Adam, CTO of Akash Network. An applause, please.
Hey everybody, thank you all for coming. I'm Adam Bosnich, CTO of Akash Network, Overclock Labs. This is my first time at Cosmoverse. I'm just blown away by all the projects here, the community here. It's a really inspiring place to be. So thanks for coming. I'm really happy to be speaking with you today. A little bit of background about Overclock Labs. We started as a normie tech company. We're a deployment platform we were building. The main problem we were trying to solve is we felt like the internet had kind of lost its way. Originally, the internet was supposed to be like this interconnected set of independent nodes that could withstand nuclear blasts, all that thing. It was decentralized. But what had happened with the move to cloud is that much of the hosting had been centralized into a few small number of large companies that were hosting the vast majority of the applications that we all use every day. Very quickly, we realized we wanted a marketplace, and not only that, we wanted a decentralized marketplace. So we originally found Tendermint. We built our first version on Tendermint. SDK wasn't available at the time. Thankfully, SDK became available. We rewrote it in that, and we've had our network available for about 1.5 years. It's been live. I'm going to give you a little bit about the state of the Web3 infrastructure. Web3, actually, the problems we were originally trying to solve is especially prevalent in Web3. It goes across the board, but there's a lot of opportunity in Web3 for our technology. I'll give you a bit of a kind of overview of like the way it works and some of the ecosystem that's been built on top of Akash and where we're going to be going from there. So the state of current Web3 infrastructure. I think as we all know, this has been a topic, a hot topic. The protocols themselves are extremely decentralized, but the infrastructure that runs all these protocols is not. So if you look at Ethereum, like more than 50% are centralized within a few number of hosting companies. Similar with Solana, this has been a hot topic lately, as we all know. And so it's like we have these amazing protocols built to like kind of empower individuals and independent entities around the world, but fundamentally they're running on these centralized hosting. We saw this recently, of course, with Hesner. Hesner just kind of basically turned off running blockchain applications. It was a huge issue. We were actually pretty proud when this happened because Akash started trending at that time. This really validated our thesis that Akash is a solution to this infrastructure layer of what we're all building. We can make this thing actually be decentralized, not only from a protocol level, but from an infrastructure level as well. So yeah, hosting is centralized. As people have been moving to these big clouds, it's left all these smaller data centers by the wayside, these independent data centers. So it's like, hey, why don't we just move to the smaller data centers? Well, the reality is that there's an enormous amount of friction when moving to these smaller data centers. First of all, you have to find them. So how are you going to find? It's very difficult to find any of these like thousands and thousands of data centers. It's difficult to find them. It's difficult to compare between them. The contracts aren't like on demand necessarily. They're longer contracts. There's more capex. You might have to buy more at a time. So the kind of ease of use of cloud is really powerful in that you could spin something up and spin it down, and you only get charged for that. Well, you could actually have better performance, lower cost on these independent data centers if only it was easy to use. And Akash solves that problem for us. One of the things about this is that as the move to centralized cloud providers has happened, these smaller data centers, they're still there, but they're going down. But even so, there's still like 7 million-ish data centers out there that can be used and for the most part are sitting idle. And so those guys are looking for distribution channels. They want to reach the demand. And we think the demand really should be reaching these independent data centers. And again, this is what Akash is here to solve. So let's talk about some of the other issues of the public cloud, using the public clouds. Again, our thesis has really been validated recently by Andre and Jason Horowitz. The public clouds are expensive, and even Andreessen Horowitz says there's a huge opportunity in between the computers and the software that's running on them, and that's basically the layer that Akash is on. So we should be able to distribute applications again to these smaller data centers. The public clouds. Also, as it's become concentrated, they have a lot of power over pricing. So just to give you an example, we have a Lumen provider on Akash right now. They charge nothing for bandwidth. They have really powerful machines, really the price competitive, and they don't charge for bandwidth. If you're on Amazon, they charge a lot for bandwidth, and that's because they can, because everybody's started to move towards them. So really, there's a lot of reasons to try to switch away from these. Like I said, we originally targeting Web 2.0 companies, trad tech, normie tech companies, but it's especially relevant to Web 3. Low-cost infrastructure is really important for running base layer protocols that we all want to do, because we want to have a broad set of validators, independent validators, and that requires it to be really easy for validators to come online. So in order for these independent people to come online, it needs to be low-cost infrastructure. You see this, so there's some of these a lot of proposals on protocols to limit to put a lower bound on the commission for validating, and that's primarily to make it such that the validators that are really pretty far down in the number can still pay for their base infrastructure. Another way of getting at that problem is finding lower cost infrastructure. So lower cost infrastructure will get you more validators, and we'll have less centralized chains. So the current state of things, Web3 infrastructure there's a lot of concentration on big clouds. Those companies have the power to just turn off a protocol, essentially. And to fix that and then at the same time, for independent validators, there's a high barrier to entry because the cost of infrastructure is so high. So again, this is a problem that we think Akash is really well poised to solve, and this is how we could reimagine things with the Akash network. So this is a little schematic of what things look like today. With most people, you can replace that big top box by either Hetzner or AWS or what have you, but the reality is that many people are deploying to this small set of companies who, again, have a lot of power to turn things off, to ramp up prices, what have you. Ideally, we're building decentralized protocols. We would like for there to be a decentralized set of hosting providers that we can deploy onto. So this is what it would look like. Users can choose between a wide set of providers. There's a lot of competition among those providers for pricing, for features, for locations, what have you. And this is really what, again, the initial vision of the internet was supposed to be about. It was supposed to be decentralized. And this is where, again, Akash can really kind of put things back to where the original vision for the internet and actually the requirements of an infrastructure layer for decentralized protocols should be. So the Akash marketplace would sit in between the providers, supply, and the tenants deploying people, the demand for compute. So we've been live for about 1.5 years. We've seen, so just showing it. Here's a little slide showing that things actually work. This is a picture from a project called CloudMos, who makes it easier to deploy on Akash. I think Max is here somewhere. If maybe he's in the audience, maybe not. But as you can see, the price advantages have been borne out. Akash, compared to many of the big clouds, is reduced by 85% here. That fluctuates depending on how big of machines you want, many things, but for the most part, that thesis has been borne out. So with Akash, you have lower cost, greater choice. You can choose between many independent providers, more self-sovereignty. It's open source, community-driven, powered by a decentralized network. Just one real quick, we really do call this thing the open cloud or the people's cloud. We think the internet should be controlled by all the participants of the network of the internet, instead of just some big companies that host almost everything. So it's a really big part of what we're about. So I'll go into a little bit of the details about how it works, a bit of the technical aspects of it. We are, of course, open source, and we leverage a lot of open source projects. In particular, we use Docker containers, which is the way that the vast majority of applications are deployed today. A Docker container is essentially like if you want to run a web application or a blockchain node, an API node, a validator node, you package it up in a thing called a Docker image. That image can then just be pushed to an arbitrary hosting company, and everybody knows how to run your application in that Docker image. Kubernetes is the open source way of orchestrating the execution of these Docker images, or Docker containers when they're running. So we leverage both of those things. Tenants, people that are providing applications, package their things up into a Docker image. Providers, the people that are running applications, we end up using Kubernetes to run those applications. The way that the decentralized marketplace works, it's pretty simple as you'd imagine. A person says like, hey, I want to run, I want to run an application, kind of describe your application. On-chain, not everything goes on-chain. What goes on-chain is essentially like the resources you want. I want 5 CPU, I want 10 gigabytes of memory. I want it to be in this particular location. I maybe want it to have this, be audited by this particular entity. That order goes on chain. Then providers are able to bid on those orders, and you choose a bid that you would like. You reach a lease. We call this the resource acquisition phase. So this is the marketplace part. Once you have an agreement with a provider, then you send your manifest or the rest of your assets to that provider to be executed. Diving down into a little bit deeper for people that developers here that are familiar with Docker Compose files. We got a lot of influence from Docker Compose files for how we configure these things. So you could say like, hey, what app services do I want to run? Is it a blockchain node? Is it a Tetris app? Is it an API server for an iOS app? What resources do you want? Is it 10 gig memory? Is it 16 CPU? Is it a half a CPU? Where do you want to run it? Do you want it on the East Coast of the US, West Coast of the US, many other things, and how much are you willing to spend? So that ends up being the ceiling for the price. Then providers come in and bid lower than that. So it's a reverse auction. So that's a little bit like tedious, dealing with YAML. People hate it, understandably. But fortunately, we've had just an explosion of projects that are building on top of Akash to make this thing more usable. So the building on Akash piece is, first of all, there's Prater, who makes an amazing application for helping run providers. Running a provider is a pretty technical endeavor. And Prater has made it incredibly easy for people to create providers on the network. It's just an amazing project. Prater is also here at this event, and I don't know if, there they are, over there. Yeah, please say hi to them. It's an amazing project. Then from the user side, from the tenant side, if you want to deploy applications, not everybody wants to write the YAML or use, frankly, a pretty crappy CLI at this point. People want to be able to do push button things to deploy. CloudMos, they used to be Akashalytics, was the first one. They just totally crushed it. So they do not only deployments, they do a bunch of analytics about what's currently running running on Akash. And Max, I don't know, oh, Max is over here, so please go talk to him if you're interested in deploying on Akash. It's an amazing project. There's a couple others that are coming online soon, Spherion and Vixello. Vixello has like a huge number of applications, and they want to move all of them over to Akash. It's actually a really exciting project. Moultrie audits is part of this, like, in the real world, like, pre all of this stuff. Like in the real world, when somebody wants to use a data center, there's auditing of that data center. Like, are people, like, do outside people have access to the computers? What's the security model? How often is it up? And we needed to model that on Akash. So the Akash network actually has facilities to allow for these auditors, and these auditors can be independent. When I'm deploying, I can choose any number of auditors that I'd like. So I could say, like, hey, I want a provider on the West Coast that this set of auditors have said, yes, that person is actually on the West Coast, and by the way, they're like, we rate them at 4 out of 5 stars. Moultrie is the first third-party auditor out there, and this is something that we want to continue to grow. We think that there should be like a thriving kind of ecosystem of auditors on the network, and this is something that we're going to continue to work on. And because of these platform applications, we've seen a lot of integrations. Some of the applications on the you can see on your right. You'll recognize a lot of the logos. We intend for that to continue growing. We've seen an amazing amount of growth in that. We've seen a lot of success in mining. So it's been a really exciting year and a half for us. And in addition to that, we are finally, so our original vision was that we wanted to create, this was like, way back 2016, 2017, we wanted to create a console to access this network of independent data centers, and we are finally reaching that point. So we're in like a private beta right now. In fact, you can get your hands on it and try this console. We have a workshop happening right now. It's in the sugar room. What is it? The sucre room, okay? So please come visit us. We'll be over there. You can get your hands on and deploy things. If you want to reach out to us, there's plenty of ways to reach out to us. I'm at abosnich on Twitter. Go to Akash Network. You can find all these links. And if you have any questions, either talk to me offline, come to our workshop, or I don't know if we're able to field questions now or not. But 2 slides? Oh, yeah, sure. Can I? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Tokenomics? Yeah, so the payment method in the token is from Akash. We have like the kind of traditional inflation model that many of the Cosmos chains have. We're going to, one of the challenges we've seen is onboarding providers. And so we're going to be adding a mechanism to incentivize providers to come online. So it's as with everything, it's a work in progress. But fundamentally, it's like, okay, it's a payment token. And we're going to be incentivizing providers as well, so like offering them to help reduce the cost as we're bootstrapping this network. It's a very ambitious project. It's a two-sided marketplace that we have to bootstrap, so we have to like match supply and demand and kind of bootstrap it from there. We've been doing a lot of work over the past year and a half to do that. It's very difficult, but at this point, we're going to start focusing on helping providers come online and bootstrapping them, because we can find the demand, but getting the supply on there we found to be a challenge. Prater has helped with this immensely, but we still have some work to do there. Thank you all.
next panel is MEV on Cosmos, and the moderator needs not introduction, so Sonny, please come. The stage is yours.
Also come.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the MEV panel. I'm excited to be moderating this. MEV is something we think a lot about at Osmosis. Osmosis, before it actually became a DEX, we were actually working on like MEV mitigation strategies, and we're like, well, we need a product here, and that's how we built the DEX. So maybe we can just start with some introductions, though, from you guys. Barry, you want to go first?
Sure. Hi, guys. My name is Barry. I'm the co-founder of Skip, which is a Cosmos native MEV infrastructure team. We're working to basically build toolkits to help chains capture MEV, design block space markets in the way they want them to be run, and distribute that revenue to their stakeholders in the way they think it should be done.
Hello. I'm Braps. I'm the co-founder of Mechatech, and we work on interchain block space markets.
Cool. Maybe we can start with asking you guys, for anyone who doesn't know, what is MEV? And it's also I feel we've pretty well memed MEV as a word in Cosmos to be this very scary thing, and our team may have had a role in that. Why is that should MEV be a scary term? Is there good MEV? Or is all MEV bad?
No, I think so. The scary word in MEV is extraction. So it somehow conveys the idea that there is value in an ecosystem, in a community, which is being taken out and going elsewhere. And sometimes that could be sort of represented in some kind of rent being extracted by a party that has a privileged position. It could also be represented by the lack of competition in a network, or it could be represented as additional infrastructure or operational cost, which is burdened to a validator or to a player to perform some otherwise essential role in a community.
Yeah. To back up a little bit and try to do what is MEV, I think a lot of people have different definitions, and most of them I really don't like. The one that I use, which is probably wrong as well, is there's a black box, basically, that takes place between when a user signs a transaction and how that transaction ends up in a block with other transactions and how they're ordered. And MEV is sort of the output of how we design that box. And different designs, whether you sort of just have transactions first come, first serve, whether you have some kind of auction system, whether you do something else, something on chain, you can end up with different people making money off of that. And in some cases, that money can be sort of kept in protocol or in a community. In other cases, it can kind of leak out. And so for Skip, we think about sort of good versus bad MEV in the context of extraction. And we really do see sort of a strong difference there, and I think that's something that makes us different than most other MEV infrastructure providers. I think front-running and sandwiching harms user experience on DEXs, and basically every DEX I've talked to is doing things to try to mitigate that, and so our view is user experience should sort of be the guiding principle that we follow, and we should try to enable kinds of MEV that don't harm user experience, and we should try to do things to disable kinds that do.
Which user?
Retail traders, the folks who bring liquidity, liquidity providers, folks who are actually using the DEX, who are holding the token.
But how do you square that circle? Is it if you sandwich a trade on a DEX, right? That constitutes a payment from a user to an LP. So the question is, in a community, are LPs represented? Are there incentives aligned? And how do you find that overlapping preference?
It's a good question, actually. It constitutes, I think, part of a payment to an LP, but then there is a significant portion, the profit of that sandwich, that often exits the chain and ends up getting paid to the sandwicher. And our view, again, is MEV is something where I don't think there's a right answer, right? I don't think there's a wrong answer. It's a question of values. And we have to make sort of value-based decisions here about how we weigh LP incentives against traders' incentives against the incentives of market makers and sophisticated traders.
What are some so kind of like related to that, I feel like, if you, in Ethereum, we've noticed something very interesting, which is like the whole MEV game has actually brought so much like mind share to Ethereum, right? Like I know so many like builders who started as searchers and then got bored of that or got competed out of that. And then they're like, oh, well, I guess we know this stack very well. We're going to start building stuff on top of it instead now.
Exactly. Like the whole MEV game can just be like a builder incentivization program to sort of bring people into the ecosystem and get them paid completely independently. So no grant, no job, no employment, no permanent establishment risk, just like on-chain activity that gets you into the ecosystem and creating value. And I think like to come back to what Barry's saying about like good and bad MEV, like we are very much not in that game of making that declaration at Mechatech, right? We know from the research that as soon as we look into the effects of even what is considered the most dubious kind of MEV, like sandwich attack, right? It does have aggregated benefits in terms of beneficial routing, so not just in terms of incentivization. So it is this sort of like weird space of overlapping of preferences, and one of which is like who can participate in creating that liquidity and getting that value. So bringing developers to the ecosystem, is it a tax on users? Yes. Is it worth it? I'm going to go ahead and say yes. I think that the actual, I would say that the usual price that a user pays, say 2% slippage or whatever on osmosis, right, is like, it's barely worth talking about, the 2% slippage. I know on Uniswap or whatever, there's huge things, but the 2% or whatever to bring devs into the ecosystem is such like a clear win. Actually, it might be the most effective allocation of capital, like better than a grants program that could be quite political, right? It's like a governance minimized on-ramp for developers. That sounds amazing to me.
I think viewing MEV as a way to get developers into the ecosystem is a pretty narrow way to look at it. I think it's one way developers can come into an ecosystem, but I think over the past few months and few years, Cosmos has not had a hard time getting smart developers into the ecosystem, and that's without creating any kind of social shelling point around the need to sandwich people or front run people or those kinds of things. Like, there are other interesting things to build, and when you don't allow those kinds of strategies, there are also other kinds of strategies that are more technically interesting. But putting that aside for a second, I would also say Skip is not really in the business of making this distinction. We're a product-driven company. This has come from dozens of conversations with validators and dozens of conversations with chains, including Sunny, where people have said to us, okay, yeah, we like MEV. We want to try to help our stakers make more money. We want to try to help token holders make more money, but our users are afraid of this kind of stuff, and they're afraid of having their money taken, even if it improves optimal routing. And I think trying to fight that trend is something we don't want to do right now, but ultimately something we would also be open to leaving up to governance. At the end of the day, like, it's not really our choice, and we don't think it should be either.
Yeah, I feel in Cosmos, we've going back to the previous point, instead of these searchers, I feel like there's a really good validator to developer pipeline. I feel like so many projects, they start by running validators and then they learn the stack and then they start to build stuff. So I don't know, maybe we already have a pipeline for that a little bit.
Exactly, and I think the issue is that if you're a bottom 100 validator, so if you're number 100, 120, or whatever on osmosis, right? You're making probably about 40 Osmo a month or something like this, and whatever price that is, that's just not enough to even do things like participate in governance. Sometimes we think about validators and their economics purely in terms of running servers, which is ridiculous. Validators have an essential role in the political economy of Cosmos, and if they're making 40 Osmo, how can we expect sort of people to put in the time necessary to participate in that system effectively?
So Sean, you guys, Mechatech started as a searcher fact, would that be fair to say? And then you've pivoted towards building infrastructure now?
Mechatech has always worked on all sides of the market. On the supply side, as in like selling block space. On the demand side, as in buying that block space and learning about that market and building empathy from that perspective. And then on the market intermediary, right, that mediates these forces, creates competition, and maximizes value for the ecosystem. So Mechatech encircles all those concerns.
Can you guys maybe compare and contrast like how does Skip and Mechatech differ in how they approach MEV in Cosmos in general, and then maybe also on Osmosis specifically?
Well, I think like Mechatech is like a very much builder-oriented organization, so we just like went ahead and built it. So we have a market that's live, running with validators on Osmosis today. You can go to mecha.tech and you could read the documentation, you could integrate. We're probably going to have around 10 to 15 validators. As soon as like this conference nonsense is done and people get back in front of laptops, I think you're going to see a lot more voting power go through our system. We also operate searchers that essentially generalize back running to actually incentivize real validators with real revenue. And then we take a cut of the profit, which we use to just redelegate to the validators that help us. So we kind of like make some money and then we lend that back out to the community so that all our profits are sort of incentive aligned with the overall growth of the ecosystem. So that's what Mechatech is doing. I won't speak for Skip.
Yeah, I think we've taken a very different approach with respect to Osmosis, as well as sort of the block space market that you guys have created in general. So your solution is very similar to out-of-protocol PBS in Ethereum. We actually believe that Cosmos needs a Cosmos native solution. There's a lot that you can do with Tendermint and the Cosmos SDK and ABCI++ that isn't captured by that solution. And so over the past few months, we've been talking to Sunny, talking to validators in Osmosis, and have developed a module that will be launching on-chain that will capture back-running MEV revenue for the Osmosis community in a way that is fully audited, fully visible, and can be reviewed by everyone, and allows the community to decide, okay, where do we actually want this money to go? How much of it should go to Skip for providing the services, and how much of it should go to LPs or the folks actually being back-run, or stakeholders and token holders? So I think this sort of does capture the main difference between us, which is we're trying to actually go out and figure out what do people need, and then look at Cosmos and say, okay, what are the solutions we can build here that you couldn't build in Ethereum?
Yeah, just to summarize, I think the biggest difference between Skip and Mechatech is like, we did not go through governance. We did not wait. We did not ask for permission. We just built it. And we're relying on the free market to maximize that value. So no governments. We don't know the price. Like our searchers that do back running participate in an open API that could get front run, that could get outbid. Actually, we hope they do get outbid. If someone outbids our searcher, that means that more value is going to the validator, right? So that's a free market sort of approach to this problem. Government's minimized.
So it would be fair to say like the distinction is Skip is taking a very on-chain approach while Mechatech is taking a more off-chain approach?
Well, I think, oh yeah, so I think what Barry said made a lot of sense, that I think we do need some like Cosmos native facilities. So like right now, the actual implementation is like we just forked Tendermint. So everyone that, the two founders of Mechatech used to work on Tendermint, so we know the code base very well. So we just kind of made a minimal patch to enable PBS, right? But it's kind of a pain to maintain. So what we're going to do is we're going to upstream those changes in a native builder module that will provide sort of an open API that anyone can compete with us or anyone else, right, to choose the most profitable block from an open network. And that will be a native module. So one, Mechatech won't need to maintain it. I like that. And two, it'll provide sort of like competition all the way at the edge of the validator, you know, and minimize that integration.
It's a good point. So Skip is also working on upstreaming Tendermint changes. We're working with you guys, with Marco, with the SDK team to try to figure out, okay, what is the best in protocol way to do this in the long term? In the short term, for other chains, so outside of Osmosis, we're working with Evmos, Juno, Terra, a couple others that are not yet announced that have more generalized chains where maybe in-chain, in-protocol arbitrage capture doesn't make the most sense. And there, we also have a custom version of Tendermint. Ours is quite different. So it doesn't actually just import out-of-protocol PBS and force validators to sign blocks sight unseen. What it does is It relies on completely native P2P gossiping mechanisms that are already in Tendermint, doesn't require validators to make any new security assumptions, doesn't require them to sort of change their key signing, and is sort of easier to integrate as a first step, but as a downside potentially, or maybe as an upside, is less expressive. So we don't build a whole block. We just run an auction to help build a few transactions at the top of the block, and then we let the validator build the rest of it. And that way, even if folks don't trust us, we can't do anything related to censoring or anything malicious. And we can ship bundles that are small enough to show people, hey, we're not sandwiching or front-running your users, and build that trust.
So yeah, with Skip, you guys are like making the explicit like requirement that you can't, like people can't use it for like front-running or like sandwiching. How do you do that?
So it has to do with the kinds of bundles that we allow. So in theory, you know, you could still probabilistically try to front run someone using the public mempool, and we don't deal with that. But when you're submitting bundles to our infrastructure, we basically ensure that the person who's submitting the bundle has signed all of the transactions in that bundle after the first one they didn't sign. So you can only put your transactions after other folks' transactions in our bundles.
Sean, you mentioned that you guys have about like 10 to 15 validators on Osmosis running this. Is the list of validators right now public? And is it important for like validators to be transparent about
I think they should absolutely be transparent, and they should be governed by their delegators, right? So I think the system is completely opt-in, and the idea is that we are not going to be the only builder. So our philosophy is that the best thing that is going to aggregate the most amount of value is going to be a competitive market. So we cannot be the only builder. There must be other builders that operate with different theses, like in the same way that like BlockX Route has a builder in Ethereum. It has like an ethical builder that sometimes wins blocks. And this, of course, ensures that no one builder can sort of censor the entire network. As long as there's choice, we don't really have to worry about censorship at that level. And I think that validators will sort of, the goal, right, is not only to maximize the revenue for large validators, but it's specifically to equalize the revenue for small validators, right? So if you have a big validator who sort of vertically integrates, like if we move MEV to the consensus layer, where it's like about doing it right, then big validators are going to have a disproportionate advantage. Small validators are not going to do this. And the thing about most Cosmos networks, and including Osmos, is that like big validators have a tendency to vote less. Like they vote more conservatively. They represent sort of a larger delegation of people and can be less, let's say, engaged in taking the risks necessary to move the ecosystem forward. So we're trying to fix this by making sure that every validator can sort of opt into sort of proportionate amounts of revenue without sort of taking this risk for censorship, and I think we've done this.
I think Skip has completely the same point of view, that you need a competitive market for these kinds of things. I think on the flip, in the case of Osmosis, I think you end up with a more expressive kind of protocol value capture when you put it in chain. If generally, like, my personal point of view, and it's not really speaking for Skip, is like, if something can be in protocol, like if it's technically feasible to put it in protocol, it probably should be, so that it's treated just the same as anything else, and it's not some sidecar thing that's attached and is some potential cartelization risk, which is why I think upstreaming a builder module in partnership with you guys will be exciting. But I think it's also why we're experimenting with this on-chain approach first with Osmosis, because Sunny and the team have been sort of so open to that experimentation. And we'll see how it goes, right? We're going to see how governance actually wants this money to be distributed. I suspect it won't be that large validators end up with more of it, and actually, because it's in protocol, you could have a system where folks decide, actually the smaller validators who are getting less revenue regardless should take a larger portion of this revenue so that we can equalize some of that. And that can be voted on in chain.
But the thing about doing anything in protocol is not the question of like what's in protocol, it's a question is what is out of protocol. So if you have, what we're talking about is like designing a mechanism, whether it's like a skip mechanism for the block space or a Mechatech mechanism for the block space. The question is not how much is extracted, the question is how much is aggregated, how much of the total value is actually captured by the mechanism. So if we say like, oh, let's put like, I don't know, a searching algorithm in every validator, and it could only do 2 swaps or 2 skips or 2 levels or whatever because you just have a limited amount of space or like low specialization, that means that there's going to be money outside of protocol that anyone can capture, right? So if the solution space is like valued at like how much of it is captured by the validators, it is somehow a superset of what is in the protocol and out of protocol that matters.
So I guess related to this, how do both of your solutions change once threshold decryption is like live, right? And you know, we have like most user transactions are encrypted in the mempool. What happens to that value? Does that value like get given back to users, or do you think, like, yeah, how do your systems?
I think either way, most of the value is going to, in a competitive market, no matter what the mechanism is, the core of it is how competitive it is. That means that how much sovereignty, how much agency does the validator have to make a choice over what it proposes, and how many things does it have to choose from. Insofar as it is a competitive market, you're naturally going to see the margins of searchers get squeezed by that competition. And that's the kind of outcome that we're looking for, no matter what encryption or whatever is on the other side of that.
Yeah, so I think for us, it's a lot simpler. Once we have threshold encryption, actually what Skip is doing now, which is backrunning every transaction in the chain on behalf of the Osmosis protocol and giving that money back to Osmosis users, is going to be easier because we don't have to worry about searchers capturing backrunning opportunities from unconfirmed transactions in the mempool. We can actually just run a convex optimizer in-chain at the start of every block and find the global clearing prices for assets on Osmosis, which I think is pretty cool, and then give all that money back to stakeholders. And in terms of competition, I don't actually think that this is in conflict with competition in any way, because you can pair this system with an in-protocol auction system, and then as much as it can be in protocol, you can also control where the revenue of that auction goes, which is another cool thing. So you can have in-protocol competition as long as you can have it sealed bid, and if we have threshold encryption, I think we can really get there. So I'd push back on the notion that putting things in protocol is anti-competitive, and I'd suggest more that it's more about having control and visibility into where the proceeds from the competition go.
But here's exactly how it's anti-competitive. If I'm a searcher and I run a GPU, I'm going to find more opportunities faster than you, okay? If I do it off-chain. I just need to run it on one node, specialized for exactly that purpose. If we move that in protocol, it means that every validator essentially becomes Solana.
You can still bid in protocol. You can just submit your transaction in protocol and try it. And if we just decide with Osmosis and with the community that we want to put that above our convex optimizer, great, let's do that.
But you backrun everything, but who are you open to being front run, is my question.
So
yes, if that's what the Osmosis community wants. Again, we don't care so much about the details and more about the alignment.
So I would say like the backrun arbs are, you know, that, from my opinion, how I see it is, because this is all using information that is completely on the Osmosis chain, I feel that is like something that the chain can do. And I don't think that it's not going to be the perfect arb, right? We don't want to spend too much compute cycles on that, right? But if we can capture 50, 80% of it, and then let off-chain searchers capture the rest, right? So I think these things are in conjunction. I think the real place where the auction really comes in is when you have things related to off-chain information, like if you're arbing prices against a centralized exchange, right? There's no way the Osmosis chain can know the right arbs to do, right? And that's where that comes in.
But I guess I don't understand why a searcher who could front run the system would leave anything left. So if you're like on the tail end, so you get the bottom of the block, something else gets the top of the block, what's the incentive for leaving anything at all?
So I think maybe it's a question of like whether you view it as there is a fixed amount of opportunity or not. And I think sort of just like looking at how traditional finance has evolved over time, since that's my background for better or worse, what you see is people exploiting information asymmetry advantages at very high frequencies and lower frequencies. And to Sunny's point, I think part of what searchers are going to be doing is looking at opportunities that fundamentally the protocol can't capture, right? Sex-dex arbitrage is something that we couldn't do in protocol, or if we did, it would be extremely dangerous, and we wouldn't want to do that. Or things related to trying to do cross-domain MEV, where perhaps there's an opportunity that arises on Kujira and Osmosis, and you need block space on both. Again, we couldn't do that. So I do think it's sort of like these ideas work in conjunction. And I think like it is very good that we have different approaches going about it so far. And I think in the end, you're going to have some combination, right?
I think they can be good. I'm just worried that like putting more burden on validators to do stuff that doesn't generate value creates negative utility for the ecosystem.
I want to switch to another topic, which is the Atom 2.0 white paper included this idea of a interchain scheduler, they called it. It's effectively a block space futures market. What are your guys' thoughts on, do you think chains are actually going to use it? And how does this futures market approach differ to like more the just-in-time block space markets that both of you guys are building?
So we're super excited about this. I mean, we've been going around banging a drum saying MEV is the best way to have financial sustainability and token value appreciation. And now to see Ethan and the folks at the Hub get up on this stage and say, we think MEV is the best way for the Hub to actually get Atom's value to go up is great for us. I think there's questions. I think we agree at a high level, like this is a good economic direction for the Hub to go in. I have questions, around how it will work in terms of how do you resolve multi-dimensional auctions for different block space? Like how do you express those kinds of preferences? Do you build the whole block, or are we auctioning off sort of parts of blocks, and how does that all work? And also how much DeFi activity will there be on the Hub versus not on the Hub? But we're excited to sort of try to work to answer those questions with Zaki and the team actually building this and try to contribute there. And then on the high, low latency block space auctions, I think you need both, right? The low latency things are useful sort of the block ahead when you know an opportunity exists. And fundamentally part of that is going to have to be on chain if you want, or off chain if you want to have a generalizable solution. But that doesn't mean you can't also sell block space a long time in advance at some average price and have these systems interact. So I sort of see it as complementary.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what Barry is saying. It's like, I guess Megatech takes a very like value maximizing approach, right? So we look at everything incredibly critically. So it's not just this thing that we're criticizing, but just this thing in particular, right? So the way that you maximize value to a validator is by lowering the risk, or like, as a searcher, you're only going to bid sort of your risk-adjusted returns. That's the value of getting something executed. And there's a lot of things that sort of introduce risk, like time introduces risk. Adding randomness introduces risk, where I have to like spam a chain to get executed or whatever. All those things, in some ways, they may seem like they prevent extraction, but they actually create more extraction because it's more wasted effort for everyone, right? So this idea of selling block space in the future, it means that there's like, so what am I going to bid on that block space? I'm gonna bid at the point of like minimal information, some like pretty much irrelevant price, some bottom of the basement price. And then the question is like, if someone, how long do I hold that future? Is it fungible? Can I sell it later? Because if not, if it's like locked in by the system, so if the ecosystem converges on this mechanism of which block space is sold once a day, it means the clearing price for that block space is going to be terrible, right? And that means, again, that more searchers are going to go off chain. They're going to circumvent this mechanism, and then what is the value that's going to be accrued or aggregated to the stakers at that point? So I think the mechanism has a little while to go before it's sort of incentive compatible with where we see the ecosystem going.
Yeah, that's sort of the area I think we'll play a part in terms of like figuring out what's a fair clearing price and potentially competing there, and then sort of aggregating demand for searchers, where we'll like in real time sell block space back to them, sort of cut up in a way that's off chain but still drives value on chain. So I think like you're completely right. It's incentive incompatible right now, and I sort of hope that what Skip and Mechatech are about is like making it incentive compatible.
I mean, I'll buy it for cheap.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like I'll buy it for cheap. But then we're a centralized party. You know, we've been in the market for 9 months now, and it seems like counterintuitive. But what we want is more people entering. Like we want the capital requirement for participating in the network to be as low as possible. That's what's going to maximize value. And so, even though it benefits us, you know, I don't think it benefits the kind of world we want to see.
Yeah, I guess one last question would be like, will chains opt into using like something like the Atom 2.0 scheduler versus, you know, Osmosis is building it into the Osmosis protocol? Wouldn't all chains want to like build it into their own protocols?
But what is this thing about all chains? I mean, until Flashbots, we really believed that like no one would ever run custom software. That every validator would like pull from GitHub and you know, and just participate, which I think had a stronger argument in Ethereum, right, where miners didn't really play the central role that validators do in Cosmos, right? Cosmos validators are sort of like the bastion of voting. Like they play an important role. So they have a lot of agency and also a lot of responsibility, you know? And so this idea that it's going to be one size fits all for every, like the protocol is going to act as a unified force, especially when we start introducing, you know, ideas like mesh security, you know, where there's multiple participating, multiple networks, like validators are going to do what validators are going to do to perform their role, which is vote on governance.
I think the question is sort of like, does it make sense for Osmosis or another chain that has a lot of DeFi activity to sell its block space on a market that other chains are also selling their block space on? And I think this
basically,
depends.
is there going to be one? Is there going to be one market for block space across multiple Cosmos chains at the same time, or is it going to be many parallel auctions running at the same time? And if you want to win, you have to like bid correctly on both of the parallel auctions at the same time.
So I think like probably, so there's two pieces to this. One, like if you can, probably like the intersection of block space is more valuable than like the unions of it. So if you get overlapping block space, you're probably willing to, for two chains, for example, you're probably willing to pay more than 2 times as much for that. And then there's also this question of like, well, if I'm a chain, then that's probably more revenue for me and that's good. But what token is that auction settling in, and how do we decide? Like if you guys want your auctions priced in Osmo and Juno wants theirs priced in Juno, like how do we make a good user experience for participating in this auction? And then like, if we did have every chain running their own auction, how could we make a good user experience for like figuring out what to bid and participating in all of those auctions simultaneously? And I don't have the answer to that question yet, so I think you're going to see a lot of folks play with different models there.
And also just like how revenue gets split, right? Like block space on Osmosis is probably way more valuable than a block space on a non-DeFi chain.
How dare you? How dare you? Bias. No, like Mechatech will have serialized execution across zones next year. We'll be live sort of single block space on Juno and Evmos and blah, blah, blah by the end of the year, and then we'll figure out the combinatorial auction bits and do that next year. It's tricky, but it's not impossible. It'll happen sooner. It'll happen sooner than you think, and I think it needs to prevent validator centralization.
Cool. I think we are out of time, but I have so many questions left. But thank you guys for joining us.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
been fun.
We'll meet back here at 2:30, just a little bit before 2:30, so we can catch the Chain for Energy speech. All right. Thank you. As promised, we got Chain for Energy coming up next. The speaker is Dominic, founder of Chain for Energy. Welcome.
Hello everyone. My name is Dominic Skrabat. Too early. Hello everyone. My name is Dominic Skrabat and I'm the co-founder of Chain for Energy project. I'm sorry if it's not working. Excuse me guys, it's not working. No yet. Okay, we have it. So I'm here to tell a few words about our project. This is what we want to do. But at the beginning, I would like to show you a short movie that we have prepared specially for you, especially for this event. Oh, unfortunately, there is no voice. So what we want to achieve, we want to solve one big problem that is related to produce energy. Currently, as you can see, the energy production creates huge amount of pollution and basically destroy our environment. To do so, we have to change the existing status quo, because we will face this kind of situation like here. This is what happened in Texas last year during the winter in February. 10 million people without electricity, heat, light. The costs are estimated to $195 billion, only 2 days. The other example is India in 2012. So that was really no joke, because that was 620 million people for 2 days out of electricity. This is 9% of global population. Why it happens? Okay, basically, the energy demand is growing every year, 3% yearly. Now we have like 28,700 terawatt hours. So if demand is growing, supply is growing too. But unnecessarily between supply and demand, we have very old, outdated, underfunded network that it's basically burning. This causes also additional issue. It's not only a technical issue. At the end of the day, it creates that this kind of network have to be changed. This architecture have to be invested. So it increases the cost of energy, create energy poverty. Even now it's quite big. It's 11% for developed countries. And so what we can do, we have to support energy communities. We have to regionalize supply and demand. We have to minimize the cost of trading the energy. That's why we are doing Web 3.0 marketplace for energy. That means that energy have to be supplied in a decentralized way, managed in decentralized way. The supply and demand have to be regionalized, and supply have to be based on renewable energy sources. This is the only way how we can achieve net zero goal. So, that's why we start our project. This is what I am trying to show you here. It's this what was already done. Like, there is two ways of doing projects. It's like Martin Luther King said, I have a dream. So basically you are dreaming, writing a white paper, spending a lot of money for the marketing, finding investors, and you're starting to do something. But this is the other way. I'm saying that Vincent van Gogh, because he has a dream, he woke up in the morning and drew it. This is how we done our project. We had a dream, we found our friends, we found the business partners from energy market, and we create the product. This is the stage that we have working product commercially with subscribers on it. We have mainnet that was launched. We create proof of concept to tokenize energy. And what my guy said, what is the most important in this slide, that we are doing this green job for atom stakers campaign. And alpha leak is that the snapshot gonna be done tomorrow during Atom 2.0 review. What's next? This is our status. So we basically create a product. We found a business. We are right now building a security, and we want to scale. So what we want to do to scale? First, we have to, of course, send a green drop. This is what we promise, fulfill our commitment, and do IBC integration. This is the reason why we have chosen this super technology like Cosmos SDK. This is great. And we have a security. We are building a security, as I mentioned, in my mainnet. And when we achieve it, we are starting staking rewards. The other rewards that we have it in our tokenomics is rewarding producers of the green energy. We have a specific pool that we're gonna reward all suppliers of energy that is based on the green energy, renewable energy sources. We are going to create energy wallet. This project is started, and of course energy exchange, what is the base of the whole solution. Now I'm talking about tokens, and I would like to tell a few words about token utility, what is quite important. Why to use Web 3.0 for energy market? I'm just hearing this question quite often. There is a value. The value is different for different actors from the perspective of the market. There is a business, we create a solution for them. This is like members of an energy sector based on the, part of them are becoming our validators, so they are buying tokens, and based on, they can pay for usage platform with staking rewards. And the same as with energy trading, so they can trade energy via platform and pay for it if this is not tokenized energy with C4E tokens. The other thing is prosumers energy communities. I mentioned about it that the supply and demand have to be regionalized. So this is the answer. To have enough members that are able to create and consume the energy in some specific localization. That's why we are giving them a tool to support whole life cycle, starting from investment and finishing on settlement and billing aspects and trading upside of energy for free. We're giving production rewards, and we have energy tokenization. thanks to energy tokenization, we can imagine to swap energy token and go to energy supplier and basically use this, ask for energy that this token represents. And it can be done by swap, I don't know, via from atom to 1 kilowatt hour. And we have crypto investor. There's some basic stuff like staking, LP farming, governance, and exposition to energy market. So, we are inviting you, all of you, to join our forces, to become one of the member of our crew, to join Green Energy Forces. This is our warriors, but basically join us. We are very happy to have it, and we are counting for everyone that is going to do it. Thank you very much. That was a very nice opportunity.
The Monastery exclusive community. Members will get access to Monastery Festival in Cartagena, eligibility to own a part of Monastery, elevate your networking at the Monastery Convention in Medellin, and receive unique clothes from this collection, both physical and for the metaverse. How to enter? The key will be the Gyatso NFT collection from Monastery and RMA, an NFT based on the Ethereum blockchain technology. See you in Cartagena and inside the Monasteryverse. Go to monasterynft.com now.
Hello. Okay, so maybe something that you don't know is that actually in my profession, I'm a lawyer and I work for human rights because I really believe that this world can use some help, you know? And then I started to see and I became much more passionate about crypto and Web3 in general because I saw that this technology can solve a lot of things in the world. And I'm very excited to see projects like the one that we just saw. And I'm happy to introduce now our next speaker, Gregory from Regen Network. Welcome.
Hey Cosmoverse, I am so grateful to be here. Yeah. All right. Let's see. What should I talk about today? Oh, I'm just kidding. All right, so I'm going to take everybody on a quick tour of Regen Network. I'll start by telling everybody a little bit about who we are, talk a little bit about our role in the bigger emerging regenerative finance movement, but also specifically here at Cosmos Phi, collaborative finance. What's the role of Regen in this emerging interchain economy? And I want to take everybody on a quick tour of why regenerative finance, and of course, the big question that everybody's asking, when NCT, when ReFi, and I want to speak a little bit about some of the road bumps that we've been experiencing, because I think it's learning in public, building in public, it's important, and then we'll take a quick tour around the marketplace. So that's what we're going to be up to this afternoon. I may even be able to make a little bit of space for a couple questions at the end. Okay, so Regen, in terms of like, who are we? There's really two big pillars. I mean, in addition to the passion that our community feels about planetary regeneration and the role of ecological assets in an emerging economy, we have a badass engineering team. They're the technical leads of the Cosmos SDK. They build a lot of software that the whole ecosystem ends up using. And we also have engineering teams that work to build infrastructure for the United States Department of Agriculture in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture in Ecuador and in collaboration with research institutions around the world. So there's a set of problems that are both institutional and what I would say sort of core to the new institutions that we're building here in the Cosmos ecosystem, right? And those are the technical challenges of being able to anchor who is saying what about where, using what data and what methodology, ensuring that there aren't conflicting claims about carbon or biodiversity. These are common technological challenges that we support a variety of different institutions and groups to help solve using the Cosmos SDK, which is kind of a cool sort of the future of the Cosmos SDK as this modular, deployable state machine that is both crypto native and can be used in different contexts. So, and then the other piece of our engineering team is, our team, our community is really science. Like, we have an amazing science team. We build new methodologies for monitoring and measuring soil carbon or forest biodiversity. And increasingly, our science team is building out the ability to help other people develop methodologies, to do internal and peer review, to assure that the assets that are coming onto Regen Network are of high quality. So I really wanted to just give everybody a quick overview of, like, who are we? Who is the core team of Regen and what are we working on? Okay, so a little bit about Regen Network from a top level. We are the origination system for ecological assets. Right? So we're not necessarily building fancy DeFi derivative systems or high performance marketplaces. That's for the rest of the ecosystem to work on. What we're doing is building an application specific Cosmos zone for originating ecological assets. Right? And why is it important to have a sovereign and neutral space for originating ecological assets? Because there's a complex dance of science, technology, and social legitimacy that is perfectly suited to an app chain, where we're governing state as a proof of stake network, where we can create flexible governance councils around methodologies, quality control, minting standards, and then create these composable green money Legos that the whole world is hungry for. So there's basically three different elements of what Regen Network is building. Number one is eco-credits, right? Just the concept of a unit. Sorry, I've been speaking a little bit far away there. That sounds a lot better. Eco-credits are the concept of a unit of account that represents ecological health outcomes or stewardship outcomes. So being developed, there's more than 40 different types of eco-credits being developed by a broad global community around the world, and those span the gamut of soil carbon, jaguar biodiversity, hopefully plastics credits, there's this whole world of opportunity where real value, the value that is really intrinsic to our economy, can be expressed and internalized into the flow. So eco-credits, marketplace. How do people bring that into the market in a disintermediated, direct peer-to-peer marketplace where there aren't a bunch of broker dealers who are taking large cuts? Currently, the markets for carbon credits, you're really lucky as a project developer if you're getting 30% of the value that's being exchanged because there's so many different intermediaries. Imagine, when we launch the marketplace in a couple of weeks, there's no need for intermediaries because project developers, land stewards can list directly into a marketplace. They can choose their sell price. They can manage that whole process themselves. And then finally, standards governance. Now this is sort of the boring part, but really it's the exciting part. This is why I'm excited about the Cosmos SDK. This is why I'm excited about Cosmos. Being able to bring tools to communities that need to govern something that they all find is important. In our case, that's governing quality assurance standards for issuing carbon credits and biodiversity credits and plastic credits and marine protection credits. Okay, so I want to just take a moment, sorry for all the text, but I was reflecting on what I wanted to talk with everybody about, and I was thinking, a year ago we were in Lisbon together, and I was talking about some of the same things. So I wanted to give everybody a quick sort of tour through time. So we've been working on buying and selling and originating carbon assets over the counter, off chain, over the last year because we haven't had the marketplace built. Because we really believe in this, I think, sort of core Cosmos ethos of safety over liveness. Let's take the time to deploy technology in a way that is durable and resilient, and we're not just, going to move fast and break things. Why? Because we really need to generate a core of legitimacy and process for these sorts of assets to have long-term value. So what we've been doing is learning by participating in over-the-market carbon, over-the-counter carbon markets, originating, the first several vintages of native Regen carbon credits have all been just bought over the counter, right? So they're not even making it into the market. We're just about edging up to phase 2. So in October, we're launching the marketplace. This is a big deal. And shortly after we launch the marketplace, we'll be working with the Osmosis community and many of the protocols and blockchains to start to build on-chain liquidity of the nature carbon ton. And we'll get into that a little bit. Phase 3 is really where this gets exciting. Really where the future of regenerative finance can be found is when we start to be able to automate purchases, right? Automate issuance, have clear mechanisms for price discovery, all built on a solid foundation of auditable, transparent, and community-governed credits. And what happens then? Well, we get the opportunity to then start responsibly financializing these ecological assets. And regenerative finance can really be born in full because we can start to do things like collateralizing IST with eco-credits. We can start to build out financial instruments that make it possible for us as a community to be long on planetary regeneration in a completely responsible way. So we're realigning our economic interests with ecological health. So just a quick little, a lot has been done, right? A ton of work has been happening, and moving forward, these really big, exciting milestones, we're just on the precipice. Marketplace launch, in-CT liquidity pool, forward contracts. These are all the really big features that are going to start transforming and making regenerative finance in the Cosmos world and really the interchain world possible. Okay, so the nature carbon ton. We worked with our partners at Toucan, and Moss to develop an interchain carbon standard called the Nature Carbon Ton, which allows a set of high quality legacy carbon credits that have been tokenized through an existing sort of one-way bridge system that Toucan launched to create a fungible asset. So the first liquidity that we're supporting being built in the ecosystem is going to rely on these assets that were one-way bridged. And then over time, we're going to be starting to bring online the native Regen eco credits so that we can sort of manage supply. Now, we sort of expected there to be some issues, right? And some of those issues are currently NCT is acting a little bit like STETH did, where because it's a one-way asset, it's possible for it to sort of depeg. So the Nature Carbon Ton, because it was a one-way bridge process that Toucan ran, is not reflecting the price of off-chain carbon markets, right? So in this latest bear market, it also took a dip. What's cool is that native Regen credits aren't going to have that issue because they'll be getting purchased by institutions and crypto markets, and there'll be that sort of full market efficiency. What's also cool is by us building a bridge and moving those assets over, we're unstranding them. We're creating a more efficient market for the Nature Carbon Ton to sort of like regain equilibrium as an appropriately priced asset. So the key to solving that issue is really, you know, bridges and making sure that there's a connected marketplace. So the unexpected problem, I mean, I think the NCT thing, most of us who were paying attention saw that coming. The unexpected problem is that all of the native Regen credits that are coming online seem to be getting purchased before they are even going to make it on chain. Well, this is great because it shows institutional adoption and it proves out this thesis that native Regen registered credits that are produced in a blockchain native environment have institutional adoption. So that's like a very it's a quality problem, right? But on the other hand, it means that, you know, there's not as much liquidity as we might want for our blockchain community to access those credits, right? So the solution is really part of what's driving the future features of Regen Ledger, which is forward contracts and ex-ante credits, right? So this allows people who have a forecast of crediting demand to be getting into contracts directly with project developers without any intermediaries to ensure that there's liquidity coming into the marketplace. Very exciting. All right, so we have more than 5 million carbon tons natively being produced in Regen Ledger over the coming 8 months or so. There's a couple examples here: Carbon Plus Grasslands, a suite of amazing agroforestry projects led by Terragenesis International, the Dow Ocean Project, and many others. So there's sort of like this slow build of high quality credits that are coming into the marketplace. You know, sort of piece by piece, we're building these foundations for a robust and high quality marketplace for carbon and other ecological assets. And I think this points to one of the very interesting things. We're constantly getting asked, because, you know, I don't know if anybody's been paying attention, but did people notice that regenerative finance sort of became a thing? A little bit. It's a big thing. I think Flow Carbon raised $70 million on a $600 million valuation or something. Toucan raised $25 million. There's been all of these, you know, big hype and process. Meanwhile, little old Regen Network just keeps cranking along, but maybe not so little after all. Where's everybody going to get their credits from? Well, we're turning all of the potential competitors into powerful partners, right? When you have an infrastructure for people to be able to run quality assurance governance processes, when you have an infrastructure that allows people to tokenize and bring credits directly into the marketplace, when you have an infrastructure to basket those credits and turn them into liquid assets that's all already up and running, all of a sudden, partnerships and collaboration become pretty easy, right? Because actually all of these other projects, we can either bring their assets into our marketplace and give exposure to the amazing Cosmos community, or we can originate assets and flow them across bridges into the larger crypto ecosystem. So it's a really exciting moment in which the meme out-collaborate the competition is really coming true. It's very exciting. So now I get to speak just a little bit about the marketplace. If you want to just have a look at this, you can go to app.regen.network. We're finishing up the last little bit. We had hoped to give everybody a live demo and buy and retire some credits for the conference. But that'll happen in a couple weeks. We're finishing up a last little bit so that everybody can use their ledgers. Last little amino signing challenges so that we make sure everybody's interacting in the most secure way. So coming soon, TM, but really we're about 2 weeks out from unveiling the marketplace, which is going to allow people to buy, sell, retire, and trade carbon credits, which is very exciting. And one of the things that that's going to enable us to do is really start accelerating the carbon zero process. Who here is familiar with the Cosmos Carbon Zero program? How many of you are already offsetting your protocols with Cosmos Zero? There's a few. Osmosis, yeah, Stargaze, IXO. I think that there's Checked. I think that there's been governance proposals socialized in Evmos and Juno. Hopefully Omniflix is going to join. So what Carbon Zero enables us to do is, as an ecosystem, to really hammer home against the FUD that as an ecosystem we are carbon neutral or even carbon negative. It also allows us to give birth to a new interchain asset. So I want to go back here just for a moment to NCT. So imagine a world in which you are estimating your carbon footprint as a protocol or a validator. You're pre-purchasing that carbon for the next maybe 5 years, and then you're able to put the excess carbon that you purchased into a yield-earning liquidity pool on osmosis, then making it possible to automatically offset your footprint as a protocol or a validator that entire time while earning yields, while supporting an ecosystem to bootstrap liquidity, generate price discovery, and realign economic interests with ecological health. That sounds like a huge Omni win to me. That sounds like a pretty exciting opportunity to, be part of a revolution and make it a WAGMI moment. We're all going to make it. So I wanted to leave everybody with just a little hint of, this is really beyond carbon. And some of the most exciting assets in my mind are things like Jaguar credits that can get bundled into Stargaze NFTs. Things like direct land stewardship protection credits. Things like the plastic credits that our friends at Empower are building. There's an entire universe of ecological assets that really are the foundation of a living and healthy economy, and that's what we're going to be bringing into the marketplace over the coming years. And by the way, check out the group module. You all can, right now, with the Cosmos 046, do non-token based governance of any feature or function that any address in the Cosmos ecosystem can handle. That is a big deal, and I wanted to make sure that everybody was thinking about that. It's not a competitor with DAO. DAO is a token-based governance system. That's awesome. They're composable, they're interoperable, but there are some things you may not want to turn into a governance token. So I just wanted to shout out at the end while I had a moment, go check out the groups module. It's going to revolutionize how we do governance in the Cosmos space. So rock on. Thanks for having me, Cosmoverse. It's been fun.
Hey guys, I have a question. Are there any secret agents in the room? Whoa, okay. Well, I heard that you guys are throwing a hell of a party tonight, so I'm looking forward for that. And now I want to welcome, of course, Thor from Secret Network.
Oh man, it's a lot brighter up here. How's everybody doing? How's Cosmoverse? Sorry. How is Cosmoverse? It's those mid-afternoon slots that they always give me where I'm just like the hype man. They know I drink my coffee right before. Who was at Cosmoverse Lisbon and heard my talk on privacy? Ooh, so we got a new crowd. Maybe I should have run it back. I wanted to do something new because I figured all you amazing Cosmoverse participants, maybe you were in Lisbon, you heard me talk a lot about privacy more as a human right, as a concept, less so as a technology that we've implemented in the Cosmosphere. So this is more about the history of Secret itself and the fight for Web3 privacy, what we've been doing across the whole history of the project. If you missed that talk in Lisbon, just remember that privacy has a lot more to do with things that aren't just keeping things hidden from other people. Really, it is a cornerstone for things like consent, for things like human freedom and empowerment, for things like sustainability. So keep all that in mind as we go through the history of the project, then what's happening now, what's going to happen for Secret and for the Cosmos in the future. Our one mission has never changed. For the project and all of its iterations with all of its communities, we believe that decentralization, to work, to truly be empowering, is going to require strong privacy guarantees for users. But if you reverse that, we also believe that strong privacy technologies are going to need to be decentralized. They're going to be needing to be in the hands of users, not gate-kept by any particular organization, but they have to be in the hands of the users and operated globally to be sustainable and to be empowering. So we'll start with the then, we'll go to the now, but privacy will always be our mission, and fundamentally it's because of those things that we believe, that decentralization requires privacy to succeed, but privacy will equally require decentralization to become sustainable. We're going back to 2015. People who aren't familiar with the history of Secret as a project may not know that there are these very deep roots for the ecosystem, for the research behind the ecosystem. At 2015, I was a graduate student at MIT, but not one of the smart ones. I was in the business school, which fortunately gave me a lot of exposure to ideas that were bleeding edge and probably about a half a decade ahead of their time. One of which was this paper called Decentralizing Privacy. And that was written by Guy Ziskind, who's the CEO of Secret Labs and has been building out this ecosystem as long as there's been an ecosystem to build. And this was foundational research. It was the first paper to really describe how privacy technologies could be combined with blockchain technology, two kind of bleeding edge areas of research, to create something that had never existed, something that was decentralized and also private. And you'll notice some things from this paper that now seem, extremely prescient. Unlike Bitcoin, transactions in this proposed system are not strictly financial. They could be used to carry instructions, such as storing, querying, sharing data. And we discuss possible future extensions to blockchains that could harness them into a well-rounded solution for trusted computed problems in society. My favorite part of that sentence is where we mention society. Like, this was meant to be used for solving actual problems, not problems of speculation, not, you know, casino games, but we really believed that privacy technologies combined with decentralization could revolutionize everything, and that they should. Also in 2015, this little network called Ethereum launched, and when I was doing my graduate research, I was doing digital rights management with blockchain research, and a lot of the things that I was looking into were not Ethereum. I was like, we're going to solve this with colored coins. That was for people who remember. And it turns out the only thing I wrote about that actually started to be used for all the things I thought was Ethereum. At the time, you know, it was revolutionary, solving for this idea of programmability on the blockchain, going beyond Bitcoin. But everything was still public by default. There was no consideration of privacy. And this was happening at the same time that this very first white paper was being written. A white paper that now has, I think, over 3,000 academic citations. So that white paper became Enigma in 2017. And at the time, because Ethereum was what was live, the white paper was about combining multi-party computation with Bitcoin. But Enigma was about taking pragmatic privacy solutions to market with the Ethereum blockchain to create this private compute vision that we had written about. And this was supposed to be solving for Ethereum specifically. It was being developed as a layer 2. And the main privacy technology that was being researched then for production, the only thing that was really production ready, was using secure hardware, a trusted enclave model, which was the best available technology in terms of performance, in terms of cost, generalizability, all the things that we were trying to value to create pragmatic solutions that would be used in production. But it still was clearly going to be somewhat limited relative to our very lofty vision for the future. Finally, we get some good tech. The Cosmos Hub launches, and now suddenly proof of stake is a thing. So now suddenly we're thinking differently about what's possible with blockchain beyond the proof of work model, and we get closer to this Internet of Blockchains reality. The idea that there will be this multi-chain future, that there will not be this one, you know, chain to rule them all, but there will be many chains solving many things. And as a project that knew what we were trying to solve, we knew we were trying to solve privacy, it was essential for us to find a way to be part of a multi-chain vision. And it became clear that there were visions possible beyond Ethereum. And in this initial Cosmos vision, while there was all this power, there was still, just like Ethereum, no privacy. But suddenly all the pieces are in place for what we're describing, this idea that we need decentralization, we need privacy, and they need each other. So we have privacy by default, we have the idea of programmability, and self-sovereignty as a layer 1, and interoperability, and this is the idea that added up to Secret Network. The idea of a privacy hub for all of Web3 that would solve this universal privacy problem that every blockchain shared because they were all using the same public by default model. We believed we could build a hub that could solve this problem for all chains and not just our own ecosystem. So that's why we came to the Cosmos in 2020. And again, this is now starting to become recent history as much as it's ancient history. We were one of the very first chains to migrate from this Ethereum ecosystem to commit to the Cosmos ecosystem, to commit to this vision of interoperability while maintaining self-sovereignty, because we knew that that was the path to reaching ultimately that big equation that I just put up, to have all of these things in one network but connecting to all others. February, we launched the mainnet. September, we got private smart contracts on mainnet, the first network to do so. And then we were also the first network to get CosmWasm smart contracts onto the mainnet, running inside this enclave. I like to say we left ETH before it was cool. We do lots of things before it's cool, sometimes way too long before it's cool. But it was still a cool thing to do, and it's a cool thing to do right now. Thank you, DYDX. Meanwhile, right? This is all the tech side. Meanwhile, this is how it's going. What was going on during this whole time? What were we talking about while we were developing this privacy stuff? What was happening in the world? Some of these may look familiar because I did put a couple of them up during my other Cosmoverse slide. You can see data privacy was a problem not just in the Web 3 world, but it was a problem in the Web 2 world. It was kind of a disaster in the Web 2 world. But most of the examples that I were using, you know, it still didn't seem existentially bad. It was still just like, well, my data got leaked, and that wasn't really tangible enough for people. It wasn't visceral enough for people. There's too much removal from the part where it's like data is being exploited or leaked to the part where I feel that pain point. as a user, as a developer. So all these examples are obviously atrocious, but they weren't that immediately threatening for those of us who live in like very developed countries in the Western world. Recently, it's gotten worse. So now, in the Western world, maybe we don't have the same assumptions anymore about the importance of privacy. We have open source developers that are being jailed indefinitely with no real further details being released. We have the ability for data to be tracked even in the United States as this sort of political and legislative regimes shift. Will things like abortion still be legal? Will donating to Planned Parenthood become a crime that we can be prosecuted for after the fact? There's a lot of open questions around the things we took for granted. And suddenly people start thinking a little bit differently about privacy, not just in the Web 2 world, but in the Web 3 world as well. So suddenly I'm reading all these tweets that were kind of like unthinkable 4 or 5 years ago when everybody was telling us that we were crazy for having this privacy by default vision, for thinking that was the only sustainable model for decentralization and privacy coming together, that you couldn't tack on privacy after the fact as some kind of like mixer solution. You had to consider it at the base layer. We heard so many people tell us that that was very silly. And then they started tweeting about it like they were the first ones to think of it, kind of ignoring not just us, but all the builders in the space who had considered privacy a fundamental right and something that had to be considered in the base layer of every application and network that was being built. So the long and the short of it is, regardless of when you decide to care about it, regardless of when you decide to tweet about it, privacy has been needed all along, and it's especially needed now. Not just on paper, but in production. We need pragmatic solutions that can solve problems today, that push forward privacy for the entire Web3 space, that protect us in the Web 2 world, that provide a meaningful alternative for users that they can start using and understanding and evangelizing. And especially good is if this is a solution that works with the rest of the blockchain world. It's not a silo that they have to opt into, but it's something that connects to all of the other blockchains. Every blockchain that they would care about, that they're already using, there's something connected to it that helps them understand the urgency and the importance of the privacy problem. So our focus is on pragmatism and adoption, because adoption is protection for privacy solutions. If there's an app that you have to opt into to get your privacy and not enough people opt into it, suddenly the government's going to say, you're using Tornado Cash, that makes you a criminal. But if billions of people are using encryption by default on something like WhatsApp, you can't call a billion people a criminal. And it's really hard to take away that fundamental right to privacy from those people because that fundamental argument starts to weaken. We're no longer all criminals, we're just exercising a basic human right. But that argument gets stronger only with adoption. Every vertical matters when it comes to adoption of privacy-enabled solutions. People come up to me at conferences and they're saying, tell me something that privacy is useful for solving. And I always just immediately flip it around. I say, tell me something that you would use every day if you thought you could not have any privacy, now or in the future. There's very little. And that's why the blockchain space has struggled to kind of scale beyond these speculative solutions. Nobody wants to use anything more meaningful. Nobody wants to build on a public by default foundation because that's like building on sand. So every vertical matters, and we want to see adoption from developers for privacy-first applications across every single vertical, and we want to see adoption on every single one of these verticals. But at the same time, we don't want to compromise on the same things that get things adopted. So as an ecosystem, we've started to put a renewed emphasis on things like wallets, fixing viewing key and permit models, all the tooling and documentation for developers, things that will actually allow users to adopt things that are privacy first without assuming that means I have to have a meaningfully worse time using this thing. I'm giving something up for my privacy. Privacy is a public good. You should not have to compromise something like user experience just to protect your own security or just to have the guarantees we believe every user in the world should have. So to look at what we've got going on today in the secret ecosystem, I don't have time to go through all the mainnet dApps, all the dApps that are going to be produced, that are coming across all these verticals. I'll feature a few because they're live and you can use them when you walk out of this room or while you're here. So we have a DeFi ecosystem. There's been over $3 billion in on-chain volume in secret DEXs. We've had tons of people coming into this ecosystem telling us they value privacy in their solutions, whether that's for front-running resistance or transactional privacy, it's meaningful. So Sienna has built a whole suite of applications. They have a DEX, they have a lending product already usable on mainnet today. We also believe that privacy is essential for communications. So we have the Alter team that's built a private by default communications platform. You can message one-to-one, you can join groups, you can authenticate yourself into joining private groups based on having staked something, done something, and it's all with these privacy protections that keep control in the hands of a user. It's a very Web3 native model that people may not know even exists and is building in the Cosmos today. And then we have, in the NFT side, platforms like Stash that are trying to extend this model of asset ownership of non-fungible assets. What if those had additional privacy protections? What if they could be private by default, but you could reveal them when you wanted to prove ownership of something? What if they could have public or private metadata inside? What if you could rent access to the private metadata, have protected fields? Could you use this for things like home deeds? Could you use it for things like reputation in the real world or educational credits, anything at all? So that's already being explored on mainnet. And then what's coming is dApps for growth across every ecosystem. Because again, this is only meaningful with adoption. So how across all these verticals are we gonna get millions of users? There has to be something for people to look forward to. So Shade is already launching. Shade, some people in the room may know, they are launching an entire suite of DeFi applications directly on Secret that are all private by default. That includes Silk, which is a private by default stablecoin that is not US pegged, but backed by a global basket of currencies and assets. They're also launching bonds. I believe today even is when they got some of their new bonds live. There's an Atom bond that they launched. These are the first bonds in the Cosmos ecosystem, and they're being built here today with privacy protections by default. They're also building a number of tools focused on stablecoin adoption, on-ramps, merchant payments. All of this is going to require privacy for consumers. We also have DAO tooling from Secret DAO. We have gaming platforms like OneNet that are going to secure private by default gaming applications with in-game assets, with true ownership, with imperfect information models. These are really exciting applications because they can lead to millions of users discovering the Cosmos and discovering these privacy-first solutions. And obviously, I mentioned we need better onboarding if we want to get millions of users. We've gone from having a limited amount of wallet support to a dramatically large amount of wallet support in a short amount of weeks and months with projects like Fina and Leap and Starshell and Cryptic, and I could name a lot more. Also with Kato, you'll hear more about that soon, but all of this is essential for bringing users into the Secret ecosystem and helping them discover privacy. So now, in our last minutes, I promised them that I would run over so we could get back on schedule. We were early, that's nonsense. This is the end of the beginning, so what's next? We recently completed the Shockwave Delta mainnet upgrade. This was huge. Why? Because we got CosmWasm V1 onto mainnet, got to parity with these other incredible ecosystems that have already taken this step. So now it's never been easier for developers to start using secret contracts and building cross-chain applications. It also means that all tokens on Secret, our SNP20 tokens, are also transferable across IBC, meaning you can bring them into Osmosis and have pools for assets that started natively as tokens on top of Secret. It also brings us to our privacy as a service vision, meaning you can have cross-chain private smart contracts. This is essential to the Privacy Hub vision. You can have interchain accounts. You can have, I'd already mentioned the Secret tokens going cross IBC, but you understand why when I'm saying the whole vision is to have privacy and decentralization and interoperability and self-sovereignty. This upgrade is what finally unlocked that vision for the entire Secret ecosystem and for the entire Cosmos. I'm going to quickly run through a few of some of the things that this would unlock for closer cross-chain relationships on Osmo, on Juno, whatever. I could have thrown like 800 logos up here because the Cosmos is growing so fast. But something like true RNG, right? This is possible today. Essentially being able to have true randomness in a decentralized setting through Secret, callable by any chain. You can have things like private voting or better voting structures for Cosmos-based DAOs, whether they're native to Secret or whether they're now on any IBC-enabled chain with interchain accounts. It's essential. I mean, the way voting works in the real world is you vote, you have aggregated numbers of votes, you understand that it was a provably correct outcome, but as soon as that's linked to your personal identity, during the voting process, now there's risks. There's a reason we don't do it that way. But maybe after the fact, you want to be able to prove your vote, reveal your vote. These are the kind of programmable structures that are now possible when you have private by default smart contracts. Also, we're looking at a lot of different wallet innovation solutions, meaning could we have walletless experiences for users? People who have never used a Web3 wallet, how could they use a secret contract to manage their credentials so they never even have to know they're interacting with a Web3 application at all? And how could we combine what we're already doing with technologies like MPC to do better threshold wallets with multi-sig approval for transactions? There's so much more. There's so much more. I wanted to leave time at the end to talk about what's next, but there's so many more things that are possible, and some of which is already in active development. But everything that I'm just putting up here is not things you can build in 2 years. They're things you can build now. And over the hackathons that we'll be helping to sponsor over the next months, this is what we want to see built. This is what we want to see scaled for global adoption. Ultimately, it means there's endless possibilities. We're trying to expand this design space in Web3 1,000x, because that's what privacy gets you when you have this programmably private foundation. Finally, this brings me to, if this was the vision all along, then what could possibly be next? If we already got here, if we already have the programmable privacy vision, if we already have interoperability, if we already have this foundation, where are we going from here? What is Secret 2.0? I'm not ready to say everything about what Secret 2.0 is. I am ready to say what it's about. Ask yourself these questions and you'll understand our approach to Secret 2.0. Right now, we have built the very first programmably private smart contract blockchain interoperable throughout the Cosmos with interchain accounts, cross-chain contract calls. So what can we do to strengthen some of these privacy guarantees? How can we go beyond this trusted hardware foundation and add technologies that strengthen guarantees for users, give developers choice, and strengthen this model? And if you're thinking of a privacy hub, is a privacy hub just a hub, or is it more like a constellation of stars than a single point of light? And how can we help secure not only the interchain ecosystem and every chain in it, but every chain beyond it? So these questions are already in active consideration. I will say there is something coming soon. This is a digital event. Don't feel like you got to fly back to Colombia, but I swear I'm going to be back here in like a month. It's beautiful. I never want to leave. I might not because there's a hurricane coming. So we will share details about Secret Summit. It's a digital event. Please RSVP for it because we will reveal a lot more. We will have a lot more interchain speakers. dApps, it won't just be me yakking. It'll be everybody in the rapidly expanding Secret ecosystem. If you want to get involved, build with us. We have a grants program. Incubator news is coming. Become a secret agent, thanks to the 3 people who yelled in the room, but I'm sure there's 30 more. And lastly, we're looking for partners always. Now that we have cross-chain contracts, we have cross-chain relationships. Those matter more than ever because we want privacy on every chain. Take a picture of this if you want to get in touch. That's my Twitter, not my Telegram. My Telegram is actually This Is Tor. It's not a secret, but I hate putting my Telegram on slides because I have 8,000 unread messages. Secret Network, scrt.network is the website. Our Discord is the chat below. That's the Twitter for the entire network at large, not me personally, but they do respond to their DMs. Thank you for listening to me about privacy. Please prioritize privacy in your own solutions. Please reach out to us if you want to build with Secret and bring privacy to the whole interchain ecosystem. And thank you to Cosmoverse.
Thank you very much, Tor. I always enjoy listening to Tor. He does a really, really good job. How many of you guys actually have NFTs on Secret Network? Okay, awesome. Same here. I love those NFTs on Secret Network. Up next, we got Adrian Brink with Anoma. Welcome to the stage.
Cool. Hello. Welcome. Thank you very much for coming. Is that the timer? Great. The timer's even running. Yes, so today I'd like to talk to you about Anoma, one architecture for full stack decentralization. And I'd like to start with a brief historic recap of where we started and how we got to where we are today. And so I would consider, I mean, we started with the first evolution of protocols, which was scriptable settlement. And this started with Bitcoin, and there was a long tail of Bitcoin-like forks, whether this was Litecoin or even something like Zcash. It's always in the scriptable settlement model. And people try to build applications on scriptable settlement. They try to build things like colored coins or Namecoin or even the global Bitcoin stock exchange. Who here in the room has ever used the global Bitcoin stock exchange? Okay, never mind. It was a completely unregistered securities exchange back in the early days of Bitcoin. It was interesting. But the important thing to remember is that a lot of these applications work, but they were incredibly clunky. And sort of, for example, for Namecoin, you needed to run a forked Bitcoin client in order to make this work in practice. Then with Ethereum in 2015, we went to generation 2. We went towards programmable settlement. And all of a sudden, instead of having colored coins, we got ERC20s. Instead of having Namecoin, we got ENS. But we also got a ton more things that no one really thought about when Ethereum was being developed, like DAOs, like NFTs, like soul-bound tokens. So we got a lot of novel applications that no one really imagined building when we were still in the scriptable settlement model. And so nowadays you can build things like DEXs, AMMs, NFT marketplaces. But again, they work, but they're clunky for different reasons. They're very composable at the settlement layer. But they, generally speaking, have at least one centralized Web 2 component right now as well. Because what is the general pattern, and is this a pointer? Oh, you see this on the slide in the bottom. What's the current design pattern for modern dApps? It's a user doesn't have a transaction. Users have messages. Users have intents. Users have partial state transitions. And they sign these things, and then they send them to a central server, right? This is how OpenSea works right now. A user doesn't submit a transaction directly to Ethereum. No, they sign a specific message, send it to the central OpenSea server that then aggregates a bunch of these messages, does some compute, and then ends up settling this on-chain. And this is a pattern that you see over and over again, whether this is for OpenSea or for Optimism, or for any rollup, or even for like things like Gitcoin. It's always this pattern where people don't have transactions that are directly executable on-chain. They rather have intents that need some amount of counterparty discovery to make work. So I'd like to also talk, of course, about sort of programmable settlement plus, everything that has happened since 2015. But to me, this is still very much the same architecture. This is still very much the same generation of programmable settlement. Like, yes, we had a bunch of advances from proof of work to proof of stake. I mean, like Cosmos led the way there with Cosmos proof of stake, right? We had advances in scaling. We had advances in privacy. We had advances in consensus, actually, with regards to tenement consensus, for example. But it's still fundamentally the same model. It's just programmable settlement. It's what the Ethereum trialed and sort of got to market in 2015 in a slightly different color and a slightly different flavor. But it's fundamentally the same thing. But the really important insight here is that settlement is not sufficient. Settlement is sufficient if parties already know who they are and what they want. So like settlement is only sufficient if you want to do a simple transfer. Like if I want to send 10 USDC to someone else, then settlement is sufficient. But for anything more complex, you need something more than settlement. When you actually look at most applications need counterparty discovery. They need to help people to discover others with whom they can settle. I mean, good examples here are DEXs and marketplaces, right? Like in a DEX or a marketplace, I don't have a fully fledged transaction. I have a partial thing. Like I have the intent that I have currently some ETH and I would like to hold a CryptoKitty. Or maybe I have the inverse, that I hold a CryptoKitty and would like some ETH in exchange for this. But this is not something that I can execute on chain. You have the same thing with quadratic public goods funding, where you have project donors and funders. You have even the same thing with DAOs and optimistic and ZK rollups. And I'll sort of go more in depth on how these applications actually look like right now. So let's switch to what are the current approaches to counterparty discovery. And really there are three general approaches to this. Number one is you do it on the blockchain. This is sort of what Uniswap, what Osmosis does. You just dump it, you do the counterparty discovery in consensus. AMMs are the most gas efficient way to do this, but when you really think about this, this is kind of silly because, and really expensive because you're paying to establish a global total order over every single trade, even though there's absolutely no reason to establish a total global order for all these trades. But this is at least very decentralized. Then you have sort of option 2, you dump it all, you centralize the entire thing, right? How do you fix a problem? You just build a new centralized component and you call it a single operator database. This is what OpenSea does, this is what 0x does, this is what Flashbots does, this is what rollup sequencers do, what rollup provers do. The problem here is this always becomes a main trusted party. And we've gotten pretty good at least trying to prevent these trusted parties from being able to steal funds. But at the very least, they can indefinitely censor you. And again, why are we building decentralized technology if the major component that makes these applications work end up being a single operator database run by a private company in New York in the case of OpenSea? And then you sort of have the third approach, an app-specific sovereign chain. And DYDX is trying this right now, but the problem is this kind of comes back to point 1, which is now we just dump everything in consensus. And yes, if you do this as an app-specific sovereign chain, you can hide over this fact because you aren't competing for execution time or for gas with other applications, but eventually also reaching like fundamental scaling limits by dumping everything in consensus. The other really important point to note here is that programmable settlement gave us composability at the settlement layer, right? Like a contract can call another contract. But in the current model where we have intents, we're losing this composability, and we're also losing this composability in the third model, because fundamentally I can't build a new application that reasons through the intents that get sent to the OpenSea server or the intents that get sent to the Optimism rollup. Yeah, so I think really the single biggest trade-off is that we lose a lot of composability at the application layer if we always think about this model as transaction-centric. So, with this sort of brief introduction, I'd like to briefly talk about Anoma and what I'd consider the third generation of protocols, an architecture for full-stack decentralized applications. And so I'll give you the entire tagline, which is, Anoma is an intent-centric, privacy-preserving protocol for decentralized counterparty discovery, distributed solving, and atomic multi-chain settlement. And I'll go into some of these components a little bit later throughout this talk, but this is sort of the high-level tagline. Fundamentally, Anoma is intent-centric. Users, generally speaking, don't have transactions. Users have intents, they have partial state transitions, they have partial transactions. They don't have something that's settleable on-chain. They have something that needs some sort of counterparty discovery mechanism in order to become settleable in the future. The architecture also provides composable privacy, because I think this is another important thing, that not everything should be public, but also not everything needs to be fully private. There is a very big difference between sort of transparent, shielded, as well as private state. And application developers need to be able to choose whatever they think is the right model. And by the way, here the difference between shielded and private is whether you have shared private state or not. So shielded state is about single private state, and private state is about shared private state. Yeah, you have an architecture that provides decentralized counterparty discovery, distributed solving, as well as multi-chain atomic settlement. And if anyone here knows about Tendermint, you'll really like the stuff about multi-chain atomic settlement. So it's a radically new design where intents are binding programmatic commitments to preferences. Rather than expressing and signing over a specific execution trace, which is what happens in all the current virtual machines, right? Like when I sign over a transaction in, let's say, the Ethereum model in the EVM, I sign over a specific execution trace worth of opcodes, where every opcode can sort of arbitrarily change my state. So I have to audit and understand what every opcode in this execution trace does. But with an intent-centric design, users sign over future states that they're willing to accept. For example, a user may hold a Bitcoin right now, and they sign over the fact that in the future they're fine to hold 0 Bitcoin if and only if they hold 100 ETH, right? So users express future states that they're willing to accept. This leads to a ton of advantages. For one, all of these intents are now composable, because I can take an intent that goes from state A to B, for example, and someone else sends me an intent that goes from state B to C, and I can generate a new intent that goes from A to C, because all of these are just like, you net out the state changes effectively. This is also how you can build on-demand rollups with this kind of architecture. And this is necessary for decentralized counterparty discovery, and leads to an interesting paradigm that we call declarative paradigms, which I think is much closer to how actual users think about their interactions with decentralized systems, right? Like when my parents sign a transaction, they don't think that they're authorizing this specific execution trace within a specific VM. They think about the fact that they're authorizing that their state changes, right? Like they are fine with holding maybe one less ETH if they're buying something in exchange. They're not thinking, am I okay with all these contracts being called in the middle? Yeah, and this means that you can design very nice declarative black box architectures where users don't have to care about the thing that happens in the middle because users only sign intents of what future state changes they're willing to accept, and then the underlying system can figure out exactly how to satisfy those intents and those state changes. And maybe this means that if I want to trade 1 Bitcoin against 100 ETH, there could be one counterparty, there could be 100 counterparties. I as a user don't care, because it doesn't matter to me. I just care that my state preference that I signed over my intent is adhered to in the future. So in the future, I just have to check whether my state was updated correctly. So a little bit of what's in the black box, because this black box matters. I won't go through the entire thing in depth, but sort of on the left, you see we start with counterparty discovery. And here we really have intents, intent gossip nodes, solvers, as well as zero-knowledge proofs, recursive proofs, and eventually fully homomorphic encryptions. So users can either author transparent, shielded, or private intents. Some of these will involve multiple zero-knowledge proofs. Some of them will involve some advanced ciphertext. They then submit these intents to an intent gossip network, where that can contain 100 million of these intents, because they're not consensus critical. We can have sort of infinite amounts of them. And then solvers can look at the soup of intents and see which ones are composable, right? Because maybe I have BTC against ETH, someone else has ETH against Atom, and someone else has Atom against BTC. These three intents live by themselves in the intent gossip network, and a solver can look at this and go, oh, I can take these three things and submit them as a settleable transaction on-chain. Here, the nice thing is solvers use the protocol that we developed called Fervio for front-running protection, where solvers, where any transaction is encrypted against a shared public key of the validator set, which means that the transaction mempool actually only sees encrypted byte strings. And then in Tendermint, the validators only put encrypted byte strings into blocks and finalize those blocks, and in block n+1, the validator set jointly decrypts those transactions. But no individual validator or no individual observer can actually try and front-run these transactions, because by the time they're finalized, their ordering is fully established and you can't front, bank run, or sandwich them anymore. Yeah, so now we have the validators and we get to the finalized block. Here this comes now to the execution verification and our unified execution environment, which is called Tiger, which can handle transparent shield as well as private state. Here, one of the nice things, once you think more about intents and less about transactions, you can also parallelize a bunch of the execution at the settlement layer, because intents or transactions with intents that touch different parts of the state can be applied in parallel, because we know they're not conflicting. Oh, I have 6 minutes. Okay. One of the important things to remember is that Anoma is an architecture. Anoma can be deployed in many different ways. Anoma can be deployed as a global L1, can be deployed as a L1.5 to decentralize a specific application that needs decentralized counterparty discovery and distributed solving, or can even be deployed as an L2. Remember, this is fundamentally about giving users the choice in what security model they want to accept. And this is, I think, very much comes from this interchain thesis that like different people can pick different security models. We probably want to have homogeneous architectures, but we want to have heterogeneous security models. Right, here's some novel primitives that dApps get. So intents effectively lend themselves towards can be seen as incentivized data availability. You also get programmable threshold decryption via Fervio at the application layer. So applications can define what kind of a batch they want to have encrypted and at what point that gets decrypted. Okay, I will skip over this for the sake of time. I think one of the important things to remember is that when Ethereum came out in 2015, we really couldn't imagine all the applications that it would enable. And I think this is also the same with an architecture like Anoma. Because I fundamentally believe that there will be many Anoma-like architectures in the future that will be deployed. In the same sense that there were many programmable settlement architectures being deployed since 2015. Right, so what kind of contemporary applications could you be building? You can be building Xerox, CowSwap, Uniswap, so any of the decentralized exchanges and marketplaces. You can build full stack decentralized rollups, or you can build decentralized public goods funding. And I won't go through all of these in depth. I'll pick out two, which are novel things that you can't build anywhere else. You can build runtime rollups, because effectively intents are just rollups by default. Because, as I said, if I have an intent from A to B and someone else has an intent from B to C, a third person can just roll this up into an intent from A to C. And you can also build private auctions, so sealed price, second price auction, sealed bid, second price auctions, where the bids are all kept private using fair value for threshold decryption, and then are decrypted once all the bids are in and the bidding period is over. Yes, coming to homogeneous architecture, heterogeneous security. Protocols can generally be benevolent monopolies. For example, we all benefit from just agreeing on IBC. There is no extra value capture that IBC as a protocol can sort of take on. We all just agree that we all have the same interoperability standards so we can talk to each other. Security domains, on the other hand, shouldn't be monopolies, because they're non-local, they can extract rent, they can confiscate assets, and different people have different preferences, right? I think my parents will have a preference that to them, the best security model is that their local village secures their financial system. To some people in Africa, maybe they care that they are in global ETH2 security. We don't know. And we should give users the choice to pick the security models that they care about, but give them the same underlying architectures so that they don't have to reason through a new architecture all the time. This leads to very nice privacy preserving and censorship resistance from the bottom up. Right, fractal scaling. One of the super nice features, if we agree on the same protocols, is that things like our phones work everywhere, right? I bought a phone in Switzerland and my phone works here as well. This is a very convenient feature of the fact that everyone agrees on the same standard for the cellular backbone. And this really should be the same for applications in the blockchain space as well, where I may want to roam between something like Osmosis and Secret with the same application, because I now roam across different security domains, but my application fundamentally still works in the same way. And now I'd like to take the last couple of minutes to talk about Typhon, which, if you're aware of Tendermint, is it's a new way to think about consensus. So it's a combination of heterogeneous narwhal and heterogeneous Paxos. And fundamentally what it gives you is the ability to have on-demand sharding. So if you have two blockchains that use Typhon, if there's a large enough overlap in the validator set, those two blockchains can decide to commit to an atomic block in between. So what's the use case here? The use case is, let's say you're the London Stock Exchange and the New York Stock Exchange, and you want to clear, I don't know, $100 million trade between these two block exchanges, right? You want to make this atomic. And so if you use something like Typhon, you can then, most of the time, these chains run by themselves, but when you want to have an atomic transaction across both, you can create an on-demand virtual shard, or we call them chimera chains, to be this atomic thing that's atomic across both chains. This also helps in the more practical example of, let's say, I want to book a flight, a hotel, and a concert ticket, but they all live on 3 different blockchains. Using Typhon, I can have atomic commits across these 3 different blockchains, so that I get my concert ticket only if and only I also get my flight and my hotel. There's talks and specs you can find online. Yeah, I think this really leads me to this, which is that we want to have homogeneous architectures and heterogeneous security models, so that individual, like that, for example, the Swiss central bank can deploy its own blockchain secured by its own consensus to issue a digital CHF. But we want to have the capability to move those assets using IBC into a global settlement layer. Yeah, so Anoma is not only built by me, Awa, and Chris. It's built by a relatively large team right now at Heliax. If you want to find out more, feel free to come find us and talk to us more. Thank you very much. This is Anoma, one architecture for full stack decentralization.
Now we have our next panel, which is about bridging Cosmoverse. And I'm super happy because the moderator of this panel is also Latino. He's great. Matt Crypto, welcome.
Welcome everyone to the Bridging Cosmoverse panel. This is going to be really fun. We're going to focus a little bit more on bridging Cosmoverse to other ecosystems. And we have a great roster for the speakers. We have Luis Quispe, Head of Security from Helborn. We have Ethan Frey, from co-founder of Confio. We have Carol Kubat, from CTO from Composable Finance. And Susumu Toriumu from DataChain. Welcome, guys. So I'm going to get started, get the head rolling, and I wanted to ask Ethan, first of all, what do you think are the biggest challenges of bridging Cosmoverse to other ecosystems?
Hello, well, first of all, thank you for having me here, and thank you, Prosito, for organizing this amazing event. Yeah, big thanks for Prosito, first of all.
Yeah, thank you.
So yeah, I think the biggest challenge right now is actually more developers. So it's been amazing adoption. Last year we've gone from like 3 or 4 mainnets to over 20 mainnets. I can't count them anymore. I have no idea. I keep hearing people saying, oh, this chain is doing Cosmos awesome. I have no idea anymore. So I think the adoption on Cosmos has picked up heavily, and it's really the number of devs. So we're actually launching today, if you didn't hear, the Cosmos Academy. We just launched that to train devs. And that will be teaching new Cosmos on contracts to run all these chains. To run on things like Juno and Osmosis, but also on Secret Network is different, on Composable Finance, on every other chain coming out there that wants to run Cosmos. So I think it's one way you can do that. And we'll be adding more stuff about IBC classes, how to do IBC contracts. So I really think education is a key. So check out the Academy and other education coming out from us.
Amazing. I definitely agree with that. Education is key. Carol, I wanted to ask you about Composable. I'm also a really good knowful about the Polkadot ecosystem, and I know you guys are working there, but wanted to know what is how is Composable bridging Cosmoverse to Substrate, and what's the potential benefits for both ecosystems?
Yeah, so we're first and foremost a Polkadot parachain, which means that our chain works on a totally different SDK, Substrate. We run our chain code inside WebAssembly itself, which means that we had to do a lot of re-architecting of the Cosmos VM, basically rebuilding it from scratch to work within Substrate. So I guess we've done the second full implementation, which is kind of fun because we did find some bugs in the official implementation as well. So it led to being very valuable overall. Cosmos itself works really well in Polkadot too, because the model is very similar, right? Many chains communicating with each other. So you want an actor model for your smart contract, and it's a Rust-based ecosystem. So there's a large developer overlap too. And the second component is bringing IBC to the Polkadot ecosystem, which is a slightly larger challenge, to be honest. We've been working on that as well for over a year now, and hopefully launching that within about 3 months. That is a lot of work with the IBC core team, writing light clients, etc. But hopefully in about a year time we'll get to the space where Polkadot parachains are to Cosmos chains exactly the same. Just opaque sovereign chains that you can communicate with over IBC that may host Cosmos smart contracts and are, to be honest, part of the same supercluster.
Amazing. Excited to see that. Susumu, how is DataChain applying IBC to the EVM-based chains?
Yeah, thank you. So just a small introduction of DataChain. So DataChain is a firm believer of IBC, and we are main contributor to IBC Solidity, which is a Solidity implementation of IBC. And we are currently working on bringing IBC to EVM-based chain through our product called LCP, which is a light client proxy. So IBC is arguably the most secure and trust-minimized way of interoperability, but the on-chain verification incurs a lot of gas, and they consumes a large portion of block size. So we mitigate these problems in a practical way. So we introduced the security-enhanced hardware, trusted execution environment called LCP node, to substitute the part of the on-chain verification to achieve the ultra-gas efficient verification, yet without sacrificing the trust minimization thanks to the remote attestation technology. So we will use this technology to build an IBC bridge between Ethereum POS to other EVM-based chains. And soon after that, we will expand to other ecosystem, Cosmoverse and Polkadot. And at the lunchtime, I introduced LCP to Ethan, and that we can enable interchain contract call within these other ecosystems. And he's kind enough to say that this is significant. So hand it over to Ethan, why this is so significant.
Yeah, I think the interesting point here was he was talking about bringing actually IBC to Ethereum, EVM. And the way that Cosmoverse brings it to Cosmos DK, the contracts are actually speaking the protocol themselves. So a contract can define its own new protocol, not just speak existing ones, but develop new protocols that handles the contract callbacks, the handshakes, the packet processing. The same way they will expose the IBC Solidity, the Solidity contract can say, okay, on connection init, on connection accept, on packet receive, on packet acknowledge, it will actually build any protocol it wants. So you can develop a new protocol that never existed before. On a Cosmoverse contract on one side and an Ethereum contract on the other side, and actually develop new cross-chain technology. I think that's actually very, very significant. It's not just building upon bridges, but actually new protocols. The same way that I thought is very, very significant that you can speak Cosmoverse to Cosmoverse. So I'll speak more on that later, but
amazing.
I think it's basically the same idea that you'll be able to in the future when that's fully realized. I think an open whole ecosystem.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. If you guys are using hardware at the station, don't you introduce a trust component on Intel, for example? And that being a US company, not perhaps being the wisest thing for trustless infra?
Yeah, that's the little additional trust assumption. We need to rely on the Intel or data center to attest that the hardware works fine and the running binary is sound. So that is the additional part. Yeah, thank you.
Luis, what would you say are the main security risks with bridging?
Oh, bridges. I really love this technology. I really love. But let's recap some of the recent hacks that happened to the bridging technology. So, January 2000, this year, 2022, what happened? Qubit was hacked. Qubit bridge was hacked. It was $80 million worth loss. But maybe 80 million is not big enough. Let's set the bar higher. February, the next month, Warhol was hacked. Warhol bridge was hacked. The amount, $300 million. But guys, that's not enough. March, the next month, Ronin was hacked. More than 600 million was lost. I think, if I'm not wrong, it's the largest hack in the DeFi world. If we do a summary of all the hacks that happened just in bridge technology in the last 2 years, it's around $2 billion, just in bridge. So, does it mean that bridge is bad? Not, anyway. But we need to consider what are the main vulnerabilities that could impact the bridge technology. So, for example, let's talk about the false deposit events. I am sure that many of you already know how bridge work behind the scenes, but for those folks who don't, just let's recap a little. We have contracts in one chain and contracts in another chain. So we lock tokens in one chain, and we mine rapid tokens in another chain. So in order for this to happen, we have something, a technology that monitors the events that one contract in the first chain emits. So if a contract emits an event, and this bot is monitoring that, this relayer is monitoring that, what happens? If I'm able to create a false event, it means that the other chain is going to accept as a true transfer, for example. So that's what happened, for example, in Qubit. The attacker was able to create a false event, and they were able to steal $80 million. Okay, that's regarding events. Now let's talk about fake deposit. Is it possible? Of course. For example, in Warhol, attackers were able to forge a signature, a validation signature of one of the nodes. What happened? They create a false deposit. So they don't deposit, but they made the contract believe that they deposit. At the end, what happened? $3 million loss. And also we have something that is very particular to the decentralized world. It means if we create or we work with a decentralized consensus algorithm, we need to believe that the data providers are decentralized or not. Let's see what happened to Ronin. Ronin had 9 validators. 4 of them were in hand of one company, SkyMapes. So an attacker compromised SkyMapes. What happened? All the keys were compromised. At the end, you have 4 out of 9. They only had to have one more validator that was hacked in an ERPC node, and they had 5 out of 9. That's all, game over. So they were able to hack and made a valid transaction. So what is the conclusion of all of this? There are some vulnerabilities that are common to this kind of technology. So as far and as long as developers are aware of this kind of vulnerabilities, they can prevent them to happen. And believe me, guys, if this happens, if there is one line of code that is wrong, it's many millions that are in game. So let's be aware.
So talking about that, it seems like many errors are because of communication. So I wanted to go with you, Ethan, talking about the status of the contract-to-contract IBC calls. How do you expect this functionality to evolve when other ecosystems beyond Cosmos start adopting CosmWasm?
Thank you. Before I go into that, I want to talk about contract-to-contract calls in Cosmos DK first. So if you don't know, basically if IBC isn't just moving tokens, it's not just interchain accounts, it's basically an arbitrary bridge to move packets back and forth. You can think of it as a very provable asynchronous messaging protocol. On top of that, we build other protocols. So a lot of these hacks that you mentioned are actually base layer hacks. They were forging the relayers, tricking that something happened that never happened. What IBC does is a whole lot of technology written in Go by the IBC Go team, over 3 years now, refined, tested. It's basically the whole bottom layer, guaranteeing this chain actually did this chain actually said this. That has been now tested and refined, and we can take it for granted. We can build on top of it. So that's like 80–90% of the security attack vectors, which is basically guaranteed to inherit it. You don't build your own bridge. It's too hard. It's too much to do. Like, you can go wrong so many places. So let's use IBC. Everyone should use IBC. And I think the two of you are bringing this new ecosystem because of that, because once you have that, you can start building protocols very quick, because you don't have to worry about the huge bridge, you just worry about your application level security, which is much, much easier to worry about. It's still a problem, though. So at this point, you basically I have protocol here and protocol here talking to each other. And I don't have to worry that this one might not have actually said that, or this might not have said this, or it might not show up. Guarantees, I have guarantees. But on top of that, I have to make sure that I don't have an error in protocol. But it's just like any contract. If I call an AMM and it lets me suddenly withdraw 3 times as I should draw when I'm withdrawing my LP shares, or if I'm able to do a swap and get more money out than I should get out because they don't calculate the spot price properly, or they do a spot price instead of the actual curve price for the slippage, then I can abuse it. It's the same idea. So these interchain protocols in CosmWasm are basically like, they need a little more reasoning, I think, but basically the same attack vector is doing a contract-to-contract call in the same chain. That's at least in Cosmos, because you can reason about a lot of that same stuff. You have the IBC guarantees, and you say, okay, IBC works, I trust that. A lot of smart people are working on that. I can just worry with the application. So if I have my AMM calling my liquidity, my lending protocol, there's lots of places for error there. You want to audit it. And if I have my AMM calling liquidity protocol, another chain, I need to verify that too. But it's not that much more space for error.
Amazing. And Susumu, I wanted to ask you about IBC use in traditional enterprise.
Okay. So I'm not sure that this is an exciting topic to cosmonauts, but we are discussing with traditional financial institutions about how they can leverage IBC, trustless interoperability, to their platforms, private enterprise blockchains, managing the private assets like securities, bonds, and real estates. So hopefully, if we can build trustless IBC bridge between them, we can bring the real-world asset to Cosmos, and at the same time, we can leverage the Cosmos asset, DeFi assets to the real-world asset. And what we are dreaming is that every platform, whether it's private or enterprise, public, whether permissionless or permission, we would like to connect them through IBC. And personally, I believe that LCP can be a part of that goal, and we can contribute to Cosmos ecosystem.
Great. And Luis, what do you think are the solutions for bridging and interchain communication? Because you talked about many risks now.
Okay, very interesting question. The thing is, if we have a decentralized environment, so attacks, the surface of attack is going to be reduced. So this is the basic idea. For example, let's recap running attack. The attackers got 5 or 9 validators. So they compromised the protocol. At the end, they were able to steal more than $600 million. But for example, let's talk about the Cosmos interchain security. But for me, it's a very cool technology. You can bring the power of all the validators in the Cosmos Hub to any other of the chains. So, for example, if in a chain they had little validators and comes a whale that has a lot of tokens to stake, it may create a transaction that is bad for the community. But what happens if you bring all the power of Cosmos Hub to all the chains in Cosmos? That would be great. So decentralization and to be able to have many validators that could prevent those kind of attacks to happen, that's a very good first measure. Then there is something very particular with these transactions, and it's whenever we rely on an input of a user, we are playing with a protocol. So we have to reduce as much as possible what is the input that the user can enter to the transaction. The input, to reduce what can do with that input. Because if there is no input or there is reduced input, for example, it's complicated in other bridges technologies, for example, to create fake deposit, to create false events. It's not possible. There is something very particular that applies very well to Web3 and also to other technologies that for sure you already know. I'm talking about social engineering. So the technology could be the best one in the world. But if the developers, for example, click a link that is malicious, the computer is compromised, the keys are stolen. So here it's an advice that applies for all technologies and especially now in Web3. Awareness of the team, the developer team. So as far as they are educated in security, that is very important. So it's going to allow that this kind of attack doesn't happen anymore, or if they happen, they can be reduced impact. So that would be the idea behind the education of security for all the teams.
Great. Carol, how are CosmWasm contracts on SDK compared to CosmWasms on substrate? What's the difference? What are similarities?
So what we're trying to achieve is that it's actually a one-to-one parity. Currently that's not fully possible because technically I think the Golang implementation is currently encoding some stuff in a different encoding with sub-messages. And we don't do that yet. So right now if you were to take the compiled Mars protocol, you can't yet run them on our VM. We had to fork them to change some slight features. Those are major issues overall. What's really different mainly is that substrate chains are usually app chains too. So you have a lot more custom messages that you can access. So I do think that opens up more features for smart contract developers that want to go into the parachain ecosystem, especially since a lot of the parachains there do a lot of XCM too. So while with mainly Cosmoverse contracts, you might be doing IBC, IBC, IBC hops, what's opening up in the Polkadot is the ability to go through Cosmoverse to XCM and then actually call into parachains that don't have Cosmoverse at all, that aren't even IBC connected, but that are still trustlessly connected over XCM. And that way you get access to Kala, HydraDX, basically the entire Polkadot network and Kusama network. I think that's a pretty cool feature. We're trying to achieve this too with Near. So having an IBC bridge to Near itself, and then being able to go through shards without actually needing to use IBC. So we'll definitely see a lot more tooling for Cosmoverse contracts to actually support these new types of message passings. But to be honest, Cosmoverse is designed pretty well. So we don't need to add too much stuff. It's mainly more custom message types.
Cool. I was going to ask you about custom message types and how you add them. So you have yeah, all the app protocols, you have a DEX on there, you can add a custom message for the DEX, but you have custom messages also for XCM.
Yeah, so basically for our chain we generate one giant enum, which is every single transaction type that we can then obviously encode and decode to JSON. So for us it's very easy to actually support literally every operation that our chain supports without needing to do a lot of code gen or incrementally supporting new palettes. For us, the XCM palette itself is also one of those transaction types. So we basically get XCM support in Cosmoverse for free by simply adding that custom message type for our entire chain.
Nice, nice. We have a thing called Stargate queries, or Stargate message does that, but better typed. Enums are better than any.
Yeah, that's one advantage of doing substrates. Like there's easier integration between Cosmoverse and substrate parachains because you remain in the Rust space. So you get all the expressivity of the Rust type system. So far it's been a good experience.
Do you see any risks in Cosmoverse expanding to other ecosystem, or is only benefit? Is there?
I think there's only benefit, to be honest. I'm a big believer in WebAssembly as a low-level target for smart contracts. Obviously, you can use the Cosmoverse SDK to write your contracts, but technically all that we do is expose low-level host functions, so people could even write entirely different SDKs on top. What I'm bearish about is actually the expansion of Solidity and the EVM across chains. That's something I dislike seeing because I think it's much more difficult to actually verify Solidity programs for correctness. While with Rust, you have way more tooling, static analysis. So for me, I find it really important to push third-party developers to doing the most secure thing. And to get them to do that, the easiest thing needs to be the most secure. The default needs to be the most secure.
Awesome.
Well said. So I'm going to add one more thing about these contract calls. So I think right now a lot of the design of like IBC has been the actor as a user or as a governance vote or something like that. And so you have, oh, I as a user want to move my tokens from here to here, right? I as a user want to stake my tokens over, I as an XGov module, as a governance vote want to stake my tokens over here, right? And I think what really is going to expand with these custom messages, especially when Cosmoverse communicate not just other Cosmos chains, but then with with Polkadot chains. It's interesting is you actually say, okay, we're going to actually compose with different protocols, right? So I'm going to connect my custom thing. I'm going to connect, let's say, Akala over XCM over IBC to my other DEX over here, and somehow have them balance liquidity between them. They happen to have the same pairs. So I think there's a lot of interesting stuff that happens in this space. And I think that DAOs actually are one of the key points to make this secure. Because at the end of the day, all these protocols are owned by something. And all of these hops, so when you're building these custom protocols, who's actually holding these relays? Who's holding these things? And I think the security of DAOs and security of better governance technology is actually essential to build out these large ecosystems. Now when you have a protocol over 3 different chains, like you're trusting obviously the 3 chains themselves, but you shouldn't have any more trust vectors. So can you actually use a chain, the governance as a DAO basically? Can you have your other multi-chain DAOs? I think this whole idea of like as we are extending the capacity of DeFi and the reach of it and the surface area, we think the governance of these protocols too. So these are very, very other surface area. A lot of people, if you have a multi-sig of 3 core devs as your thing, the closest attack vector is social engineering. If you can hack the devs of 3 core devs and they actually have admin right to modify some configuration in your protocol, then you hacked all the chains that are connected through this. So I think actually the governance of those protocols is going to be very important.
And talking about what scared you a little bit, Carol, the expansion of Solidity, maybe we wanted to discuss a little bit about CosmWasm to EVM communication.
Yeah, so a difficulty there, for example, is that Solidity isn't really as expressive in the type system itself. And Cosmoverse messages are a Rust enum. So it's already going to be a bit of a pain to actually do that communication. Low level enough, you could definitely do so, and the EVM bytecode itself will fully support this. But Solidity itself isn't really designed to handle messages in this way. So just the way you structure your code, the tutorials itself, it will be a bit more unfamiliar for Solidity developers. Actually, it's a fun thing, Hussein, one of our lead devs, wrote a DAL to EVM bytecode compiler just so that you could get enum support in EVM code. But I do think at some point that we might actually see Solidity gain less market traction. I'm really bullish on FA, which is a basically Rust-inspired language that compiles down to EVM bytecode, which I think could really nicely integrate with Cosmosm smart contracts. And that is basically this perfect marriage between the EVM and all these other chains.
And Susumu, I wanted to ask part of a question from the crowd. How is the community, the CosmWasm community in Japan?
I'm sorry. Actually, I'm very newbie to CosmoWasm comparing to other folks in here. And well, I'd like to encourage and promote people in Japan, but currently it's not that much.
All right. Hopefully see expanding. I don't know if anybody wants to add anything else. Any alpha you want to share with the audience?
If you like DAOs, if you like IBC, WinDAO just launched. It's a project of mine. Check it, wynddao.com. We launched today. It's an interchain DAO based on Juno, based on DAO technology. It's going to rock.
Amazing. Well, thank you guys.
Hello, hello. Yes, so we'll have a short coffee break. But after that, I hope you all come back into the venue. I know the afternoon sessions are, people get tired a little bit. But please come back. We have a lot of cool announcements. And we have an NFT segment. So you hear presentations from Stargaze, from Omniflix. We have an NFT panel, gaming stuff. So please come back, get a coffee, talk for a couple of minutes, and then come back in. We'll start in 20 minutes. Thanks, guys.